All right, so here we are. The MLB Trade Deadline, August 1st. We've all been waiting for this for the past month because the Mets have been a lot of misery, shall we say. You got 3 Mets podcasts on the screen being represented right now. You've got me. I'm Carson from Mets Weekly. You've got Anthony Rivera from Subway to Shea. You got John Saponaro and Matt Ibanez from Til Mets Do Us Part. I'll let these guys introduce themselves. They can say what is on their mind. Let's start with John in the bottom right. All right. I want to hear that first. Go ahead.
Okay, that feels like a loaded way to start things off, but I'm John from Til Mets Do Us Part, one half of the show. My co-host is over in the box next to me, I guess to the left or to the right, depending on how it looks on your screen. We've been doing Mets stuff.
Here, we can do this. This is like the traditional.
There we go. Much better.
Right.
Now we're on the right side.
There we go.
Thank you for doing that.
Perfect.
We've been doing our Mets show for maybe I don't know, about 2 years now, 2.5 years.
2.5 years,
like Mm-hmm. So, look, it's been awesome. Unfortunately, this season has not gone exactly the way that we would have wanted, but I do want to shout out Ibby for doing the QBC lunch with Howie Rose earlier this weekend. So, you did a great job from what I can hear from everybody. So, look, let's get into this conversation. The one thing I will say, just on top of everything, Carson, and I know you're going to agree with me, don't trade Pete Alonso. I don't think they're going to, but I don't understand where this rhetoric is coming from. We'll talk about it later. But that if you take nothing else away from this, don't trade Pete Alonso.
All right. We'll do a sandwich here. We'll put in Subway to Shea. You want to start your?
Yeah, I mean, great to be on with everybody here. Good friends with you all. I appreciate, Carson, you having me on, especially after this weekend. I was like, I need Carson on to talk about the trade deadline. He was like, no, I'm not coming on. I got to prep for this. So I was like, all right, fine, cool and all. I'm just messing. But like, it's really cool to be on with all you guys, do one of these big streams. I don't think I've done a big stream like this. I know we've gone on Mets Weekly and done a couple of streams, but not something this big with the trade deadline on the line here. Subway to Shea. You can follow me on Twitter. The Twitters are right there. Rivera86, Subway to Shea. My podcast, you can listen on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And I post some clips on YouTube now, so I got a YouTube going on. And I write for Rising Apple, and that's pretty much it for me. So I agree with John that we should not be trading Pete. I think everyone got upset because Pete had a rough month because he decided to play when he probably should have been resting. And it looks like Pete's back right now. So he got player of the week. So I'm excited about that. But really excited to be doing this trade deadline. Looking forward to the comments and looking forward to a good time with you 3. So I appreciate this opportunity.
Yeah. And speaking of the comments, I just want to let everybody know that whether you're in either of any of these 3 chats, make sure to give us any news that has come out, because there's tons of reporters reporting right now. Whether it's the Mets or any other team, any trades that go through. Ibby, anything that you want to put out there? Howie Rose's new best friend?
I don't know about that one, but no, I appreciate obviously being on. Carson, we had talked about doing something in collaboration. We had you on our show. It was great. Glad to finally be on this channel and doing an entire collaboration with Ant as well. And I was joking with Ant before, saying I think this is the first time we're actually going to speak face to face, because we're always like going back and forth on Twitter, and every time I'm with him, it's always on the phone. So finally, Ant, good to see you face to face.
You too.
But no, I'm excited to do something like this. I've wanted to do something like this. It's going to be fun. Talk some Mets. I'm with everyone else as well, in that yes, it's okay to take a phone call and see what someone's willing to do. But I think Pete Alonso is worth the, I should say, Pete Alonso is part of the solution. He is not a part of the problem. So again, phone calls and listening is always proper as a GM. But getting rid of Pete Alonso, I don't think is proper, because I still question what the return would be if it would actually even make this team any better than what it is moving forward. So do not trade Pete Alonso. Please keep him here. And let's see what Epler has up his sleeve as I try to emulate him on my side by wearing the glasses.
You look a little bit like Billy Epler right now. This is
Billy's been in his bag lately.
Before.
Billy's been in his bag lately with these trades. I know Carson's not a fan of some. He was just saying before he was a fan of one. Not
I mean,
a fan of the other. We'll talk about it.
I'm a very, I like to break down things a lot, and I'm very, very specific. Some of these trades I like a little bit more than others. I mean, if we want to do like a little bit of recap on that, obviously Max Scherzer to the Rangers is like the biggest one so far. I know that's Max Scherzer. David Robertson to the Marlins, which happened about a few days ago, a little bit earlier than I expected. And then obviously Eduardo Escobar to the Angels. That happened like a month ago, but still considered a trade. And then Mark Canha to the Brewers yesterday, which people were going nuts in here. I had almost 200 people like just going in and out into this stream yesterday. So it was nuts. And everybody talking about Verlander and trading this guy and this guy. It was insane. So which return do you guys like the best? I guess that's what I would ask. I mean, Anthony, I'll start with you.
I wish I followed prospects as much as you do, and a lot of other more highly like the Joe DeMeos of the world, but I guess I got to go with, the Scherzer deal, right? Getting their top 3 pick in Acuna, and automatically he kind of is our number 1 draft pick. I don't know if that says more about the Rangers farm system or about our farm system, but I want players that are at least close to being ready. And the guys that we got from Florida, 18, 19, not going to be able to see them until 26, 27. That's a long ways away. What are we going to do in between that time? You know what? They could be a part of trade packages and all that stuff. I get it. But like the initial take from that trade, I wasn't very excited about. And I really wanted to keep David Robertson because I wanted to see that 1-2 tandem next season with Edwin Diaz. And I was hoping that they would kind of re-sign him. I knew he was going to be the big chip that we were going to trade before we found out about Scherzer. So I get it. But yeah, the Acuna deal for Scherzer, I think is probably the best one we got so far.
Speaking of the best news that we've got so far, let's transition to what the Blue Jays are doing. It looks like they are in advanced talks to acquire Paul DeJong.
Met killer.
He's leaving.
Yeah.
He's leaving.
Met killer.
All-time Met killer.
Thank goodness.
Thank God.
Do you think he's still going to be on the Blue Jays after radical realignment and we're in the same division as him?
Yeah, I think that's a possibility, to be honest. It's just any way to screw the Mets of seeing Mets killers once again. It's kind of like how we faced Kyle Schwarber 2 years ago after he like destroyed us with the Nationals. He goes to the Red Sox and we see Schwarber hit like 3 bombs against us at Fenway. But Ibby, like, any of these trades you like the best?
I mean, the only thing I can say is I've been diving in deeper when it comes to understanding prospects because I've been getting more involved with I'm big into fantasy baseball and I've been doing Dynasty a lot more. So getting to know younger players and farm systems of that nature, and a lot of the circles that I've been in and understanding things, a lot of them are very high on Acuna. I know you had your thoughts. I listened to you, Carson, when it came to him. Again, when it comes to prospects, I always think that it's beauty is always in the eye of the beholder. Everyone's going to have their ups and downs on a certain player. So it's always interesting to see the different perspectives in that case. The thing that I will say is what I like the most is the fact that this team is willing to, not only just the idea of just paying a player to pitch elsewhere, it's paying a player to better your return in terms of a prospect. And we know that this farm system has been bare. And even though, we might have our opinions on the players that are brought in from a talent perspective, in terms of the overall farm, it's showing you a little bit. I think a thing that I always bring up on our show is that a lot of times Mets fans over-evaluate or over-hype, I should say, the things that we have. And then when you bring something from the outside and you see how this person's already slotted into that 2 spot right behind Kevin Parada, you're like, oh, wow, it's like this person who some people are a little iffy on already plugs in as number 2. Kind of speaks as to where this system is a little bit in terms of players. But I'm happy that they're willing to pay money to get better prospects, to better this process, if you will, in terms of churning out a consistent, flow, if you will, of players that could be coming to Queens over the next couple of years, which is something that I've been desperate for so many years, because they've always just been very, like we talk about on our show, it's always very fleeting, not consistent at all with anything. So this was admitting fault. We, basically saying it, we tried something, it did not work. We're pivoting and we're going to attack this way. And that's what I love the most about this entire process so far. It's like, you're admitting it didn't work. That was always a problem for this team for years, like never admitting fault, doubling down, thinking that it was going to figure itself out, wishing that something was going to hit exact in order to succeed. This is basically saying, we tried something, screwed up, didn't work, sell it, let's try it again, and we'll do something new. That's what's the most refreshing thing for me in terms of the prospects in this entire process so far.
Yeah, I think that, like you said, you just basically cutting losses. Like that's what you see right now with the Mets. They're cutting the losses, things that didn't work, things that are, these are older guys that are, some of them are in the lower part of their career. Some of them are having, career worst years that we've just shipped off. David Robertson was not one of them. But overall, I'm glad that, and I've talked about this just, surely so many times, I just want this team to be younger. And it's younger now. It definitely is younger with some of these pieces outgoing. And that's what I'm very happy about. Some of the returns, I feel like maybe a few other GMs could have gotten better returns, but you know what? Conversation for another day. But other than that, John, anything else that you like? Anything?
Well, I always say on our show that the important thing when it comes to building a baseball team is asset allocation. And you have two assets. You have money and you have players. Now, whether those players are prospects, whether those players are people on your major league team. And so, I think the Mets right now, forgetting about the return for a moment, are really exercising a masterclass in asset allocation. They are trading off pieces that are not going to help them this year and that will most likely not help them or not be here next year. And that's important. The other 2-word phrase that I think is super important when it comes to Steve Cohen is sunk cost. Because he realizes in his everyday job, in his other job at .72, what a sunk cost is. So when people start looking at, they're paying Max Scherzer $35 million to go pitch for a season and a half with another team. Yeah, well, they were going to pay Max Scherzer anyway. They were going to pay Max Scherzer to be, quite frankly, I guess, mediocre here for the Mets. So why not pay him to go somewhere else, pay him a portion of what you were going to give him so that you can maximize your return? That is the definition of asset allocation. It is the definition of recognizing a sunk cost. Now, I don't want to dump on Max Scherzer because I said on our show for weeks that I don't think he's completely washed. I think if the Mets couldn't get rid of him, I think there would have been an opportunity for them to use him as a third or fourth starter, and that would have given them a decent way to round out their rotation. Now, do you want to pay, $35 million for a third starter, a fourth starter? Certainly not, but I think the guy showed that he still had something left in the tank. Maybe he's not the max that we thought we were getting, or quite frankly, the max that we had for most of last year. So I don't want to dump on him completely like some people have done. You've heard some outlandish comments like worst signing in franchise history. I don't think that you can say that with a straight face. When you acknowledge the fact that he was a huge part of a team that won 101 games and walked to a playoff spot. Did he have his 3 worst starts in the 3 biggest games? Yes, he did. Does that suck? Yes, it does. Does that make him the worst acquisition in New York Mets history? No, it doesn't. And anybody who says that they're having the immediacy bias and they're having this, revisionist history thought process.
They want attention.
And they're grading on a curve based on the expectations. Again, I always say that a guy is, only a total loss when they're unrosterable. Jason Bay at a point became unrosterable. After that, if you can make an argument that every single baseball player on their second and third contracts are quote unquote overpaid, right? So, you were paying Max for what Max was over the course of his career. Now, obviously that comes with expectations, but you can't sit here and say that he was the worst free agent acquisition the Mets have ever made. That is dumb. And I'm happy that they were able to get what they were able to get for him, which is honestly, it's a pretty huge prospect back. And we have never seen the Mets in our lives operate the way that they have this season, whether it was throwing a bunch of money to try to win a World Series, which they did. And now it's throwing more money at selling off assets that they could not use for the highest return. Literally, the Wilpons would never. So, everybody who says, oh, this season is just like the Wilpons, Steve Cohen doesn't know what he's doing, open your eyes. You're not watching the same thing we are.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely lost my my anger towards like Billy Epler. It's definitely gone down in the past few days. Like, I think he's done a pretty good job, moving some of these contracts and going towards the future. Again, some of the pieces coming back, they don't seem to be anything, but it deepens the farm system. And that's something that they really need to do right now, it being so top heavy for so long. And with Max Scherzer, I mean, we can probably talk about his Mets legacy for forever, but as for me, I've come to be, very frustrated with Max, like for a long time, ever since like towards the end of last year. I don't think he's the worst signing in history because James McCann exists, but overall,
that's another good one. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. But overall, I mean, from what we were expecting from the $40 million that we gave it definitely was not worth it. I'm not saying that he wasn't good in a Mets uniform, but like good isn't good enough for $43 million. And that's something that, I mean, I've talked about with, on my podcast, like many, many times, of how I'm just not seeing that fierce competitor that Max Scherzer was throughout the majority of his career. Now, am I seeing flashes of it? Sure. But like overall, there's been some moments where I'm like, this guy is at the top of our payroll right now. And what are we doing? Choking in the biggest games that we need him to show up, the whole sticky stuff crap, the complaining about the pitch clock. There's going to be some injury concern with him coming towards the 40-year-old mark. So like there was a lot of drama that I just did not expect from Max Scherzer coming here. It just seemed like Max Scherzer, when they signed him, it was going to be all business. He wanted to go out there. He wanted to win. But I was seeing a lot of whining. That's just me.
No,
I know Anthony agrees. Yeah,
it definitely seemed like he was a curmudgeon this season, even from the start. The whole thing with the sticky stuff, him not getting off to the start that he wanted, he really did seem curmudgeon-y. And like you said, when you're paying $43 million for a starting pitcher, you want number one or number two stuff. And we were getting 4 and 5 stuff from Max Scherzer. I mean, he was getting lit up, giving up home runs like crazy. The start of last season is what we basically paid for, and we did not get that here. And he had an opportunity multiple times this season because every game was a big game for Max Scherzer this season. Every time he had an opportunity to start a winning streak or, end a losing streak, he didn't come up for the occasion. So this adds on to the last 2 games of the season, where the last game of the season and the postseason where he struggled. It kept adding on. And as frustrating it was to, know that once you trade him the season, well, I mean, they're only 5 out, but I don't want to get too crazy into that, but it is frustrating to see, Max, behave the way he did, especially when we got Verlander, and Verlander seems like very even keel, every start he comes out and talks very calm, very professional. And I know that the comments that Max made, I think it was Friday night after the trade and after he was done, some may have gotten taken out of context, but when you're having to talk to the boss to see where the team's going, this team is going a certain way because you weren't very helpful most of the season. And that's why we got this way. If you didn't give up 6 runs after having a 6-run lead against the Yankees or against Boston, maybe we still have David Robertson right now. And if this team didn't blow so many games, that we'd be in a different position. We may be buying right now, and we're just not. So now I respect what Steve's doing, going in a totally different direction that we've never seen before, because we know the Wilpons would have done something to, sell us on this team for the rest of the season, whether it was to bring up a minor leaguer. Like I've mentioned this before, and I don't know if it's going to happen now, but I thought, if these guys sell, maybe Ronnie Mauricio comes up just to dangle him to the fans. They might not do that. And especially after what Billy Epler said, they might keep him down there until, September for a couple of weeks, like they did with Francisco Alvarez last year. So I do respect the route the Mets are going in. Billy Epler still has a lot for me to hurdle over to gain that respect. I think he's very wordy, and I feel like his comments sometimes don't come off genuine.
Yeah.
So just be honest. That's all I care about. Hey, we're selling. Not the other day. This isn't a fire sale. This isn't. Yes, you're selling. Okay, it's done. You're selling. We get it. We understand. We're not stupid, and it's okay if you tell me we're selling. I can get with that. I still got 10 games to go to this season, and I'm gonna go to them and support the team. But don't try to sell me on false narrative and say, oh, we're not punting on the season and 2024 is not going to be. No, you're selling so that we could try to get this thing right and move forward and get this team in a position to keep going to the playoffs year after year after year. Be honest, and that's all I really care about.
Can I ask you guys this question? Because Ant brought up what you said about Max being a curmudgeon. I do agree with, and I do agree with a lot of what Carson, you said, kind of leading into that. I firmly believe that Max was dealt largely because of what he said after his start on Friday night. Because I think he kind of threw down the gauntlet. Justin Verlander, after his start, said, hey, I'm committed to winning with the Mets. And if they approach me about a trade, I'll weigh out all options and I'll see. But I signed here because I want to win here. That's how you answer that question. Now, I don't even necessarily disagree with Max, because when that deal for David Robertson happened, my big issue was not the return. My big issue was not that they traded Robertson. It was when they traded Robertson. Because on Til Mets Do Us part, for weeks, I said, you know what? He's their biggest chip. When you trade him, you wave the white flag. They don't have anybody else to slot into that position. They don't have another closer. He is the best reliever by a wide margin. So when you get rid of him, unlike a Tommy Pham, unlike a Mark Canha, you're really saying that the season is over. So I thought they would at least wait until the deadline, or maybe yesterday, before they pulled the trigger on the Robertson deal. That was the thing that had me the most, piqued or curious or whatever. But so I didn't even necessarily disagree with Max's assessment of like, hey, this is really early to ship out our closer. You're not really giving us a chance now. But I guess, Ibby, you first, like, where does he get off saying that when he is part of the problem, to Ant's point, as to why they were in this spot in the first place, right?
I mean, I think it was Rich McLeod on Twitter posted the thing when it was talking about players not understanding why the team was selling, and he posted a picture of the guy in the hot dog suit saying, we're going to find the guys who are, who did this or whatever. It's like, well, it's you're the problem. It's all like Ant said it before. I tweeted something about it as well. Mark Canha the one night comes out and says, look, if we played better, we would be buying instead of selling. And that's someone that knew he was probably going to get dealt. He was saying the right things. And then the next day, Max has that great start. And I'm watching this post game, and I'm sitting there and I'm getting angry. I'm like, what? It's like, whatever it is. It's late at night. I'm watching it. I'm like, I'm getting angry watching this, as this guy has the fucking nerve to sit there, or stand there, I should say, and say, this is going on. I want to make sure I'm going to talk. I was like, who the hell are you? You, like you just said, you are part of the problem here. For the most of the season, you have stunk. Like you have no, it's not like you're pitching to a 1 ERA and you're busting your ass. It's like, no, you've been bad. So to go out there and demand these things, it's like, who the hell are you?
It's
I
also
was
year
so
two.
angry.
It's year 2 with Scherzer. Like, and if this was Verlander coming out and saying this, you know, where he's like, look, I signed here to try to win and they're dismantling the team right in front of me. I was hurt for the first, 5 weeks of the season. I've been basically good since I got back. This is frustrating. I could almost understand that more. Max was here last year when everything crumbled. He saw what the Mets were trying to do. And now to Ibby's point and to your point, to Carson's point, he's been a huge part of the problem. So it's kind of like, how dare you come out and say, well, I'm going to go talk to management. Like, all right, bro, go ahead.
And he was talking as if you're like some lifelong Met. It's like you've been here for a minute and you're just going to say all these things like you run the place. And look, if you think just because you're getting paid what you're getting paid, you have the right to say these things, maybe if you were pitching better, maybe I would let it slide a little bit more, but you're not. So when I heard that, I'm sitting there like, this guy, like, I didn't have a problem with you for the most part, but when I hear stuff like this, especially as the season went on, I'm like your act is running dry on me. Like, I'm tired of it. So when he got shipped out, I'm like, good. Like, I didn't automatically think right away, like he got dealt because of this. But the more I thought about it, it's like, yeah, maybe that was the case. And if it was, good for them. Good for them to just ship him out like that. I don't care. Bye.
Yeah, it's possible because, I mean, what you saw from that whole interview, I mean, I thought is, what the Mets were thinking about for the future of this team. Like, that's what Max was looking for. Of course, there's some out of context quotes, and it definitely angered me to hear what he said about the whole David Robertson trade. But like, if you're going to talk about what's going to go on long term, you have David Robertson, who's 38 years old. He's a pending free agent. He's most likely not going to be here long term. You already signed your closer to $102 million for the next, 4 or 5 years. And like, I mean, if that's what he was upset about, it comes to a point where it's like, if you're upset, leave. Like, right? Because I'm not going to give this dude $43 million a year just for him to just pitch like Taiwan Walker. Like, that's not what I'm looking for, right? I need Scherzer to be an ace, and the fact that he just opens his mouth like this, it's ridiculous, right? Compared to Justin Verlander, I was not in favor of bringing in Justin Verlander. That's just me being
you're not alone, Carson. You're not alone.
Listen, one of my first loves in baseball, Jacob deGrom, right there, right? Holding on to him forever, right? But one of the greatest primes I've ever seen, right? So I was not in favor of that, but I've gained a lot of respect for Justin Verlander and how he has definitely carried himself as compared to Max Scherzer, the other ace, apparently, that we're giving $43 million. Justin Verlander, his first home start, gives up 6 runs in the post-game interview. The first time when I gained respect from the guy, they said, how do you feel about that? Shit. That's what he said. Moving on. Like, that's all I hear with Max. I got to be better. There's some things that I tweaked. This is that. Like, I don't want to hear those things from my $43 million pitcher at the end of the day. Yeah. Like, I don't want to hear that.
No, and Carson, that reaction, I've got to be better, we're going to do better, that has been a part of this Mets group since 2021. Or maybe 2020, 2021, where Pete would come on and say, hey, we're going to do better. We're going to play better. Dom Smith said the same thing. Hey, we're going to do better in the second half. And I think even more poignant of a conversation with the whole Scherzer's comments, I think the bigger comment was what came out of Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso looked petrified after these trades, and he was shocked. They needed that. They needed that smack in the face, because they haven't gotten that anytime they've played bad. And that's why they kind of rolled through last year, didn't take it seriously into the last month and into the postseason. And they thought they were going to come back, roll out the same team, and do it again. And for most of the season, it's been lackadaisical play. bad defense, bad pitching, bad hitting. There's no consistency. And Steve got fed up and said, you know what? We are going to give these guys a rude awakening. And they got it. And maybe this sends the message. Maybe they wake up now. Pete knows he's not safe. All these players know they're not safe. And they needed that. And with the 2 trades that just happened, maybe this wakes them up. Maybe they play a little bit better down the stretch. It might not happen because if we lose Verlander, the pitching staff's going to be a little small. But yeah, they definitely needed a gut check time moment, and I think they got it.
You know what's funny, because they always say that you fire the pitching coach because you can't fire the whole rotation, and you fire the manager because you can't fire 26 guys on the roster. Whether you guys agree or not, or Mets Twitter disagrees or agrees, whatever the case may be, it seems as though Steve Cohen, whether he is accurately or inaccurately placed his faith in Billy Epler and Buck Showalter, he seems to be firing a lot of the 26-man roster as opposed to the people at the helm. Now, again, we could agree and disagree on that. I think Billy Epler's been okay. I think he's been the definition of just fine as a GM. I think it's easy to sometimes put a team together when you have blank checks and you just go and you spend money and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. I think Buck Showalter is the blooms off the rose a little bit this year as compared to last. I think he's part of the problem. I certainly don't think he is the problem, why this team is underperformed. We talked with Carson a lot on our show about how I think Jeremy Hefner is a huge part of the problem. And we could talk about that maybe later on, whatever the case may be. But it takes a lot of guts and a lot of financial muscle to go all the way back to my first point for Steve Cohen to say, you know what? I'll just get rid of all these guys. Like, if he's like, I like Buck, I think Buck is the right guy to lead this team. So I'm not going to have him be the scapegoat. I'm not going to have him be the sacrificial lamb, because organizations need consistency or whatever. Like, whatever his logic is, he's like, no, I'll just get rid of the guys who are 39 and 35 and 37 who have 1 or 2 years left of control. I'll just cut bait with them. You think I'm afraid to lose $35 million? Everybody wants to talk about the payroll that Steve Cohen put out there. He made all that money back by May. In less than half a year at 0.72 in his personal wallet, he made back the Mets payroll. Think about that. It doesn't matter to him. He will spend any amount of money on anybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, I've gotten somewhat frustrated sometimes seeing the Mets financial flexibility, and there's been times where I'm like, okay, why didn't you do this little extra thing, and why didn't you do this little extra thing? But it looks like when it comes to extremes, I mean, this team's under 500. They're underperforming. They have the highest payroll in baseball. And at some point, you just got to cut the losses. And that's what they're doing right now. And I'm really happy to see that money doesn't seem to be an issue. And they're at least Cohen is sending the message and saying, like, this didn't work and we're admitting it. Billy Epler, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. We're not selling. We're not doing this. We're not doing that. Dancing around the whole point. Billy Epler, I can go on for days with this guy. But other than that, I mean, Verlander, is there anything else? I mean, we can go into Alonso a little bit if you guys want to talk about that. I know we talked about that a little bit at the beginning, but
that seems to be a big talking point in the chat about Pete Alonso.
It does seem to be, yeah.
Hey, is there a reason why I can't see the chat?
Click comments.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I'm dumb.
Yeah.
I am so sorry. I'm so used to being.
We're so used to having it, yeah.
Yeah. Ibby and I always have dual admin control, so I didn't realize when I came into this thing that I was on the wrong tab. So everybody who's listening,
I think
I'm a
Ibby
moron.
and Anthony both have dual control right now. I think they're able to pull up comments. I'm not sure if they are because
I just clicked the one that you sent me, but once I logged in on the comment side, I can actually type in here now because I linked my YouTube to it, so I can comment now. So that's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted us to pull up.
Oh, if you want to pull things up, go ahead. Yeah, my co-hosts like to do that all the time while I'm speaking because I get very easily distracted sometimes, so they try to piss me off. But I've gotten better at it. And it looks like the trade is official for the Blue Jays. They're getting Paul DeJong, who over 1,000 OPS against the Mets. You won't be missed, man. You won't be missed. That's all I
Good
can
riddance. Good riddance.
I do like this little piece from Shea. Mo money, mo problems, except for Steve Cohen.
There you go.
That is great. No,
I mean,
look,
we've seen that multiple times too. I mean,
Yeah.
let's not forget that Cano contract. That's not something easy for any owner can eat,
No.
right?
No.
I mean,
No.
let's be real. Saying I'm going to take 75% of James McCann's contract to play for the Orioles, that takes some balls as well, right?
Yeah.
And you get like what a prospect who just came out of diapers. I mean, that's something like at this point we've seen that if he is going to pay for something, he's going to pay for it. And hopefully, he's learned a little bit that like, okay, you can't just go on the free agent market and build this whole championship team. And obviously, I think that he's learned a lot recently. And there's a few things that I would like for him to notice as well going on with the organization. But again, that's another story.
Well, he's paying
but
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
Obviously, he's paying for partial of the Scherzer deal. David Robertson's off the books, right? And then he's
I think
paying,
the Marlins are covering Robertson's contract.
Yeah,
actually.
I think Robertson, not Robertson. I
also
think Canha,
confused
he's
me
got to
too.
pay for, right?
Canha's paying
and
for, yeah.
Escobar.
Mhm.
You know what? In past iterations of this Mets organization, these guys' contracts would be so deferred, and we'd be so, our organization with the money and the whole Madoff thing, we'd be broke. We wouldn't be able to field the team.
No.
No, and that's the thing, right? Like any of these prospects acquired in any situation, like they would all be like the big move, right? That's what the Wilpons have always done. There's the dude whose name escapes me that was the former top 100 prospect from the Twins that the Mets are apparently interested in. And like he's a perfectly fine like person to go out and get at 26 years old, where maybe he's your
Lack
fourth
of outfielders. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of outfielder depth, in the high minors. We're trading off Canha. We're probably going to trade off Tommy Pham. This is the kind of guy you could bring into the organization. But if it were the Wilpons, it would be like, this guy's going to be Darryl Strawberry. Just watch. And it's like, I don't think that's the case. There are places for young athletic outfielders. Certainly the Mets could use a few, but you can't just tout everything as like, oh, this guy is going to be the next whatever because he was a former top 100 prospect. And I think that's a big part of the difference between, the Wilpon ownership and the Steve Cohen ownership is that we're not being sold. Again, the comments from Epler that you guys are saying, notwithstanding, you're not being sold a bill of goods. Like, I don't feel like Steve Cohen, when he talks to us, is like, oh, just blowing smoke up the fan base's asses.
Yeah. And I mean, he said that in his press conference a few weeks ago, and he said, like, if we're still in this same position, I'm not going to be adding players to the roster. I mean, that would just be stupid at this point.
Right.
And this might be a little bit related to Verlander. I don't know, but Ken Rosenthal said that Erod is a possibility for the Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez, another pitcher that is on the trade market, but the Dodgers are on his no trade list, his 10-team list. So maybe they pivot to Verlander again, because I saw that that kind of cooled down a little bit with the Dodgers and Verlander. I mean, as many teams that you get involved in this market, and if you can fetch a different offer, that would be awesome.
Well, I've only heard the three teams, right? It's been the Dodgers, Baltimore, and Houston. And I think what we favor, and I don't know them all too well, but all I keep hearing is that Houston does not have a great farm system like they used to, and that the Dodgers and the Orioles, probably the Orioles more, right, would have a better package to give us.
I would, Carson, would you agree? I would say from an acquiring hitter standpoint, Baltimore, an acquiring pitcher standpoint, it would be the Dodgers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. There is one prospect that the Dodgers have that one of my co-hosts actually talked about in a video like a week ago, Andy Pages, who's got ridiculous pop, but he's what's it called? He's actually injured for the rest of the year. So you're not going to see him for the rest of the year. So yeah, there's definitely a huge conglomerate of outfielders and big potential bats with high ceiling with Baltimore. It depends what they go for. And this is what I actually talked about with the guys off stream. Actually, Hunter Brown is like the only guy that I would like actually want to get from Houston, because like their farm system, it's like you have a few guys that have like a decent ceiling, but it's nothing that's gonna like build towards a franchise piece.
So if it comes down to it, because we all know, it still comes down to Verlander saying, I'm going to waive my no trade to go somewhere. And I'm not saying he will, but he could essentially back the Mets up into a corner and say, look, I'm only going to say yes to Houston. Now, if that's the case, and they say, we're going to give you Drew Gilbert, who's their number one, which has been reported that maybe he would slot in somewhere within the top 5 for the Mets, if at all. Maybe Luis Baez, who's also who's been rising through their system. And they even mentioned like a Chas McCormick because he's an outfielder and the Mets lack outfielders. Is that a good enough return? And if that's the only offer, and Justin says I'm only going there, are you taking that, or are you just going to hold them?
I don't think Verlander is going to paint the Mets into that kind of corner. Now, I think that he has the no trade clause, and I think it's his right to exercise that right. So I think there's a possibility that maybe Verlander doesn't want to go to Baltimore, but I think why wouldn't Verlander come here to LA? The Dodgers are consistently one of the best run organizations in the sport right now. They always have a chance to win. They're basically what the Yankees were 20 years ago in terms of constant competitive, spending the money, good farm system. So why wouldn't he want to come out here? So I just look at it as, as long as another team is willing, I don't see Verlander saying I'm only going to go to Houston. Now, could Verlander say I'm not going to go to Baltimore, or I don't think they're really mentioned in it anymore, but there was a little bit of about a week ago, like Cincinnati maybe wanted pitchers. Like I could see Verlander not wanting to go to either one of those spots, but the familiarity with Houston, sure, but why wouldn't he want to go to LA? I don't get that. LA could win a World Series with Justin Verlander.
They could. They definitely could.
I was just going to say to bring up that comment, whoever did, whether it was Ant or to bring up Carlos's comment saying, we need to go for pitching, young pitching. Look, I'm not going to sit here and deny that, that the Mets, aren't barren when it comes to more depth, I would say, because there's some arms that I like within our system, but yes, they could use more. But I'm also not saying to just trade someone just to get someone else's pitcher if that is not up to par in comparison to the hitters that one might be able to acquire as well. So an example I'll give for anyone that does know prospects, if the Mets were able to get Heston Kierstead, which I've talked with Carson about, through Twitter, like that's a target from Baltimore I would really like to acquire. Power hitting lefty outfielder. I think he fits. I would love to get that type of bat here. If they were able to also get a Kobe Mayer as well from Baltimore, like those are two legit bats in a stacked system over there. Would I choose those two bats over potential arms from the Dodgers, whether it was an Emmett Sheehan, whether it was a Gavin Stone? You know what? I think I might, because I view those bats on the higher scale. And the one thing that I think people miss out on when it comes to the talk of prospects, just because, and this has been a huge talking point, because, everyone thinks it's more like football when you have a position that you shouldn't be attacking the same position, go elsewhere. You're acquiring talent. Just because you acquire said talent, number one, doesn't mean they're going to stay at that position. And number two, doesn't mean they're going to stay in your system moving forward. They might end up being a part of a trade to go elsewhere to help you in an area that you do need. So it's always about acquiring the best type of player. Would I like pitching? Of course I would. We all would. But if I could get better hitters into my system, maybe down the road I can turn that into a better pitcher, and a more established pitcher, as opposed to just taking a pitcher just to have one.
I'll take that one step further with the football analogy. On our Jets podcast that I have, we always talk about, and God knows the draft has been a big topic of conversation for the Jets podcast. You don't draft for need.
Right.
You draft talent. You draft the best player available. And how that equates to baseball, I mean, first of all, I think in the baseball draft, do the same thing, draft the best player available, which the Mets have done a lot of the times in the last couple of years, which is great to see. But I also think outside of that, when you're trading at the deadline or in the offseason, you acquire the best players you can. You don't acquire the position you need the most, because when you start to do it based on that, that's where you find yourself reaching. Oh, I'll take this prospect because I need pitching. No. Give me the best one. That's why the deal with the Dodgers, with the Rangers for Acuna looks so good. People are like, oh, the Mets don't need a shortstop. The Mets don't need a second baseman. You know what the Mets need? Carson said it at the beginning of the show. Young talent.
Mm-hmm.
Give me young talent. He's 21 years old. He projects to be in the majors next year. Give me that guy. Give me that guy every single time.
Yeah, and it looks like
Maybe put this out. Yeah,
yep.
I was gonna pivot to it. Mayor just tweeted it out. Yeah. The Mets are getting late interest in Jose Quintana. The market for starting pitching is great for sellers. He's under contract until 2024, obviously. And I talked about this on our podcast in terms of the starting pitcher. And what I want is the worst starting rotation known to man for the rest of the season, because I want the most invested part of this team to be blown up. Like, I'm good moving Verlander. I am good moving Quintana. I would move him right now. I mean, I don't care how well they have pitched. It's just not working out right now, right? I want to keep Senga. Senga's my ace right there. Yeah. And then there's got to be a huge drop off to Tyler McGill and
David
Joey
Peterson.
Lucchesi. I don't care. David Peterson, extended look at Jose Budo, who is just like a 28-year-old Carlos Carrasco. So it's like, at this point, like, I just want to see youth, see what you can get from some of these guys, and just blow up this rotation, blow up the bullpen too. Why is Drew Smith still here? I mean, there's tons of questions to be answered.
I don't understand how people are saying, what are the Mets going to do to field a rotation next year if they trade all these guys?
I was just going to bring
that up. As if there aren't people available. Now, I understand you're going to have to spend money again. I get that. But, you know, Ohtani's going to be out there. Urias is going to be out there. Yamamoto is going to be out there. There are players that are out there. Aaron Nola is going to be out there. Giolito's out there. Now, is Giolito a top-end rotation guy? No. Probably not. But you can get Giolito.
Jordan Montgomery.
You can also, with all of these players that you're acquiring, you could go trade for Corbin Burns if you wanted to. You can go, pick a person. Whoever it is, like, the Mets are going to have options. So get younger. I would rather put my faith in the 25-year-old phenom from Japan than the 41-year-old Justin Verlander. As good as Verlander has been, by the way.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Could you just imagine the next couple of months? It's just Senga and Carrasco pitching 2 innings.
I'll tell you right now. I mean, every start after every start. I mean, I think that Senga's our ace going forward.
I've been saying that. Yeah, I've been saying that since like mid-May.
Again, you just never know with these guys that come from Japan. Sometimes they flop, sometimes they do well, but he's legit. Like, Senga is legit. I'm good going with him as my number one guy, possibly building around him next year. Like, I'm okay doing that.
And just to continue the point that was just being talked about, like, I was getting so frustrated. I mentioned this to you yesterday, Carson. I was getting so frustrated. I'm glad John brought it up, that people were screaming about 2024 and saying, oh, no, you got to keep Verlander because, if you get rid of him, you don't have an ace. It's like, why do we automatically assume that a 41-year-old pitcher where you can get maximum return for now is going to be the same thing for an entire season next year when he's a year older? I do not understand the thought process. And I say this all the time on our show. I do not understand the thought process of a lot of Mets fans when it comes to this type of stuff, because if I can get a maximum return now for a 40-year-old pitcher that can help my team moving forward, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to focus on what my starting rotation is for the 2024 season. There are guys that can be had. You can buy guys. If you want to spend big on someone, you can spend big on some of the names we mentioned. If you want to buy more 3 and 4 stars and fill it out and let Senga be the guy for a season, go ahead and do that. Like, there are options. It's not as though it's barren in terms of being able to fill out a rotation if you get rid of Justin Verlander. But everyone's like clutching, oh, you can't get rid of Verlander, you can't get rid of Quintana. It's like, why not? You absolutely can.
You shouldn't give them away, but you absolutely can.
You can trade them, though.
It's a seller's market. Listen, if multiple teams are giving you offers for Quintana, you trade Quintana.
Get rid of him.
Please trade Quintana.
No, yeah.
Unless there's like a guarantee that Verlander's going to pitch until he's 47 years old, like there shouldn't be like a huge like here, because I feel like if Verlander hadn't pitched so well in his last 5 to 6 starts, and I said this to Ibby last night, no one would be saying this. Like no one would be saying that. If he has been pitching like shit in these last 5 starts of the recency bias, they'd be like, oh, move on. It's enough already.
And nobody would want him. Nobody would want the guy at that point. You wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be getting
no one
the
would.
attraction you're getting right now. Right.
And this is why I didn't want Verlander in the first place. I was with you, Carson. You know, I was definitely hurt by DeGrom leaving, and the pivoting to Verlander, I understood, and I eventually, you know, got over it. But I did not want Verlander, and it stemmed all the way back to Scherzer not being able to kind of finish the season at his age. And he's done, it's been a couple of years. It wasn't just last season. Verlander Scherzer has had his troubles getting through the postseason with the Dodgers, and it got into this past season in 2022 and now 2023. And I didn't want another 40-year-old at the top of the rotation. If they can trade him, like Ivy says, and get stuff for him, like John says, you got to do it. Same thing with Quintana. And now we can officially see if there's anything left for Tyler McGill. Does he have anything left to maybe we don't have to sign someone. Maybe he can get his form back and be that pitcher. Give Joey Lucchesi an opportunity. He hasn't really gotten. Are these pitchers that we have in the minor leagues, are they going to be what we can use in the back end of the rotation instead of having to spend for Urias and Snell and Nola and buying a rotation like we did last year?
Yeah, that's definitely something that I want to see. I wanted to see them do that last year and basically accept that the dominance of Jacob deGrom was not replaceable. You couldn't replace that. Whether he was going to be healthy or not, you're not going to replace that. Verlander's good. Verlander's had a fantastic career. He's one of the greatest pitchers of all time. But like I always say, he's 40. He's 40 years old. Every time a 40-year-old goes into puts himself into a Mets uniform, it's not a good formula. We've seen this before, right? So the fact that we have gotten quality from him, he's building up a good market here. Like you have it on the screen. There's like been 7 teams that have checked in on him. Like it's definitely a better market than Scherzer had. And I mean, I would do it. Like I definitely would do it right now. Would they maybe they do consider this in the off season? Maybe possibly doing that as well. Maybe try to get the value up. But I'm not going to bank on the fact that, you know, Verlander, maybe towards the end of the season, maybe he just falls off. Like right now is the best time to move this guy. Like you don't know how well. Like
you've got maximum value for Justin Verlander right now, and
you do.
Unlike you, Carson and Ant, I was for bringing in Verlander. I thought it was a sound baseball decision. I understand exactly why you guys are saying what you're saying, and you guys have been consistent with that the entire time. For me, my argument was always, look, you can't replace Jacob deGrom, but the Mets sure tried. Right? They tried to go out and bring in an ace-level pitcher coming off of a Cy Young, one of the best pitchers ever, to replace him in the short term. And again, coming from the Wilpon ownership, I like the fact that there was a ballsy, gutsy move to go for it, and it made sense from a baseball perspective. Because you can't sit there and say, hey, we lost Jacob deGrom, but we brought in Nate Eovaldi, and we brought, you know, we brought in, Michael Wacha back, and, you know, and you know what? We re-signed Seth Lugo, and we're finally giving him a turn in the rotation. Like, there would have been picketing in the streets. Like, there would have been riots. Like, it would have been insane. But honestly, looking back, hindsight being 2020, Eovaldi was probably the best free agent pitcher signed. And Lugo having a decent year until he got hurt. And look at the resurgence that Michael Wacha had. So the Mets probably would be in a playoff spot if they had done those 3 moves instead of Verlander. So, you know, sometimes it could be a sound move. It could be a move that makes sense, but it doesn't mean that it worked. And it doesn't mean that you can't, if you have the opportunity to get out from under it in this huge seller's market, go for it. Absolutely.
Yeah. A point that I constantly make. A point that I constantly make, and I always ask this question because I laugh because you mentioned Michael Wacha. it still comes down to this team in general, because it's been this way for a handful of years. It's when guys are here, it doesn't work, but then they go elsewhere and they figure it out. And like, I understand the whole, oh, it's New York thing, but I still think that there's more when it comes to the development and how players are utilized here, that they come here and things just automatically just go to shit. And I'm not someone that just buys into New York, it's hard here, or the Mets are cursed. Like, I don't buy that nonsense, because these guys are professionals, and I always question as to why. Why is it that Travis d'Arnaud couldn't figure it out here? Why is it that these players that we try to develop just can't do it, but then they go somewhere else and it's like, here, why don't you tweak this, this, and this? And all of a sudden they become all-stars. Like, we saw Michael Wacha here. He fucking stunk. Like, he was terrible. And he goes out now and he's like, he's a solid arm all of a sudden. It's like, what is going on with us on that front? Because that's a question I've had for years now.
I think sometimes with the position players, it's a little overblown. I think Travis d'Arnaud always had the tools. I think Travis d'Arnaud wasn't healthy, and I was all for letting go of Travis d'Arnaud the same way I was all for letting go of Michael Conforto and JD Davis. Anybody who follows me on Twitter, anybody who listens to our show knows that. But I think from a pitching perspective, and Carson and I have talked about this on our show, we've talked about it offline. Like, I think the Mets pitching philosophy is flawed. I think somewhere along the lines, they ruined Tylor Megill. I think that they do not get the best out of Drew Smith. I know Carson hates Drew Smith, but I don't think that they've gotten the best out of him. I think they've made him into a worse pitcher. And I think that similar things can be said about Michael Wacha. I think Michael Wacha, it does not have the best stuff in the world, but look at it. Somebody just put in the comments, Stroman is better with the Cubs. I mean, Stroman has not had some good outings lately, and Stroman was pretty good with the Mets, but I mean, I don't know. I think there's something to be said about the Mets pitching philosophy. And I think if you really want to know how bad it's been, and Carson can speak to this, it begins and ends with Tylor Megill. Tylor Megill looked like he could have been an ace. He was throwing 98, 99 up in the zone. Now he's throwing, two seamers down and away, and he can't get anybody out.
When your best pitch, when you've turned somebody in their best pitches like their changeup, that's a problem. That really is a problem in this modern day of baseball. And I understand that, like, okay, if it's your best pitch, it's your best pitch. But, like, there's like a certain formula that really works with a lot of pitchers. And it looks like Jeremy Hefner just does not do that. And it looks like it's getting better in the minor league system overall. Like, we've seen some pitchers break out who weren't even on the top 30. Like, Tyler Stewart is another one. Kristen Scott, he's like another one. Like, so we'll see what happens down the line in this next generation of pitchers. But, like, right now, talk about Michael Wacha, the first year that Jeremy Hefner was here, it was 2020. Michael Wacha, like, right there. I mean, he may have fallen off a little bit when he was in St. Louis, but he looked even worse. And now another team gets a hold of him. They mix some things up. And there you go, like something that actually works, and they play to that strength.
When
and
Michael
for some
Wacha
reason,
was here, he looked like he was going to be out of baseball. That's how bad he was.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I see some people in the comments like, we're not saying that Michael Wacha is this world beater, like he's a superstar ace. We're just talking in general how they go elsewhere and they pitch a little bit better, and even if it's 3 or 4 starts in a row, just figuring something out. We're not saying that they are the next coming of a Cy Young.
Yeah, I mean, Wacha was he was a big deal with the Cardinals or whatever, like in the postseason for them, like a few times, like that, whatever. And we also, I mean, talking about Michael Wacha in general, I mean, the other guy we brought in that year, Rick Porcello, he still hasn't I don't think he's gotten a job ever since. Like, I don't think he's retired. I don't think he's gotten a major league job ever since he pitched
after that
2020.
After that theft of money as well as the Cy Young award. He could just hang out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he fell off the face of the earth too. So it's like, I mean, I'm not saying Rick Porcello is great. Definitely ain't. But overall, there's something to say where it continues to be a trend of guys perform better out here. And it's possible that maybe it's the New York media. Maybe it's just a tough place to play. But at one point, you got to be like, maybe the problem is the Mets and not the fans or the talent or the player. You know, we always talk about Justin Turner. We always talk about all these other guys who do well, and, you know, they reach a bigger ceiling when they leave. And, you know, JD Davis has been good this year, pulling fly balls. Who would have figured? But like at this point, you know, there's definitely something deper. Ibby is right.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Turner, because I don't know if it was a couple weeks ago. It was when they were playing Boston. I don't know if it was Gary Cohen or if it was Steve Gelbs that brought up how he changed his hitting. And who else was on the team at that time? Was it Bird? Marlon Bird helped him with this new way of hitting that helped him become the way he did. And the Mets didn't want any part of that with their philosophy. So a lot of this goes on the Mets philosophy and how they used to run things. Obviously that was during the Wilpon era, and, they really didn't have a philosophy at that time. So, that could be issue. Maybe, and Cohen and this organization, he's had a hard time since he's started owning the team, right? I mean, he hasn't been given any leeway from owners. Even during trades, he had a hard time bringing in a front office here. Still, we had to settle for Billy Epler, who was probably his 9th or 10th pick. Still don't have a president of baseball operations. So maybe at some point over the next couple of years, there will be a consistent, philosophy for this team to work on. He even mentioned during the press conference that he made that, this team did not have the pitching, I guess it was Driveline at the time. They did not have any of these people in place and ready, that they had to build this. And only now, finally, they have something. So there's a lot to that as well.
Yeah, that's one thing that's always bothered me from somebody who admittedly I think, appreciates and knows baseball a lot as much as anybody else. And that's Evan Roberts on The Fan. Like he's been saying over the last several months, I don't like how Steve Cohen is blaming the previous ownership. I don't like how he keeps blaming the previous regime. It's like, you lived it, man. We all lived it. The Wilpons were not operating at 0. The Wilpons were operating at negative 15 in terms of their analytics, their scouting, like you said, their pitching philosophy, everything. The Wilpons practice facility was Walmart parking lots. Like everything they were doing was below average compared to the top flight major league organizations. It's only been 2.5 years that Cohen has owned this team. It's going to take time to build back. And to me, that is such a pig-headed just philosophy to sit there and go, well, I'm tired of you blaming. It's been 2 years. 2 years. It's been 2 years, not 10 years. 2 years. And he always compares it. He's like, this is like, when a president blames the previous president. There's plenty of blame to go around there too. Like, do you not know?
The fan always gets under John's skin. Yeah. The fan's always getting under John's skin. I always see him posting about that, Tierney and all those guys. Oh man,
I can't help it. Yet Lori Rubinson is fantastic.
Lori's great.
Lori Rubinson is great. They just because they need more. Like in all seriousness, I understand what gets ratings. Yelling gets ratings. That's why Keith calls me Saplicata. Like I get it. Like yelling and being polarizing is the thing that gets ratings. And when you have a podcast, you don't necessarily need to worry about that, like we all do, right? But when you're on the radio, you need to worry about that. But just be a little bit more measured, like be a little bit more like have us understand that you understand what you're talking about. Just screaming for the sake of screaming or talking about, firing Buck Showalter in May after he won 101 games last year. Like, come on, guys. There's a time to have that conversation, and it's not May 15th. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
And just to continue what John was just saying before, talking about things that the Mets had and didn't have with the Wilpons and Cohen. I mean, we just saw Cohen's presser, whatever it was now, a month ago, however long goes. He mentioned how, a lot of teams had pitching labs and all these things going for them. And he's like, we just got ours established and put together, and teams have been, almost a decade ahead of us at that point. So you're playing catch up and trying to understand, the things that you didn't have. So some of these things do take time. And for me at least, and I've been saying this, like, it's always been crazy to me how the word, and I know Billy Epler danced around, and I'm gonna bank on this is why it was. There's this notion that you're not allowed to say the word rebuild when it comes to New York franchises, when in all actuality, I think Mets fans for the longest time, myself included, have always just wanted a plan. Like, if you told me this is what we're going to do, I guarantee you, outside of the idiots on Twitter, which equates for like less than 7% of a fan base, like, they would be on board if you told them this is what we're doing and we're going to try to reach these points. It's like, fine, at least there's a plan in place. You're allowed to say the word rebuild. It's okay. And if that's what they are doing now, and it's a short, I think it would be a short one because of what Steve Cohen can bring money wise and what players can be available. Like, it's okay to just come out and say, we're rebuilding. 2024 might be a little bit of a transition year. 2025 is looking more and more likely. Juan Soto is available, like things like that. You can look at things on the surface in that way, and it's okay. You can say those words, but when like to John's point, like to just say that you're not allowed to continuously blame. No, you can, because these things take time. Mets fans got spoiled with 101 wins and thought we're here. It's like, it was great. I loved it. I had so much fun last year watching the team. It was good to finally see something, on a consistent basis on television that was good to watch. But we got spoiled. A majority of the fan base got spoiled and thought that this is, okay, we're going to win 100 games every year now. It's not how it works.
Also,
sometimes it takes a little bit of time.
I don't think that team last year, and people are going to say, obviously now looking back, but I don't think that team last year was a 101 win team. I think that team was like a low 90s to mid 90s win team where everything broke right for them.
Everything broke.
Same thing that I don't
years, everything.
Yeah, I don't think this team is as bad as they've been to this point. And I think when we get to the end of the season, I think they will finish above 500. I think they're going to, look, if they tear everything down, they trade Quintana and Verlander and stuff, that could change that. But even right now, I think this team will finish above 500. I don't think they are this bad, but everything is broken wrong, right? Jeff McNeil, if he's not hitting 320, is a useless player. And I love Jeff McNeil, but if he hits 320, he's great. He plays three positions at a plus clip, and he hits 320. Terrific. If he hits 260, I don't care. Pete Alonso is a rare kind of home run hitter that can hit 260 in today's game and hit 40 home runs and hit 260, 270. Well, right now, this season, he's going to hit 40 home runs and he's going to hit 215. That's Adam Dunn. Now, I'm not saying that's useless, but I'm saying that that's not what he's supposed to be, right? You look at Lindor. Lindor's had a great year. He's doing everything that you could really ask from him on both sides of the ball, except the batting average. But when everybody's underachieving across the board on this team, the batting average is going to come into play. It's going to matter. You wish he would have some more hits, because some more hits maybe means some more runs knocked in, maybe means some more wins. I don't know. So you look across this team and you see everything is underachieving. So I think last year, everything worked out great. Everything was just the way it needed to go, and they get to 101 wins. This year, everything is the opposite. So I think when it's all said and done, again, if they tear everything down in the next 2 hours and we don't have Verlander, we don't have Quintana, we don't have Rayleigh, then, take what I said, with a little bit of caution as far as that goes. But I think if they keep some of these guys, if they don't find a deal for Verlander, I think this team will still finish above 500. I do.
They have some pieces. Again, I've said this a few times. They have some pieces in AAA who could help you, better than some of the guys that are here coming off the bench. Denny Mendick shouldn't be here, right? We all know he should not be here. Daniel Vogelbach, we all know, he doesn't do anything. I've never seen him move before. There's just so many guys that are like here that are just kind of useless. And there's a lot of dead weight here that probably could be improved with some people from AAA. And if it doesn't, whatever. Some of them are minor league deals. If you bring up Ronnie Mauricio, there's some things that they could do right now that they don't even need to make really a big of a hassle. If it works, fine. If it doesn't, whatever. There's a few ways that I look at it. The Mets team last year, it was a good team. it was definitely a good team. I don't think it was a 101 win team. I think some pitching performances definitely played into that. I think there was some offensive drive spells that got overshadowed. I think that Edwin Diaz had a big deal for that. Basically saving Buck Showalter's ass many times, using him in the 8th inning and sometimes in the 7th inning in a lot of different situations. Different story. But I wasn't fooled that much. I really wasn't going into this year. I had them at 84 wins. I'm not going to lie. I had them at 84 wins. I was not comfortable because coming into this season, it just seemed like they made an older team older. And that's I don't like the thought of age in this new age of baseball where you need youth and you need talent. You need guys who are, advanced and right now, especially with the new rules added, the pitch clock and everything, you're going at a faster pace. And a lot of these older players, it's just not going to work. But that was the approach they had to kind of go with because they didn't have a farm system. And that they kind of had to approach it in free agency. Still would have, brought in a little bit younger guys, but whatever. I feel like from their whole approach, what I always say, my first thought, and sometimes that was the thing with some of these trades as well. I always get the feeling where it's like, yeah, this is not my first choice, right? And that's how it feels. I saw with the David Robertson thing, obviously, and then those aren't my first choice of guys that I actually would go after. Like, I feel like the thought process from Mets fans as compared to the front office is a lot different. Like, and we don't know what direction they're going in, but predictability, it definitely is there. Like, we can predict that there might be a move where you're like, what are we doing here? Like, I didn't, there's a few that I'm like, whatever. But I feel like the only first choice move that I can think of is probably like Brooks Raley, maybe. I don't know, like, because he was one of the best relievers in baseball last year, like a left-handed reliever in baseball last year. Not many people knew about him. Fantastic slider, disgusting stuff. And I was like, okay, well, this is a guy you can bring in here. And they did get him. Maybe Omar Narvaez like 2 years ago when he was like somewhat good. But like overall, there wasn't really everybody else, not really my first choice. And I think it's just like, yeah.
I think for me, the other guy that goes along with it, David Robertson made a lot of sense for me. I think when you had Diaz and you saw what Robertson has done in his career and last year even, and you're adding Robertson and Raley to Edwin Diaz, and I didn't love bringing back Ottavino because I thought he was a flash in the pan for 1 year
there. Oh yeah.
But I didn't mind bringing back Ottavino when he was the 4th best reliever in your bullpen because Ottavino is good. Ottavino's just up and down. So, if you had Diaz, Raley, and Robertson, and then Ottavino, I was like, okay, fine. You lose Diaz and everybody moves up the depth chart one, and now Ottavino's basically pitching the 7th or the 8th inning. Now I'm like, hold on a second. But I agree with you. Raley I loved, and Robertson I thought was a slam dunk, especially for the deal they got him on for 1 year. But everybody else, Verlander made sense to me, but, obviously everybody just wanted them to be able to keep DeGrom. I'd be lying to you. You have to pair those two decisions together, and obviously DeGrom chose to leave. But if you're asking me, what was my first choice in the rotation, it's bringing back Jacob DeGrom. So even though I was on board with the Verlander deal, I can't say he was my first choice.
Yeah, of course. And that's always, and Billy Epler as the GM, not my first choice. That wasn't my first choice either. Buck Showalter as the manager, not my first choice. Like, there's just continues to be a trend of this is not what I would have done. Like, in the terms of Buck Showalter, and we can go on this forever, if you wanted a veteran manager, Bruce Bochy probably would have been a better choice, in my opinion, because he's back managing again. He's on the Rangers. The Rangers are a really good team. They're going to go to the playoffs. I mean, they're looking at like World Series favorites right now, acquiring Max Scherzer. Maybe they get Verlander too. Who knows? But I mean, overall, I look at like some decisions that they make, and I'm like, I wouldn't have done that, but I understand it. Sometimes I don't understand it, but whatever. I do. There is a Daniel Wexler he just tweeted out that one of our prospect, he's not even really a prospect, Matt Rudick was just removed from the game in the 4th. So I don't know, maybe we're trading an outfielder. I don't know. Yeah. It's probably Pham,
John Heyman, piggybacking off of that, said several Mets minor leaguers are already at the team's Kansas City hotel waiting to take the place of players that are on the move. Ronnie Mauricio is not one of them.
Of course. Yeah, because you got to have Jonathan Arauz there. Hell yeah.
The one I will say, and this is where I think the Mets have been short-sighted. And Ibby, we talked about this last week, I think at the end of our show. The Mets seem to be doing these weird short-sighted things with people who aren't even prospects, right? Like, it makes a lot of sense right now, the way the Mets team is structured and the fact that they're getting nothing out of DH, to call up Luke Voit. Why would you not call up Luke Voit, a guy who, albeit in a shortened season, once led the league in home runs? He's got power, he pulls the ball, and he's not 37 years old. Now, you might find yourself in a position where if you call up Luke Voit now, maybe on a 1-year deal, Luke Voit is a viable DH for you for next season. So you don't have to go to Darren Ruff. So you don't have to go to, Vogelback. And some people are going to argue, hey, there's not much of a difference between Luke Voit and Ruff and Vogelback and stuff like that. And I understand that part of it, but I think they're being short-sighted not only with Ronnie Mauricio, who's a legitimate prospect that I think can help this team. I think they're being short-sighted with guys who are veterans that have had, Luke Voigt's had a better career than Daniel Vogelback. He's had a better career than Darren Ruff.
I mean, I look at this more and more as, and I say this often on our show, that I still feel that a majority of decisions that are made are brought down on the manager from the front office, saying this is what works, this is what we're going to do, blah blah blah, that whole thing. But I also at the same time feel that when you see players like the ones we're mentioning, and when you bring in someone like Buck Showalter, veteran manager, obviously coming in because he wants to win, and he's sold, I don't want to say he sold a bag of goods, but he sold the idea that you're being brought in because we're going to spend money, have a veteran driven team, and we're going to try to win a World Series. It's almost as if he doesn't want to be the babysitter, if you will. I know we talk about the Mets babies and the Vientoses, the Beattys, and the Alvarezes of the world, that we're talking about Mauricio. And it's almost as if there's a lot of apprehension when it comes to those players getting consistent playing time and going through the ups and downs of what happens with a young player when they first get called up and they're given time. It's almost as if that he being Buck, would much rather plug in someone like a Vogelback, a Mendick, and players of that ilk, because they're quote unquote professionals. Like, they're the ones that have been here before. They know what to do. There's not much that has to go on in terms of like coaching up or expecting, like they're going to go out there, they're going to do their thing. Like, I don't have to worry about, taking care of these kids. That's kind of the vibe I get from time to time. And what I'm still feeling, because Buck Showalter's not going anywhere right now. And I still feel like that's why you might be seeing the likes of these, veteran-esque players staying here and getting time, as opposed to seeing Ronnie come up. And look, I understand the thought process of saying, we don't think Ronnie's ready defensively and all these things. We want to give him more time. Like, I get that to an extent, but at the same time, what I don't want is for him to come up with 2 weeks left in the season in September, and we'll say he does okay, nothing special, doesn't flash, and then continues to be a question mark for the next season. I would much rather him be up now, allow him to acclimate, see what happens, and then it gives you a better opportunity to say, okay, this is what we saw. We have more of a sample size to go off of, and now we can attack something in the offseason to better ourselves in a certain area, because we saw what this player can do at second base, in left field, in right field. Maybe he's just going to be our DH. Like, asking these types of questions, like, that's what they should be doing now. And I'm hopeful, keyword hopeful, don't know if it's going to happen. I'm hopeful that can happen once this deadline passes and we can see the younger kids get more consistent playing time and things of that nature. But I still have my reservations if that's what's going to happen.
And Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think this goes back to the honesty of the general manager. Hey, if this kid's not ready, I rather Billy say, we're going to have him at second. We're going to have him play left field. He is not coming up in the major leagues this year, so that talk can just stop. Because this kid keeps raking, and that's all you're going to hear about is when is Ronnie going to come up? And those are the questions that they're going to keep asking him. They're going to keep asking Buck. If he's not ready and you think he's not ready, just say he's not coming up this season. We're going to reevaluate in spring training. He might get the time to practice with the team during spring training, and we'll reevaluate then. Right now, we want him practicing second, and we want him practicing left field. And if we're going into the minors, it's for, vets that are getting ready to come up. Be honest and let the fans know, just, this kid is just not ready yet, because he keeps saying it, but he's leaving a glimmer of hope that there is a chance that he's coming up. And this is the same thing that happened last season with, Francisco Alvarez, who was raking at every, level, and he wasn't coming up. And Mark Vientos, we thought that, at the trade deadline, if they weren't going to make a trade for a big DH, and I'm not including Daniel Vogelback, if they weren't going to make a trade for a big DH, they were going to go to Vientos.
I mean, he is big. He's big. Like,
no, you're 100% right, and it kind of piggybacks off the point I was going to make. Like, first of all, to exactly what you were just saying, if Epler would just come out and say what the organization believes, it would stop. Right now he's leaving Buck Showalter out to dry too, because then you get people who say, "Oh, Buck doesn't want any part of the youth movement. Buck doesn't like these guys," and it's like, if he would just come out organizationally and say, "Hey, we don't believe that his defense is ready. Therefore, as an organization, we are going to continue to play him in left field and second base in AAA until his defense is ready," I think that would be fine. And I think people would stop clamoring for it. To your point about Vientos, I said this on our show last year. The Mets had 2 DHs going into the season last year. They had Dom Smith and J.D. Davis. Both guys underperformed. There were several points leading up to the deadline that I said to Ibby, just call up Mark Vientos. The best thing that happens is he runs with the job and you don't need to get a DH. The worst thing that happens is he doesn't hit, and then you're back to where you are right now, which is you don't have a DH and you need to go get one. Instead, they never tried him. They wound up getting rid of J.D. Davis. They wound up getting rid of Dom Smith, and they brought in 2 guys that are somehow worse than both of them. Instead of just trying Mark Vientos.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been a
they
proponent
blocked
of
him too much. Yeah.
They blocked him. And I've been a proponent of, you got to produce. So people calling for Vientos to play more. Look, Vientos now is getting a little bit more of an opportunity, and he's hitting a bit more. And I know it's a chicken and egg situation, but in the short sample size that Vientos has been given to hit here at the major leagues prior to this call-up, he hasn't really hit. And I think that if you're a young player, you should have to earn it. Alvarez earned it. Alonso earned it. Beatty has earned it to a different kind of extent. But, so I have no problem with making guys earn it. But when you also have a black hole in the lineup, you could also just try stuff. And instead, they didn't try Vientos. And what they were wound up with is Ruff and Vogelback. And how'd that work out?
Yeah.
And the philosophy is not working either. They keep going back to the same well with continuously playing Vogelback. They did the same thing with Darren Ruff, not giving, Vientos a shot. Even this year, his first stint, like, Vientos didn't even play. He didn't even get an opportunity. Why is he up here? Then just bring up Danny Mendick.
Yeah.
Have Danny Mendick on the team if that's the case, and have him sit.
Exactly.
And don't let Vientos and the kids just sit on the bench. Yeah, they're gonna learn by watching, but those guys need to be playing every day. Just have them sit in the mind. If Ronnie Mauricio comes up here and he's just sitting every day, there's no point in bringing him up. Let him keep continuing learning second and left field or whatever outfield position he's going to play. And then we'll reassess next season. Have, Luke Voit come up and keep Danny Mendick and all those guys. But, one thing, Vogelback cannot be on this team next year to me.
Vogelback shouldn't be on this team after the deadline. Nobody's going to trade him, but they should cut Daniel Vogelback.
I don't even know how.
Yeah, I said this in my
he
stream
fit
yesterday.
in the beginning of the season.
Yeah. I said that in the stream yesterday. I said the best thing you're probably going to get for Vogelbach is cash. Like that's literally it. Like
you could do that.
It's like there's no like the Keon Broxton type of return, right? That's what I'm looking at with Daniel Vogelbach. There is so much limited stuff with Vogelbach. He doesn't own a glove. He can't hit left-handed pitching. There's so much that goes on with him that he just blocks a roster spot completely. The guy is the size of 18 dimensions, right? And he's so one-dimensional. Like that's literally what you look at it here, and it's so ironic that he's still here. And we talked about. I think this is like the same week when I was on your show of like how he got like this whole mental break.
Yeah.
Like where he could, meditate or whatever the fuck he was doing. Like and like, yeah, okay, comes back.
Meditation is big out here in LA. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the guy was doing. I mean, well, fix up the diet. I don't know. Maybe you have to do that.
If you guys could bring up the comment from Liberty, it's like 4 comments back, saying Vogelbach was an established major league player with above average splits versus righties. The move made sense. The team was trying to win, not test out minor leaguers. Liberty, this is what I was saying when the Mets acquired Vogelbach, which I thought was fine. It made sense. He was actually pretty good for them after the deadline. And it's even what I said at the beginning of the season. But now we have gotten so far away from that. Once the mental break that Carson is talking about came into play, what I was saying to him and to Ibby on our show on Til Mets Do Us Part was, what has Vogelbach done to deserve this much leash? Yes, he is a veteran. He's a veteran who is a career .219 hitter. I understand the batting average isn't everything, but let's look at that. He's a DH who hits under .220 for his career. That ain't so good. We're not talking about the Mets giving, and I know this guy's name, he's the example I always bring up, and I know he's a dirty word, but we're not talking about the Mets giving Robinson Cano an extra chance here. Robinson Cano, before the steroids, was going to the Hall of Fame probably. That's a veteran where you say, let's see if this guy can come out of it. Let's see if this guy later in his career, we can catch lightning in a bottle. The Fernando Tatis Sr. of it all, the Jose Valentins, right? Let's see if we can do something with this guy later in their career. Daniel Vogelbach is not a has-been. Daniel Vogelbach is a never was. And that's the problem.
And he did not fit, to me, the philosophy that was originally instated by Epler and Buck. They wanted versatility. He brings none of that.
Right.
He doesn't play defense.
Nope.
He can't run.
Nope.
We needed, during the playoffs, 2 roster spots taken up, one by a pinch runner and by a pseudo DH.
Yep. And I would even argue, you were just talking about Danny Mendick, right? A player like Danny Mendick can serve on a 26-man roster. I'm not saying he's great, but you could have a playoff caliber team and Danny Mendick can be your 26th player. He plays a couple different positions. He's mediocre at them, hits a little bit. He's had he put up a little bit of numbers with the White Sox. Like he could be a guy that's on your roster for half a season and gives you something. When you have a guy who doesn't play a position, that doesn't hit, that can only hit from one side, God forbid you give him at-bats against left-handers, there's nothing there. And if anything, he prevented us, and I wouldn't assign this guy anyway, Carson, to your point about getting younger, but he prevented us from getting a guy like J.D. Martinez. Me and Ibby talked about it in the offseason. I said, you can't sign J.D. Martinez and also have Daniel Vogelbach on the team. Because now you have 2 roster spots of guys who can only play in one situation each.
Yeah, after the World Series in 2021, my main guy to be the DH was this man who's now in Miami, in Jorge Soler, and that was who I wanted to go after. Had a tough year last year, but this year, I mean, he's going to opt out of that contract. He's going to get paid, right? So he's not relatively young. He's not relatively old. He's like in his early 30s. But for some reason, the Mets just like they didn't want to prove that they were wrong in this situation with Darren Ruff and giving him a chance and and with the whole situation with Daniel Vogelbach of how limited you are with him on this roster. I mean, like, again, you had to see, he can't face lefties, right? He can only come in against a righty, doesn't hit for power against that righty. He walks against right-handed pitching, and then you have to take him out for a pinch runner because he can't run. So it's like, it's the most one-dimensional player possible. And then you have Darren Ruff, where they gave him this whole entire chance, right? He's 36. He's not going to get any better in his career. Like, he's not going to have an incredible resurgence, a Joey Votto type of like, that's not going to happen, right?
Great, because he was never Joey Votto to start,
right?
Joey Votto's
exactly. That's
great.
The thing. It's like, yeah, it's like they try to plug like these little things into situations, and like, overall, why don't you just get a DH who can hit lefties and righties?
Yeah,
yeah, that would be nice.
It's weird to me whenever people, and front offices will do this all the time. They'll bring up a guy like Votto, and you're like, again, we're talking about a borderline Hall of Fame player. Stop comparing him to Darren Ruff, right?
Yeah,
Darren Ruff had like a couple of good seasons when he was in the prime of his baseball and actual life, where he could pull the ball and hit left-handed, hit left-handed pitching. That's it. Joey Votto, Joey fucking Votto. I don't have to give you the stats.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we, Steven Dilcher brings up, do you think the Mets will trade Pete? We've alluded to this a lot, and we said that we were going to talk about it. I think we should talk about it, because I think we all have a lot of opinions on this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think I'll say it firsthand.
Yeah.
I think if they do, Billy Epler just lied to us just like a few days ago.
Right.
He said, a rebuild, this isn't a this isn't a that. And I understand you have some pieces that are here long term, Nimmo, Lindor, Diaz, Senga, whatever, but this team isn't the team. It barely even is this team without Pete Alonso here.
Right.
This lineup is so different without Pete Alonso.
Right. You see it firsthand when he's not hitting.
You see it when he's not hitting.
They don't hit.
Ooh, brutal.
They don't score.
Brutal.
Yeah.
It's they don't do any, like, they need him to carry so much.
Yeah.
And him hitting just 40 home runs last year, that wasn't even enough for him to do that. I understand Lindor also some secondary, but you had nothing behind him, right? And there's just like, there's no protection around the guy. We see Jeff McNeil hitting behind him. We see Marte hitting behind him. Canha hit behind him once. I'm pretty sure Luis Guillorme was batting cleanup once last year. Somehow. You have no protection. So basically, I don't understand the reason for getting rid of him. To be honest, right now, I would just sit him down and say, what do you want? Blank check. But
same. That
time has kind of passed. But at this point, like, you have such a disadvantage with having Pete Alonso as your only power hitter. If you take him out of there, it's going to be even worse. You're going to have to be forced to go into a rebuild. Like, if you take him out there, in my opinion.
There's nothing wrong. Like I said before, to fill in with, if Steven missed it, there's nothing wrong when there is a lack of offensive options in a market, and you say, oh yeah, we'll take calls on people. Like, there's no problem with doing that, because who knows, maybe somehow you were actually blown away. I said to you guys before, I still don't know what that deal would even be for me to say, okay, do it. Odds are that type of deal would be an offer that team probably wouldn't even offer to begin with. So, getting rid of Pete doesn't make sense to me. I've been thinking about this last couple of days, since it's been such a hot topic on Twitter, or X, whatever the hell we're calling it now. It's been such a hot topic about Pete potentially being dealt. And I've always said that I look at this as, if you're doing somewhat of a soft rebuild or repositioning, or whatever the hell you want to call it, I don't care. If you're going to do something along those lines, I view it as, and again, I'm not comparing him to this player, because I believe this player is better than Pete. But when the Braves were changing things up, and they were trading a lot of guys, and they were bringing in youth, but then they signed Freeman to his first extension, they said basically, we're going to build around you. And it might take some time, but we want you to be a part of this rebuild. Now, granted, at the time, I think Freeman was younger than what Pete is right now. But that point withstanding, the whole thing was, we want you to be here because we think you're part of our solution. And then, of course, look, things have to fall proper. They crush their drafts. Their players have been incredible. Everything they have going on over there is a well-oiled machine. So sometimes you have to fall into some luck like that. But the point I'm making is, if you're going to do something like this, when you're trading off pieces here and there, I don't think Pete is a piece that you trade away. This is something where I've talked about in the beginning of the season on our show, saying how I thought Pete was going to do, my bold prediction was he was going to hit 50 home runs and he was going to end up getting an extension upwards of 8 years and $215 million. Now, is it going to be that total amount? Maybe, maybe not, maybe a little bit less, but I still think that him getting $26 million a year isn't going to break the bank. I think it's fine. And I think he's part of the solution. So the idea of trading him, while I know it's proper to listen and see what someone's willing to offer, I don't think it makes sense for this team, because if you get rid of him, you are really putting yourself in a much longer time period of being able to compete, because a bat like his, I don't care if he's batting 220, he still hits 40 home runs. Like, you're not going to be able to just say, oh, I'll take, like I mentioned before, I like Heston Kierstead from Baltimore. I can't just sit here and say, oh yeah, it'll be the same type of production. No, it won't. You don't know that. So you can't just do something like that.
Yeah. And you do have a possible backup with, Mark Vientos, who has great batted ball data, but it's like, that's a big ask, especially from somebody that you don't play. They don't play him. Right. So he doesn't play. Every time that he succeeds, he's benched. So it's like, I don't see the reason to do that. I understand, like, okay, there is one thought where you look at this core since 2019, since it mainly formed, what have they won with it? They haven't won anything.
Right.
And there is a thought where it's like, okay, maybe we're just continuing to repeat ourselves and be like, keep bringing the same guys back. But like, Pete Alonso's not the type of hitter. He's not the type of player that you just want to let go.
You could easily attack the other players a part of said core as opposed to Pete, because of the production that he puts up. I think that's what, in my opinion, takes him out of that conversation.
But is it the core? Is it the core that has failed, or the rest of the roster?
I think it's the rest of the roster.
Lindor has produced.
Sure. Oh yeah, sure.
To a certain extent, McNeil produced, Alonso's produced, and Nimmo. And what about the rest? Because the rest of them have been doing nothing. The bullpen
They've
has
all
been
been
doing
interchangeable.
nothing. I can't fault this on these guys, because
of course,
5 through 9 has been a black hole.
That's a deeper conversation, of course.
Yeah.
Like that's a deeper conversation.
And to add to your point too, I'm sorry, Diaz, I know we're talking about position players and pitchers and stuff, but Diaz has produced. He's part of the core. Senga now is a part of the core. The way he's been signed, he's produced. You look at all these core, obviously Alvarez has worked himself into that conversation. He's produced. It's the guys on the periphery of the roster. Maybe the one person that you want to say is a part of the core because of the contract he signed is Marte, who hadn't produced this year. But Marte produced for most of last year and was a big part of why the team won. Yeah. So you look at it and you're like, the core has not been the problem.
It's not the fact that, you mentioned earlier, like, it's so easy to sign a free agent and have Billy sign checks, Cohen sign checks for Billy to get these players. But more importantly for Billy is, how does he, bring the rest of this roster together? The bench, the bullpen. Those things are very important and vital, and he really hasn't done a great job at doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I've said this. I've said this many, many times, where this is a top-heavy roster. It's a top-heavy roster. We know it is. Like, you have some stars here. They're not, there's no generational talent here, at least not yet. Like, you have some stars,
guys. 1 second.
And then after that,
Bob Nightingale, I don't know how much you want to take this, but Bob Nightingale is saying that the Verlander deal is done. That's 30 seconds ago. This is Bob Nightingale, because he has
straight into the Astros.
400,000 followers.
We got Mark Feinstein as well.
Said, talks
Yeah.
between the Astros and Mets are heating up again per source, and there's a feeling the deal might be close. The sides were close last night, but now it appears they're rounding third base. That was 2 minutes ago. So obviously the Nightingale deal comes out after, and now people in the chat are saying the same thing, that it's done.
Yeah, let's give credit where credit's due. It's from Road Costello on our chat. That's the first person to bring.
That's one of my guys right there.
There we go.
What was it? I did see a tweet earlier that Chas McCormick has been discussed between that. So I mean, if they're trying to obviously bring in some outfield depth, probably Pham is going to be moved, obviously. But I think it's more of just like kind of just getting the contract off the books, in my opinion.
Before this happens, and we can dive into the deal. Can I just give my 2 cents on this Pete thing? Because I don't want to
go ahead.
Well, before the Verlander thing, and that's going to be. So I think the reason why you can't trade Pete is really it's threefold, right? There's an adage in baseball forever, and I tweeted some of this out, that you can buy power. And that's true. You can spend money on power, but I don't think that you can buy generational or top tier power. You can't buy, Yordan Alvarez, right? And that's what Pete's comp is. Pete is a top 5 power hitter in the sport right now. So to just say you could buy power, like, you just buy it, no big deal. You can't just go out and get his type of power. He's also the only power hitter on the team, like we've talked about so many times before. And I know he hasn't done it this year, but he's a rare power hitter that can hit 260, 250 even. That's going to give you something more than just the power. You look at the other people that they've unloaded. People are saying, there's guys who signed through 24 that they could get rid of, and Pete's only signed through 24. Well, Verlander signed through 24. He's 40. Max had the option for 24. He's 39. Pham, no option. He's 35. Rayleigh is under team control, and Rayleigh's great, but 35 years old. Mark Canha, 34. Escobar, 34. Pete's 28 years old. So one of these things is not like the other. And then the last thing, and exactly. I don't get attached to, we all get attached to some players, right? I got Keith Hernandez framed behind me. But sometimes for vibes, guys, you can't do certain deals, right? This is the same franchise that let Darryl Strawberry walk. This is the same franchise that traded away Tom Seaver. This is the same franchise who was cheated out of a potential Hall of Fame career from David Wright. Sometimes you just have to fucking keep players.
I actually
and you develop them and they turn out to be great. Just fucking keep them.
I actually thought that they were going to keep DeGrom. I thought it was going to start there with them keeping DeGrom for this.
That was
this portion, this Cohen franchise. I thought they were going to keep DeGrom. Once he didn't stay and went, I don't know if that's ever going to be done. Like Pete Alonso might not stay. It's out there until we see this franchise start.
There was a strong possibility that Brandon Nimmo was going to leave.
And they test the market,
Nimmo,
And kudos to them for keeping Nimmo, but respectfully to Brandon Nimmo, listen to me. Brandon Nimmo's not Pete Alonso. Brandon Nimmo's not Jacob deGrom. He's not. He's not that kind of guy. He's made himself into a better player than I ever thought he would be. He's become a plus center fielder. I thought Brandon Nimmo was going to be a decent outfielder, maybe a fourth outfielder, maybe somebody that could be a starter, and he's better than that. And I was wrong. But he's not Pete Alonso. Like, people are so quick, he's a little husky and he doesn't keep himself in great shape. Who knows if that power is going to stay? The guy just hit a 458-foot home run the other day. Can we talk about the here and now for a second? Like, come on, man.
Jeff Passan has officially said that there's an agreement.
Passan said the Astros have a deal in place.
I'll say this. This is the first time the Mets have ever done something like this. Definitely that we've seen, right?
Love it.
And I will say this, though.
I love it.
If this doesn't work, I mean, they're going to have some big problems on their hands if this doesn't work out. So I hope it does the way they've been going about this. But if these prospects don't come up big or they don't make a big trade to get a big, like a Soto or something in here, they're going to have a tough time, trying to convince the fan base to do this again. Because no team has done this in New York. I think Ibby mentioned it. No team has mentioned rebuild in New York. This is a rebuild.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you pull up Keith Blacknick's comment? Because that's fantastic.
Which one is it?
Keith always with the zingers.
Didn't
The pudgy
didn't you
players
say
don't
that-
have oblique injuries.
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about this. Didn't I say the Astros prospects stink? I mean, what did I say just like a few minutes ago about Billy Epler? Not my first choice.
Well, listen,
Not my first choice.
Let me ask you
You
guys
know?
this before the return starts to come in, and I'm sure we'll hear it in just a few moments.
Nightingale is saying 2 minor league players to the Mets in the deal. That there's no names yet, but 2 minor league players.
I'm gonna guess Gilbert, and I'm gonna guess Baez. That's my guess, but we'll see.
Okay, so here's my question to you guys, right? We all talked about how we would trade Verlander earlier. We talked about the fact that we would do it in the right deal. We said the Astros probably didn't have the pieces, but then I think it was Carson that brought it up first, and we all kind of agreed, hey, if you can get out of a lot of this money and you can refocus and you could get a younger player in here next year and you're not banking on the 41-year-old Verlander, when you start to talk about it in that sense, and we'll find out the details of the deal, wouldn't you do it anyway? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that the Astros don't have the Orioles.
In terms of youth, like thinking about that, and there's another point that I want to bring up here. It's like, this is the top of your payroll right now. You got Verlander and Scherzer both making $43 million. You have Lindor there. He's going to be here for a long time. But I want to get my payroll under that 4th luxury tax so I can get my 10 draft spots back as well.
Mm-hmm.
I want this team to get younger, and that's the only way it's going to get younger. And I think the Mets did a fairly good job in the draft this year. There's some arms that I do really like, and I want to keep doing that. I really do want to keep doing that. And, you're in a hard place where it's like, it's going to take a while for some of these guys to come up, but I want to stack some pitching in the minor leagues. I want to stack some young talent,
Ibby mentioned Gilbert, right? You said Gilbert and Baez. Gilbert, I don't know what people follow, because Michael Mayer earlier today was like, don't always follow MLB Pipeline. That I don't know. That's the resource that I've been using. Gilbert is number 1, right? On Houston's I guess top 10. And Baez is all the way at, you said Luis Baez 20, the 2 outfielders. The Mets need outfielders, right? They, in the beginning of the season, they needed outfield depth in the minor leagues on top of pitching. So if those are the 2 guys, that's pretty big.
Like I said, it's always, a lot of the times the lists that are posted are kept up, and that they aren't refreshed, or they aren't redone after 4-6 months or whatever. They let some of the season go by before they put out new rankings. But like I said, everyone always has their own, like I said, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Everyone has their own metrics and things that they look at. I was saying before to some of the guys off air that I've been getting into the dynasty community and things like that, and understanding what they look for in certain players so they can be on certain things before the consensus is out there. And one that I follow did put something out that was very interesting, talking about the Astros system. And that's basically saying, when it comes to their top hitting prospects, according to their model, and they've been pretty good to me so far when it comes to looking at things, according to their model, only 1 of their hitters is projected to have a weighted runs created plus of over 100. Now, that's not ideal at all when it comes to what you're trying to get in return. But again, just because one is saying it doesn't mean that that's the gospel, but I'm just saying the information that I've gotten from them, they've been pretty strong to this point. So that kind of makes me wonder a little bit what this return might be. But just saying, like I said, there's been questions about the Houston system and what type of players that they might be, even once they're brought into the Mets system, where they would slot in. So I'm very curious to see what the return here is going to be.
Yeah, I'm interested too, but also I think my co-host Andrew said this on our podcast last week, to like kind of mind of like, there's going to be an underwhelming return for a lot of these older guys. And like at one point it's like, okay, you get something back for Verlander, who's 40 years old, making a lot of money. And like, like you got to kind of just weigh it out there, right? And you just got to be like,
Drew Gilbert is
got one?
Yeah,
Drew Gilbert is coming. So,
Drew Gilbert's Gilbert's one of them.
Not bad.
I
Right.
will say this. I was listening. We talked about, Lori Rubinson earlier. I mentioned her, and I was listening to her show on Sunday night, driving back from up north in California. And she had, and I know everybody's got their rankings they go to for, like sometimes it's MLB Pipeline, other people go to different people and all that stuff, and that's great. But one of the things, she had Sam Dykstra on, who works for MLB Pipeline, and he said, we don't re-rank these things, to Ibby's point, until after the deadline. And sometimes what will happen is we will allow a trade to reshuffle those prospects and put them in their rightful place. So as was the case with Marco Vargas, he was listed as the 18th prospect in the Marlins system. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's going to be 6 or 7 with the Mets. And he said, well, if we would have just waited till after the deadline and he didn't get traded, he was probably going to be 4th, 5th, or 6th in the Marlins system. He's like, I actually think that the Mets system is better than the Marlins system right now, but that's one thing you have to keep in mind. It's the same thing with Jarvis. I see we have it on here on the side that he's the number 30 prospect. They had him probably going up to around 15, maybe 13, maybe 12 with Milwaukee had he not been traded. So again, you're looking at, the 30 prospect preseason ranking is the 12th Mets prospect. It's not always that 1-for-1. So, that's something to keep in mind with the guys we've already gotten and the guys that we may be getting now too. It's just, it's important to know that you just add the talent, just add the young talent and kind of let the chips fall where they may, especially when you're talking about getting out from money and getting out from a 41-year-old player.
Yeah, and going back to, Drew Gilbert, overanalyzing players. From what I see, he has not played a game in AAA yet, so I can't really see much advanced data on the guy. So I don't know if he has good QOC or not, but it's worth a shot. It's the number 1 overall prospect in their system. It's not a bad return, again, like I just said, for a 40-year-old making $43 million, who you just signed the first year of his contract. It could be a 3-year deal. So, and we saw that it wasn't really a money problem with the Astros earlier, right?
Remember,
it's more players.
It's probably going to be a 3-year deal for Verlander because it's a vesting option. It's not I think it's 140 innings and finishing the season healthy. So, I know anything can happen to a pitcher, especially a 41-year-old pitcher or whatever, but that's an attainable option. 140 innings and being healthy, like that option's going to happen.
Just to continue the point that I was making before. Sorry to cut you off, Carson. Just saying how scouts across the league have varying opinions on the Astros' top prospect, Drew Gilbert. Some think that even though he's the Astros' 1 prospect, he would fall between 5 and 10 on the Mets. Others are more bullish on him and think he'd be a great get for the Mets. So like I said, when it comes to scouts and it comes to opinions, you're always going to have different ends of the spectrum, always throwing things out there. It all comes down to what ends up happening once they hit the field.
I also, as we're refreshing Twitter and we're trying to find out the deals, you see a lot of people, and everybody knows I like to take Mets Twitter to task a lot. And I love Mets Twitter. I met basically all of you guys through Mets Twitter, right? You know what I mean? But there's a frustration that I'm seeing when people are like, see, I told you the Mets are rebuilding. Like, fuck off. Honestly, fuck off. Like, what do you mean? So you think Steve Cohen's not going to try to be good next year? You think that's really what's going to happen? Yeah. Again, what are you watching? You think they're not going to try to be good? And then the other part of it is like, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to throw up. You're the same people that 2 weeks ago were saying this is the worst fucking team you've ever seen. It's the worst team money can buy. And now you're going to be sick that they're trading Justin Verlander. Now I can't believe they traded Max.
Listen, the last 5 starts, the ERA of Justin Verlander, just
they automatically think he's 27 again as opposed to 40.
Speaking of Max Scherzer was washed a week ago, and then the Mets trade him, and now you're heartbroken, like you grew up with Max Scherzer, like your dad just moved to another country. Calm down.
Well, speaking of Twitter, one of your favorites, Danny Abriano.
I blocked that guy. You still follow that guy? I blocked him.
I like how Ant knows who I hate the most.
He goes, they're getting a prospect that isn't as highly tout as Acuna. That's the issue with the trade. But like, who else are they getting? Yeah. Because Gilbert's the number 1 prospect. What were you expecting in return for Verlander.
Right. And you know, you start to look at it and you go, oh, well, he's a number one prospect. Maybe he's going to, like to Ibby's point, right? Maybe he'll be between, what'd you say, 10 and 15?
5 and 10.
5 and 10. Okay. So
Right.
5 and 10 in the Mets. Other people more bullish on him. He's a little bit higher. Sure. You got the team's number one prospect.
Right.
So, you know, you get Vargas, who's probably, you know, number 6 or 7 with the Marlins. That's not good enough. You know, you get Acuna, who comes over and is going to probably be the Mets' number one prospect for Scherzer. But all of a sudden, oh, the Mets should have got more. They should have got another player because all the money they threw in. You know, now you turn around, you get the Astros' number one prospect. Oh, the Astros, their farm system sucks. That doesn't matter. I hope they got somebody else. Oh my God. Like, you can't win. You can't win.
No, you can't.
I got some more for you guys in terms of people that I follow that are up on these players and have an understanding of them. So one here I got Drew Gilbert as the Astros top prospect from 2022 first rounder. Between A ball and double A, he was 274, 363, 458. Flashed with 12 homers, 10 stolen bases. Numbers down in double A, but he's been dealing with an injury. Gilbert has strong contact at 76% and plate discipline with solid power. Another person,
it's a thought.
Another person who had it where, Drew Gilbert is a borderline top 25 prospect in this person's opinion. Mets fans are going to like him. So again, another side of the spectrum.
And this is a thought that I bring up because we talked about this last week as well on our podcast about Marte. And you don't know what you're going to get from him in the back end of this contract, especially from what you've seen this year. He's 35 years old. This is another possibility that maybe you do plug him in. If he gets hot towards the end of the year, he impresses in spring training. You know, AAA pitching is not good. There's some top prospects that don't really need AAA, like some of them. Maybe he's one of them. Maybe he's not. Right. So I can't say like, oh, this guy's going to be a huge star. He's going to be amazing, but it's a good return again for someone who's 40 years old. Making
also, we just don't know. We don't know what these prospects are going to be. We literally complained of trading Jared Kelenic for Edwin Diaz, and Jared Kelenic has not been the superstar we were complaining about.
Yeah, and everyone was like, oh, you got Robinson Cano in the deal, and this is ridiculous. You had to take on that money. I would make that trade again 100 times out of 100 with the exact same outcome. With Cano getting suspended, with Cano having to be bought out, you wouldn't trade Kelenic just to get Diaz now?
And now this is even better now because they just added another outfielder to the trade. Ryan Clifford is coming back as well. So it's Gilbert and Clifford for Verlander.
And where was Clifford?
I don't know what the deal is for the contract. Like
Clifford was number 4 on MLB Pipeline. I don't know if
a 1 and a 4 from that's not bad. It isn't bad. And Bob Nightingale, when he said that we were getting Gilbert, he called him Logan Gilbert, for God's sake. Because he's Bob Nightingale, and that's
WTF,
what he does.
Bob.
Oh God.
So yeah, Passan has
Bob
a full
Nightingale,
trade
man.
done. Astros get Verlander, Mets get Gilbert and Clifford. So that is that.
Well,
Are they taking on the full deal? Like, what's the deal with it? I want to know.
This is a good tweet from Bob
wouldn't
Nightingale.
Wouldn't that make that deal better if the Astros
that would be the best trade that Billy Epler's ever made.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
I would tell you right now, that would be the best. Like, if they cover his entire thing, you get a 1 and a 4 from like a farm systems that's like, you know, it's bottom 10, but it's like, it's not great. You get a 1 and a 4, get rid of a Verlander contract, and they cover like 80% of it or whatever.
I was just going to say, I think even if the Mets paid Verlander's deal for the rest of this season, it's still the best trade Epler's ever made. If you're getting out of his,
but you know,
well, right. But I mean, if you're getting out of his deal for next year, and this is what I was going to say, but Nightingale said the Mets are wiping the financial ledger as clean as possible for the possibility of David Stearns, who's expected to be hired as baseball operations president this winter. That's a good point to just say, look, we're not going to give you, we're not going to bring you in, call you our savior to be our president of baseball ops, and then tie your hands with a bunch of bad contracts. Yeah. We're going to wipe the slate as clean as we can get it. And I think that's a fair way to look at it. I also think it makes the job more enticing for Stearns.
You got Cano coming off the book too.
If I'm Billy, don't stop now. Like Pham, Quintana,
Rayleigh.
Keep going.
After
going.
seeing what Paul
I'm trying to-
Stewall just got,
Yeah.
I'm trading Raley. Hell yeah.
I'm trying to think of
People-
this as like, because I'm a Cowboys fan in football. So, is this like a Ricky Waters type deal where you're trading your better players to accumulate all of these assets? So who knows? And maybe some of these guys that we're complaining about, or that Twitter or whatever they're complaining about, they might be traded for other major league assets, next season.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
we don't
talking
know.
about Raley, because I know people were like, "Oh no, you got to hold him. He's got another year, this and that." I'm like, the guy has had 2 good years in his major league career. He's 36.
Really is really good. But
He is really good. He's 35 years old.
35 years.
Yeah, but he's
And we
35.
talk about all the time.
Exactly.
We talk about all the time, though. It's like relievers are fickle. It's year to year. You never know. So if you can get something, get it.
Listen,
Yeah, exactly.
When you trade, like, obviously, if you're not good, you're going to trade Robertson, right? If you're not good, you were always going to trade Robertson. You were always going to trade Escobar, Canha. Pham is going to go next. These guys were all going to go. When you trade Verlander and Scherzer, now, if it ain't nailed down, trade it. Raley, you could trade him. You know what I mean? Like, you want to tell me you could trade? They're not going to, but you want to tell me you could trade Jeff McNeil? Trade him. You want to trade Omar Narvaez? Trade him. Let Nito come up and be your backup again. I'm fine with it. Anything that's not nailed down. The only players I'm not trading, and I said this to Ibby for the past 2 weeks on Til Mets Do Us part, and we've agreed on it completely in lockstep. You don't trade Diaz, Senga, Nimmo, Alonso, Lindor, and Alvarez. Those are the 6 players you can't trade. Anybody else, trade them. I don't care.
It's a good point. I mean, that's, yeah. I also want to add to that. I'm just updating the thing here. Just. All right. But yeah, I mean, I think it's probably, and it all depends on what the money is. But this will go up here as one of the best moves that.
So we
Epler
got
made.
Passan.
Now,
I was just gonna say we got Passan here, just throwing into his 2 cents. Astros were very, reluctant to want to include Ryan Clifford in the deal. It was easy to see why. He's raking it high A after going to them in the 11th round last year. Just turned 20 within the last 2 weeks. A number of evaluators see him as the superior prospect to Drew Gilbert. So there's that.
Well,
yeah,
and
I can see that. Yeah.
Michael Mayer saying the Mets are getting 2 of the Astros' top prospects and 2 top 100 for Justin Verlander. Gilbert is ranked number 36 by Baseball Prospectus, and Clifford is ranked number 80. So, you're talking about getting the 2 of the team's top prospects, including 2 prospects in the top 1. So the Mets have traded 3 guys who are over 35 years old, 2 of them damn near in their 40s, and they have gotten back 4 top 100 prospects, essentially. Well, Gilbert, Clifford, Acuna.
Listen, Epler, I've never said anything bad about you, man. I never said anything bad.
And Vargas is just on the outside.
Right.
And Vargas is 18 years old.
Right.
Jim Callis, who's a senior writer for MLB Pipeline, said that he would have ranked them 1-2 when they updated the Astros top 30 next week.
Okay.
So they would have been 1 and 2 in the Astros MLB Pipeline list next week.
I'm going to do my impression of Mets Twitter. Guys, I don't think that's good enough, and I'm sad.
You got to do better than that.
I'll give you one. The second I opened up Twitter just before to keep scrolling, which I tried not to do because I hate the amount of people that I see, automatically the first thing that came up was this sucks. 2024 is lost. What are they doing? Fire up. It's like, guys, they can still make moves. It's not as though they can't. They make it seem like they can't do anything because they traded these guys. You can still make moves.
Everybody who says 2024 is lost, apart from being a Met fan and how cool it would be, I hope they get Ohtani or trade for Soto or something. You know what I mean? Like, I want that to happen just so that we can.
All right.
Couldn't possibly compete.
We're updating the board here. Let's make sure there's no typos. That work? Okay. We good? I think we got it.
Looks good.
I think so.
Looks good.
All right. But other than that, continue.
No, that's it. I mean, it's just like I don't. Yeah, incredible haul from James Arub. Yes, absolutely. How could you not love these trades? I just said
Verlander
it, James. I don't
was
know.
35, I'd be upset with this haul. I'd be
Yes.
upset with it if he was 35. But he's 40.
If he was 35,
I mean,
he
he's
wouldn't
about
be
to be
going
41.
anywhere. That's the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah, he's like over 40. He's going to be 41 soon. I think he's like 40 in like 200 and something days. Like he's 41. And you got the team's top 2 prospects. You've traded Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, David Robertson, and you've gotten back 4 top 100 prospects.
And could you bring up the great Paul Revere's comment right there?
Whoa, oh, sorry. It got
makes out the tax breaks too. I just laughed at that one. But I also wanted to make sure that we brought in the great Paul Revere into the chat since he's been often showing up on our streams. I wanted to make sure he got onto this big one as well.
This is a good one. Braves became the best team by getting hella prospects and playing together. Mets just need time.
Yep. Absolutely.
And Braves do a lot of things better than us. Yeah.
Billy Epler is the man. He's invited to my house anytime for Shabbat dinner. Love that. Listen, this is great.
I see a question right there.
I feel a lot
Joshua.
better than I did after last year's trade deadline.
Joshua,
that's all I can say.
Bringing up the question right there, saying who is pitching next year. Look, we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
they're going to get people. It's not as
they're
though
at least
going to
sign one, right?
They'll sign somebody. Yes,
a Snell,
somebody.
Someone's getting signed.
Somebody will get signed. If Nola's available, whatever it may be. Like they're going to bring someone in, and guess what? That person's going to be 30 years or younger. Yeah. That's a good thing.
Carlos Ramos disagrees, as he often does with me. So if we trade for Juan Soto next season, we're World Series contenders. John, you're being very ignorant right now. Thank you. One player makes the difference. You've seen this team. One player who is this generation's Ted Williams added to the core of, Alvarez and Lindor and Pete Alonso and Brandon Nimmo. Yeah, he could make a huge difference. He actually could. If they go out and they sign a couple pitchers, we have just opened up like 3/5 of our rotation to bring in guys that did not do the job this year. Do I think they're going to replace them? They have to.
Can we also can we just give kudos right now to the Mets for saying what they were going to do and actually getting these things done? As in past years, that this stuff would have been a lot of rumors, a lot of reports, a lot of everything going up to 6 p.m. deadline. And they literally took their 3 best players this season. So, well, I guess Scherzer was not their best player, but like 3 of their biggest signings this offseason and traded them off and got a return for them.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to get a little bit of respect for that.
Listen, I'm refreshing Twitter and I see this and it's a great comment. Something that should be out here in our chat here. It's from Aim Dolls. She says, "Well, the Mets starting pitchers ain't in the AARP anymore," and that's what you should be celebrating, guys.
Yes.
And Carlos, I love you. We agree, we disagree. Listen, you just cannot look at this team. To Ant's point, where Steve Cohen comes out and says, "Look, if we don't get any better, we're selling it. We're selling it all. I'm not adding to this team." And they step up and they do it. You think this is the same guy who's not going to add to the team next year? You think he's going to hire, let's say they hired David Stearns. You think he's not going to allow Stearns to go out and make moves? The Mets are going to go they're going to have Joey Lucchesi and Tyler McGill at the top of their rotation. That ain't happening.
I do somewhat get Carlos's point because we've talked off here and contending for him and for all right. It's getting to the postseason, and right now it doesn't look like that, right? It looks like they're just going to rebuild with all these players and somewhat. Who knows what they're going to do during free agency? Sure. People say they're going to want to get Ohtani. I don't know if that's going to happen, considering he wants to stay out in LA. You look at this team right now, and why would he want to come here? So there are things where maybe they're not ready to contend yet. We don't know. We don't know how quickly some of these, could Acuna come up next year? Will we have Mauricio? We don't know what's going to happen. We just know that what they've done so far has not worked. So they got to try something different. So let's see how that works going into the future. So let's just see what happens, I guess.
And also,
go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, I was just going to throw if anything, I don't know why people would be so on board because this is more so the ones that are so focused on 2024 and keeping Verlander and holding Rayleigh and things like that. It's like, why do you want to just continue the stagnancy of what this team is? I feel like we've reached a point with this team where it's like it's become stagnant over the last 2 years now, where it's like it can only get so far, and you want to just keep on adding one piece here, one piece there, and that's proving not to work. So I would much rather rip it up a little bit, tear it down a little bit, and add some youth, and then see what that youth can provide, and then you continue to add to said youth. And this is what it takes to become a sustainable team. This is what it's about. It's not about just having the same, like Carson has said, top-heavy roster that doesn't allow much flexibility, that doesn't allow you to do a lot of things, and you're just banking on those certain things to continuously happen. It's not always going to be that. You have to be fluid and allow these things to go so you can have the sustainability that you constantly are crying about.
Well, look, you know, this was a rude awakening, like I said earlier, for the players. And this is kind of a rude awakening for us fans as well, because like Ibby said, we have not seen this before. There is no rebuilding in New York, right? The Yankees would never do it. The Mets never did it, and they didn't have the right people to kind of lead us into that. This is the first time we're really in somewhat of a rebuild. Look at the Yankees right now. They don't know what to do, right? They don't know what to do at the trade deadline, either buy or sell. They probably should tear it down, but they're in limbo right now, where we were about 2 weeks ago. They're stuck, and it could be possibly worse for them than it is for us right now, as we're making those moves to trade. What are the Yankees doing right now? Probably holding on to hope that with Aaron Judge back and getting healthier, they can make a playoff run. But right now, they can't make any big moves. There's no moves to make unless you're just selling.
Yeah. And that's my point. Like, and you know, Carlos, I don't mean to single you out, but I just want to be clear with what I'm saying here. He says exactly, Ibby, it didn't work. Reset. It's not a bad thing. So we don't contend next season. Okay. It's not the end of the world. We win more by doing what we're doing now. Yes, I agree with that. I'm not saying that the Mets are going to just go out and throw a bunch of money at people like they did this year. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that they have to replace these players, and with better thought process and the ability to get younger and the ability to always spend money, you cannot write it off as a foregone conclusion that they won't be good. That's what I'm trying to say. They can rebuild. I think they are rebuilding. I think that's very clear to all four of us and everybody in the chat and everybody in the world, right? Like, I do understand that, but I guess what I'm trying to say to you guys is that I don't understand how you could sit there and, like, you know, Ant, you're a very level-headed fan. You and I don't always agree. Like, you understand what I'm trying to get at here, right? That there's not a foregone conclusion that all of a sudden now the Mets aren't going to try and aren't going to be good next year.
And that's the whole point of having Steve Cohen, right? You have the money, you can try. If we were back in Wilpon days, there would definitely be, we're not going to contend for a couple of years. This would be what, 2010, 2011, all those years combined would be that. But there are opportunities for this team to make moves. But I also understand, you know, part of the fan base who still, until we win a World Series, there is going to still be a part of the fan base where they feel, you know, jilted, and where they're going to, I'm not going to go as far to say the Frank the Tanks of the world, but there are fans that are still suffering from the, you know, PTSD that we see on a yearly basis from this team. Outside of last year, it feels like it has somewhat returned for some fans, considering how this team, with the biggest payroll in baseball, disappointed us all.
Yeah. Look, you got Michael Mayer, who just tweeted out about 3 minutes ago, where he has the recently acquired Mets prospect on his list. He's got Acuna 1, Gilbert 2, Clifford 4, Vargas 7, Jarvis 16, Ronald Hernandez at 18, Coleman Crowe at 22, and Landon Marceau at 33. And the top 4 are all on the Baseball Prospectus top 101 prospects.
Here's go ahead.
I was just gonna bring up the one that was just posted by Michael Marino, which was a retweet from Bruce Levine. Cubs in the left-handed reliever and bullpen market. Mets have former Cubs Brooks Raley available. Looks like Mets will make this move. Now, I don't know if that's him saying that this is going to happen for sure, or if that's just him just throwing it out there as it makes sense, but that's the latest I got there.
PCA is coming back?
2 tweets I want to read. One is from Anthony DeComo, who said, "It can't be overstated how thoroughly the Mets have transformed their franchise in a matter of days. They now have 2 options before them. Go heavy in free agency again this winter to try to compete in 2024, which will be difficult, or take a gap year and come out guns a-blazing in 2025. That's one
Juan
tweet.
Soto.
And then here, I don't know if you guys follow Talking Mets, Mike Silva Media. He talked to a scout on Gilbert's high compete level, says he plays with a chip, loves the stage and attention, baseball player type. He's the type of guy you will hate playing against, but will love having on your team.
So he's a dick. All right.
I feel like we need a little more toughness on this team, considering what we heard from Steve Gelbs and how this, and I've said it through the beginning of the season. I'm pretty sure you guys have said it. Well, something was just not right with this same group that came back. Something didn't feel right with this team, and they weren't cohesive. They were very inconsistent. So, they need a little bit of toughness, and they got slapped in the face.
I got another one here from Nightingale reporting. So again, grain of salt, but still. Nightingale reporting in his article that the Mets informed Justin Verlander they might not be contending again until 2025. A huge development, and one that begs the question, are they going to keep Pete after this season?
Interesting.
I still just don't understand how 2025 means not Pete.
This is what I think is happening with Pete. Everyone wants them to, sign this extension. I still think they want to see how much Ohtani's going to cost and if he really wants to come here. If he doesn't come here, the Mets' probably big move in the offseason is re-signing Pete.
That's fair.
Yeah. And that's what I mean with Pete and everything that's going on with this entire, just overhaul of, trading Scherzer, Verlander, Canha, Escobar, Robertson, Pham eventually, Raley maybe. So you still have your core intact. That core is still intact. You still have your Alonso, you still have your Nimmo, you still have your Lindor. Senga's going to be the top of your rotation. You have Edwin Diaz. You still have a core, right, of players that are in the prime of their careers. And we'll see where they go. We'll see where they go. We don't know what they're going to do. It's a very pivotal point right now.
Danny Abriano must be watching this stream right now, because he said, whatever you think of what Mets are doing, at least they're emphatically choosing a direction plan and forcefully executing it. I'll choose this 100 times out of 100 when you compare it to what the Yankees and Padres are doing, something we said earlier. So if he's watching, thanks. I know he's friends with John Saponaro.
Yeah, we're buddies. 100%. Me and him are thick as thieves.
I said this last week. I've been saying it for so long. I just want the team to be younger than it is, right? And I just want the team to be younger. Every single player that's listed on the right side of the screen is over 30 years old that they just shipped out of here.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
And also, just to be fair, well over 30. You made the point.
Well over
Carson,
30.
You said if Justin Verlander was 35 and Justin Verlander at 35 was still pitching, like an ace, not to discredit what he did last year and what he did for parts of this year or whatever. But, Justin Verlander at 35 was still in his prime. That you're talking about something different. We're talking about guys who are over 30 and all guys who are over 35. Way over 35.
Good by me. I just want the youth here. I want the youth back. It was a youthful feel back in 2019. I hate bringing back 2019 because I can't with people that salivate over that team. But the whole situation with that is that it was guys coming in their younger years, right? And at this point, I'm impressed. I really am impressed because me and Anthony were kind of in that same boat of where there's a possibility where we're I don't even want Billy Epler making any moves. Absolutely. Right? I don't even want him doing anything. There was one point where you're okay, maybe I don't want to do anything, right?
It's clear as day. Yeah, it's clear as day that that Billy Epler, the seller, is much better than Billy Epler, the buyer. Now, I think I say that a little tongue in cheek, but also, look, it definitely helps when you can just say to a team, hey, we're going to give you this player and we're going to pay a substantial amount of money as well to try to extract a better prospect. So it's not, I can't give too much credit because, you basically have, Daddy Cohen over your shoulder telling you, here you go, son, here's, X amount of money, go get me something good. And it works. But to this point, him being a seller, I can't complain. The team's gotten younger. It makes sense. It clears money to an extent. And yeah, I'm very happy. I know a lot of people aren't going to be. A portion of this fan base is not going to be, but I'm very happy. I'm very ecstatic at the moment.
Post trading Kelnick and Pete Crow Armstrong, this farm system was in bad shape. It's worse than they were telling us. They after, I guess, going through the draft and doing the Kumar Rocker draft, not signing him, and then getting those extra picks for the following year, that helped a little bit, but we were still far away. This kind of, helps solidify the farm system a little bit better now. We're in a better position now. It took a while, took about 3 or 4 years, but the farm system is in a better spot than it was before. Lorenz into Philly, interesting.
Close to being happening. Okay. Yeah, close to happening.
Oh. Wow.
Close to happening there.
Does he get lit up in that ballpark?
Probably, since I got him in fantasy, so he's gonna stink now. So
that's why I have no
apparently,
Philly except for
apparently Taiwan Walker had a terrible start yesterday.
Second half Taiwan? No, come on,
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Jeff Shea McCauley says Jeff McNeil possible trade incoming. I don't think so.
Oh, I hope so. Sorry.
I would put. Look, I said on the last Til Mets Do Us part, I talked about. Like we were talking about like what are potentials, who potentially being dealt, what names we're looking at. And I mentioned Jeff only because I didn't at the time, I didn't think that Verlander and Scherzer were going to go. Obviously the market changed big time. So it became into a much more of a buyer's market, and it helped the Mets in that sense. So during the show, I did mention, if there was anyone, I was just kind of throwing out there, because offense isn't readily available, there are things that can happen. Maybe Jeff McNeil can garner some attention because if you put him on a better team, he's a contact hitter. Maybe he fits the top of someone's lineup or bottom of someone's lineup. Maybe you can move him because the contract isn't that bad. I thought that it might be a possibility. Look, we still got, a little less than 3 hours to go. Anything is still possible, but I still think we're looking at Rayleigh, we're looking at Tommy Pham, and then I think that they might be done. But never say never.
I'm hoping one of these three that we have on the side here get packaged together. I hope maybe they do something like that, like Rayleigh and Pham.
I think that could pull
something like
I
that.
think Rayleigh and Pham could definitely, as opposed to like everyone always says, no, try to extract with separate deals. But if you put them together, I think you can get a solid prospect.
You could get some,
return, and I would
35-year-olds, but
I mean, but you get control for Rayleigh and you get left-handed relief pitching, which every team always needs all the time. And then with Pham, you get a guy who's, been having a great year. So I think that's possible to kind of, attach those guys together.
I'm not going to overhype anything because this guy's just turned 20, but this Ryan Clifford guy, he's kind of purdy. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like him. I kind of like this guy.
What do you like most about him?
He can hit the ball over the fence. That's what I like.
That's what I figured.
Hell yeah.
Let's take a
16 homers and 250 plate appearances in high A. That's not bad.
This is a great comment on Twitter from Sam Trey Lindor 20. The Astros offered Verlander 2 for $80 instead of 2 for $86. So instead of paying him $3 million more, they part with 2 of their top prospects to reacquire him and get a half a year less of control than they would have. Good job.
Ooh.
I mean, they should be talking. Yeah. Obviously, the Mets are going to be the big talk of discussion, right? Signing Verlander to that big deal and now trading in and probably playing most of his contract. But even bigger concern was the Astros letting him go taking them in a trade and giving up their top prospects. I think that's a bigger problem.
Have we heard
getting rid
at
of
all
James
about,
Click was the right thing to do, Houston. Good job.
Have we heard at all about the money?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Nothing
No.
yet.
When I came back and I stepped away because quite frankly I had to pee and then refill my water, which is just a never-ending proposition at that point. But when I stepped away, you guys were talking about McNeil. Has there been a report about Jeff McNeil?
No, it was just me saying. I think Shea brought it up in the comments talking about,
Okay.
Would McNeil be dealt? And I was just bringing up how I mentioned as a possibility if there was something big. I mentioned on our show last week. I brought up McNeil's name because it's an offensive bat, could fit the top of someone's lineup or bottom of someone's lineup of a contending team, where maybe it could happen because the contract's easy to move. Nothing's been said. That's just me speaking as a potential if they were going to continue to rip down. On our side, that was all. Nothing confirmed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, right, they have to trade Pham to just complete the situation. And then, I think Rayleigh's probably a coin flip, I think. I mean, I think they would trade him because they're getting so many hits on him, but I also understand why they'd want to keep him.
Yeah, so John Heyman just said Mets still working on deals after the Verlander deal. Pham, Rayleigh being discussed, and also Narvaez could also go.
Okay.
So no talk about Quintana, even though Quintana was talked about for a second with Mayer before like a few hours ago. But looks like we still got
if you can trade Narvaez, that's
yeah.
And I wanted to bring him in here, but if you can trade Narvaez,
go ahead. I think the whole
Narvaez made tons of sense to bring here when you didn't think Alvarez was ready.
Yeah.
But Narvaez, I think, is a better player as a starter than he is as a backup.
Position. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think
catcher's a fragile position. I mean, they had every right to be concerned about Alvarez coming here at a young age. I mean, that was the thing. Now, giving the contract they gave to Narvaez, I don't know about that, but that's water under the bridge at this point.
They gave him a 2-year deal, right?
Yeah, 2 years backloaded. What is it? It's like $8 million,
something like
next
that.
year.
When it comes to
option.
The whole Quintana talk, I think a lot of it was based off of the market going crazy and what was available and the asking price. But if we look at it now, if the Phils end up getting Lorenzen, if that's completed, and now the Stros got Verlander, who's left holding the bag? Who still needs pitching? Who's still Baltimore's looking still? Cincinnati. So it's like maybe you can get something small for Quintana in that sense if you are still truly shopping him. Because I think a lot of those teams, oftentimes, I was talking with a friend about this before. It's crazy because when you're so close and you're young, I look at Baltimore. Baltimore's having a really good year. I would have thought that they would have been a little more aggressive for a Justin Verlander because, and now again, he might have said, I don't want to go to Baltimore. That changes everything. But the whole thing is, like I said before, with the Dodgers, if they were going to try to sell the fan base, we're not going after Verlander. We're going to get Eduardo Rodriguez instead. And it's that's kind of a weak sell, in my opinion. But a lot of these teams, I think are still holding prospects on the young end because they just don't want to part. Even though, which is crazy to me, because even though Steve Cohen's basically saying, look, I'm going to give you all the money. I'm just asking for one top 10 prospect. I'm going to give you all the cash. I'm going to
make back in the next week.
Right. I'm going to give you all the cash. You can still have, you don't got to be crying poor. I'm going to pay you for it. But you just got to do this. But some of them are still choosing to hold on. Whether it's right or wrong, we'll find out based off of how those teams do in the playoffs.
I will say this. I appreciate you all. Your boys got to go to work. So I can't make it for the rest of this trade deadline.
Yeah.
I will be with you in the chat and stuff like that. Carson, thanks for the invite. Ibby and John, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Appreciate y'all. And let's do this again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
We should. This was a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let me know if anything else comes up with the Mets fire sale.
Hey, it's not a fire sale. This is not a liquidation.
Fire sale. It's not a rebuild.
We're just repositioning.
We're just selling everything, but we're not.
Appreciate you all. Subway to Shea out, guys. See you later.
All right.
Peace.
Later, man.
Yeah. All right. So now we have an empty box.
Oh, that's sad. That's weird.
So I don't know if that will be filled by one of my co-hosts later. I don't know how long we're going to go with
boxes,
this. This was,
I'm just
yeah.
everyone has been traded. Has been traded to work. I'm just going to like John before, take a quick moment break for a bathroom, and I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I mean, this was actually my fault with this whole thing, because usually what I remember is that the trade deadline ends at 4. Like, that's been the thing for like the last 25 years, correct?
Yeah, no, it's 6.
It's 6 now.
Yeah.
So great. Mayer just tweeted out that the Mets are getting interest in catcher Omar Narvaez, and he could be dealt before the deadline. Narvaez has a $7 million player option for the 2024 season. So it's $7 million. They're giving him, I have no idea. It's like 7.5 this year, something like that. I don't know, but
something like that. I mean, look, like I said, I loved when they brought in Narvaez, because the Mets, like Ibby said earlier, as an organization, forget about the fans. The organization has a tendency to overrate their prospects, or at least historically they did.
Absolutely.
And so, yes, I understand that Alvarez was the number 1 prospect in baseball. And, that's a little different than overrating your own guy, a Fernando Martinez or a Lastings Millage, or whoever the case may be. But I like the fact that they hedged their bets. They said, look, we're going to get rid of McCann. He hasn't worked, but we don't think Nito's a number 1. We also don't think Alvarez is ready. So we're going to go get Omar Narvaez, who is he's just a very decent catcher. He's good enough defensively, good enough offensively. And I think he brought value. Plus the fact that him and Alvarez are both from Venezuela, I thought was a good way to kind of get the young kid acclimated, especially during spring training. So I think the deal made sense. But like I said earlier, I think he projects better as a starter for somebody else than a backup.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm good with Nito being the backup. And Nito's still in the organization, if I remember correct, right? He was DFA'd.
He's in AAA right now. Yeah.
And then wasn't claimed. So, I think you could easily have Nito be the backup for Alvarez, especially early in his career, because it looks like Alvarez at 21 is going to play a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, the whole thing about Nito and everything, it connects to a lot of, the Mets overrating a lot of their guys. We all know that the Mets pitching staff is very fond of Tomas Nito, and they have been for a long time. Mm-hmm. Well, they DFA the guy, which, because, Gary Sanchez had to go, but they DFA the guy, and you see no one picks him up. And you're like, okay, well, how valuable really is he if 29 other teams are not picking him up? And now he's pretty much rotting away in AAA. Most likely will be called up if Narvaez gets moved. But I mean, it made sense. I think the Narvaez move made sense. One of my co-hosts, Frank, hated this move because he's a huge Francisco Alvarez. He freaking loves him. I think he was in the chat earlier. I don't know, but he loves Francisco Alvarez. He didn't understand the reason why they're paying another catcher when they're already paying McCann and everything. But the thing is that we didn't know Francisco Alvarez was going to come out of nowhere and just take the job completely because of how veteran heavy this team is. You see the young guys, taking most of the playing, taking most of the time on the bench, and you have most of the older guys, playing. And that's kind of been a style with Buck Showalter, where the guys need to earn the playing time. Mm-hmm. And, right now he's the guy. He's our catcher, obviously. Right. And, $8 million spent on Omar Narvaez. It's not looking great now, but again, Steve Cohen's going to make that back in an hour again. Yeah.
Can we address the fact that, Nightingale said that, the Mets told Verlander they may not contend again until 2025, and how that, kind of goes against what I was saying right before I left to go use the bathroom and refill my water, right? I do understand that, because I think what's going to happen, this is the way I translate it. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. The Mets lost Jacob deGrom. And so they said, we're going to go and we're going to replace him the best way we possibly can try to do, which is get Verlander. I think what you're not going to see from the Mets this year, this coming offseason, are moves like that. Let's try to replace blank with blank. Let's slap a Band-Aid on it. If the Mets are really in love with Shohei Ohtani, let's say, right? I don't know if they are. The Mets are going to try like hell to get Ohtani. If they don't, I think then the Mets are going to be more measured. Does that make sense? Like the Mets are going to identify the guys that I think will help them in the long term that may allow them to contend next year. But if they don't get those guys, then they're going to take a step back. That's how I'm reading into that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be Ohtani.
I don't think
I'm just
there's
using
much
him
of
as
a
the example.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of a pivot. Like after okay, let's say they do go after Ohtani. He doesn't end up coming here. I don't think there's going to be much of a pivot. I do think that they'll sign a few guys. They're going to get at least one or two pitchers. We already know they're going to do that. They just traded away two. So, I mean, that's a given. So, but I think that, they kind of had that approach in general with these main guys where, these are short-term deals, and them being short-term deals, it gave them somewhat trade value where in this type of situation that David Robertson and Max Scherzer, they're short-term deals. So no team is going to be tied into them. So I think that we'll see what they do. It's going to be interesting. I think it is going to be very interesting. And if they do bring Stearns in, I mean, that's where I'm like, okay, you know what? You can have your 2024 because I've seen what Stearns can do. It's impressive. Like I've seen what he's done. I don't like, the thought of Billy Epler working under him. But they're good friends or whatever. But I'm good with this transition year in 2024 if it means that they are going in the right direction, getting younger. Like I said, let's also not forget Buck Showalter's contract is up after next year. Right. So maybe there is a transition into that as well. So like I'm fine with it. I really am fine with it. I would have done this a little bit earlier. Like a lot of shipping out older guys, they wanted to ride it out. They won 101 games last year, blah, blah, blah. But I'm someone who kind of saw something like this coming, not to flex or anything, but
no, you did.
Yeah. You're flexing right now. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm definitely flexing. I have no upper body strength whatsoever, but I'm flexing it right now. But I can say that, I mean, it's just, this is kind of the cost that you get with an older team. And the fact that you're keeping the core intact right now, you still have some stars here who can be good for a really long time. Lindor, Pete, I don't consider McNeil part of the core. It's just my hot take. I know there's some people who love their batting average guys. That's just me. I don't consider him that. Nimmo's here. He's going to be great for another few years. Like the thing is that
Nimmo's skill set also translates to Nimmo can move to left field in 3 years and still be very productive anywhere in the lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope my man Alex Ramirez gets up there eventually, but
gets going. Yeah.
It'll take a while, but
let me ask you guys this. Matt Williams, who's been a guest on our show on Til Mets Do Us Part, said as far as joining Kodai Senga and Jose Quintana in the rotation for next year, he cites Yamamoto, which would obviously be a great get, the soon-to-be 25-year-old phenom pitcher in Japan, Lucas Giolito, and Eduardo Rodriguez. That actually has the makings. I mean, obviously money, but those are three guys that will be available. And, you look at Giolito's 29, Eduardo Rodriguez is 30. I mean, if you want to get younger and you want to, build a rotation that makes some sense and can actually compete, I actually don't hate that.
It's not bad. Again,
it's not bad. And like, there are ways where like, that's why I don't understand why everyone is so apprehensive to doing this, because there are, like, you rattled off 3 names. And there's more beyond those 3 names where you can attack and pay guys to come in. Because look, this team is still in a spot where they are trying to develop arms down low. And we've said on our show multiple times, I'm sure you realize this too, Carson, that for a while they're going to be paying for pitchers because they have to, because there's no one that's coming up that's going to allow them to say, oh, we can plug in this guy and he'll be our 3-starter and he can potentially become a 1. Like we're praying for what right now? For Blade Tidwell to be that someday, but that still might be 2 years from now. So like this team has to spend money when it comes to pitching, and that's what they're going to do, which is why I have no problem with them getting rid of these guys, because they're going to spend and get new ones next year.
Yeah, and I'll tell you about Tidwell. I got to see this guy live. He's good, but God, those walks are going to be a problem. Those are going to be a problem, and that could shift into being a reliever. So it's like there's a few reliever upsides with a few pitching prospects that we do have here. So, you can't bank on it. You just really can't bank on striking gold like we did with Harvey, Wheeler, Syndergaard, DeGrom, Matz. Like, you can't. It's just
that's not the norm.
Happen. Like,
right, that's not the norm.
It's not
And somebody said a long time ago, during that heyday of the Harvey, DeGrom, Wheeler, Syndergaard, Matz era, right? Which only went through the rotation one time in all those years, by the way. One time healthy did we get a 5 in a row of those dudes. But they said you can't build a team based on this high top flight starting pitching like that. And now we've seen it with the Mets with those 5 guys. We've seen it with the Mets with Generation K that never turned out to be anything. And now we've seen it with the Mets where last year they go out and they pair Scherzer with DeGrom. Wasn't enough. They get Scherzer and Verlander. What didn't work. Now I understand those are older players, not prospects, but I think you need to be more flexible in the rotation. I think that's the recipe for success. And then, have young, talented, everyday players that can play more often than they don't, that can do a lot of different things, right? You play good defense, run fast, hit the ball hard, pull the ball. I think that's how you win in baseball now.
Okay, let me point something out here. The Braves have been too silent.
Did they do something?
I hate to say it. I just hate to say it. I know we're all having a good time. We got the prospects coming back here, building the farm system, but the Braves have been way too quiet. And now I'm scared. I'm kind of scared. I don't know what they're going to do. Because you're
scared, I'm going to give you a quick update that's going to make you excited and thrilled. Tyler McGill will likely be taking the spot of Justin Verlander in the rotation. So there you go.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
Now, is he going to be the Tyler McGill from 2 years ago, or is he going to be the...
No, we're going to throw 92 low in the zone. Get ripped.
It's not most of it isn't really the velocity. It's kind of just the fastball shape that just looks like crap. Like, it's just you can't have a 6'7" pitcher throwing vertically. It's basically just like tipping pitches as a typical guy.
As I'm looking in the comments right now, I see Joe Prano has joined us. What is up, Joe? Always a pleasure when you hop in. And he says, "Sorry, I'm late. I can assume I only missed over-the-top optimism." Joe, let me ask you, are you not a fan of what's going on with our Mets at this deadline? Because I'm very curious on what you're feeling.
Well, because Joe was so adamant that they were going nowhere, so tearing the thing apart is the thing that makes the most sense.
Right.
But listen, I love Joe, and again, I love Carlos, but Carlos is railing against me again in the comments, saying, "John, signing Ohtani is the last move we should make. It didn't make sense before, and right now it wouldn't make sense. Sign more players, not just one. One player doesn't magically transform us." And I was just using Ohtani as the reference point. I said if the Mets had a plan to go after a couple of guys and they're willing to get them, I think they would spend and try to be contenders. But if those guys fall through, they're not going to pivot a la DeGrom to Justin Verlander. That was the point I was trying to make. Of course, all he heard was the Mets should sign Ohtani and do everything to get him and not sign anybody else, because that's what I think team building looks like. That's not the point I was making, but kudos. I've been talking for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
The Braves did get Brad Hand, but that doesn't really mean anything. For those of you who,
once he becomes Billy
those
Wagner,
of you who are watchers of Mets Weekly or coming from our show, I got beef with Brad Hand. So I have got beef with Brad Hand's mom apparently as well. She's called me out on Twitter many times.
Okay.
I've never responded to her because I'm very nice. Okay, so the Mets are sending $54 million in the Justin Verlander trade. 54? One executive said if Verlander's $35 million option in 2025 becomes vested. Okay. I'm not really sure how to really word this, to be honest, but I'm gonna type it in the chat because it's a Bob Nightingale tweet, and I'm not trying to have my brain rot real quick.
Okay.
Just
While you're
just
typing
click
that
this
out,
out here.
I'll go to John Heyman here, who said Astros were Verlander's first choice. He may have approved the Dodgers too, but it was a very short list, as is his right as a player with a full no trade.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
And I think that's everything we talked about when I said, why would he not come here? Of course, Verlander would have.
And I'm okay with him having the limited options, to be honest. I think compared to Max recently, he's been a saint, to be honest. He's been just, I with how Max addressed it compared to this, I mean, old. Get them the fuck out of here, though.
I totally agree. We could pull up Joe Perino's comment because Ibby, you asked and
yes.
Joe answered. He said, I'm obviously okay with tearing it down, but I have a hard time saying this franchise is moving in the right direction when their direction changes every 4 months. Going back to the very top of the show, something, Joe, that you sincerely did miss just from not being here, not throwing shade, but there's something that Steve Cohen very clearly understands, and that is a sunk cost. Steve Cohen went all in, and Joe DeMaio just said this on Twitter a couple of minutes ago. He said, Steve Cohen goes all in. They went all in the offseason to try to win it. You can't sell half of a house, so they're tearing everything down, and they're going in a different direction. The Mets slapped a Band-Aid, which they could do because of Steve Cohen's money, on the problem. It has not worked out to what I would say a catastrophic degree, right? This team, not only did they not have a chance to win a World Series, but they were an under 500 team for most of the season. And so acknowledging the sunk cost, deciding to eat more money to get better prospects, and taking 3 guys, Robertson, Verlander, and Scherzer, that were all on the wrong side of 35, most of them 40 or above, and turning those into 4 top 100 prospects is about as good a direction as you could possibly go. Whether those prospects ever see the light of day with the Mets, or those prospects wind up, turning into deals to get, players that the Mets could use in a different way. So I understand the pivot, but I think it takes a lot of balls to hard pivot the way the Mets have. And also, Steve Cohen, you take the GM speak from Billy Epler aside from his press conference from the other day, Steve Cohen is doing exactly what he said he was going to do, which is what we talked about earlier, right? I think Aunt Rivera was the first one to bring that up. He said they're not going to add to this team. They'll probably tear it down, and they're doing that. So, I have faith in the direction of the franchise because of Steve Cohen. Really, that's where it begins and ends.
Here's another point that you can bring it up. I mean, yes, 54 million covering that. It is brutal. It is brutal to just think about that. But again, I can just also give you another point where if he was 35, this would be a different situation. I mean, that's how I see it, But yeah, 54 million is brutal. I mean, it is brutal. But, as for Steve Cohen, I don't know if it says brutal for him, but money.
It's not brutal for him, and that's the thing. Like I said, again, at the beginning of the show, they have the highest payroll in the history of Major League Baseball heading into the season, and then you find out that, personally, Steve Cohen made that back by May. From January to May of this year, he earned the Mets payroll back. And when you look at, you obviously have to separate the businesses, right? We're not talking about .72 earning that money. He earned that money through .72. He, as the principal owner of the Mets that dips into his own pocket to pay the payroll, earned that money back. That has nothing to do with jersey sales, popcorn, concessions, tickets, the $150 million that every team gets in the part of the national TV deal. None of that. Steve Cohen, in his pocket, earned the Mets payroll in 5 months. So it doesn't matter. Let him eat $53 million. Let him eat $500 million. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
As long as no scandal breaks out,
It's like, listen, I have no sympathy for billionaires, right? I don't want to turn this into a political show. In my personal life, I don't think billionaires should really exist. I think it's fairly unethical. However, as a baseball fan, as a sports fan in an uncapped sport, I want my owner to have so much money that money doesn't matter.
Yeah, poor Bob. It's just, he's just trying to do his job, and he's not really good at it. It's, we know, it's just, that's his thing. He's not blowing it. Yeah. Well, this is an interesting tweet that just came up with a Michael Cerami. It was retweeted by Marino. The Cubs are planning to remove Trey Mancini from their roster. Couldn't immediately tell if it's going to be a release or a DFA. We'll work to find out. So it looks like they're just going to cut the losses with Trey Mancini. And I was wondering why. And then I looked at the season he's having. Yeah, I get it. It's been
brutal.
awful.
It's brutal.
Yeah, he's been awful. And that was somebody that I was talking about pivoting to. Yeah.
He was the guy I thought would make a good fit at DH, especially when he was out there longer than a lot of us expected. The one surprise guy, the guy that I said the Mets should have gotten in the offseason that no one was talking about was Cody Bellinger. I thought the Mets should have been all in on Bellinger, talking about a guy who regressed hard, but Carson pulls the ball, sure knows how to pull that damn ball. He also the two things
but it gets him injured sometimes.
Sure, but the two things that didn't regress from Cody Bellinger's MVP year were the fact that he never stopped being an elite defensive player and he never stopped hitting home runs. His average went in the tank. Sometimes his run production as a result was absolute garbage, but he hit home runs and he played great defense. And I just thought, hey, the way that they're changing the rules for the shift and all the stuff that goes into that, he's a guy you could easily take a flyer on. And they didn't, but look, it's paid off for the Cubs.
It has. And like, the thing is that you know that Bellinger is most likely not going to go back to that level of MVP, even though he's still 28 years old, 29. I don't know how old he is. What is he? 28. So he's 28.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, there's a possibility where, you know, but there still is upside. He still would give you 15, 20, 25 home runs. I mean, it's definitely something that you could do. And listen, the power has gone down in the last 2 years for him, but it looks like it's gained a lot back. And then also there's also the point where the quality of contact is a little bit down as compared to what it was. But like, I mean, you think about them moving in the fence in right field, it probably would have somewhat worked. Like, it probably could have worked. I thought that would work with Daniel Vogelbach a little bit, but he doesn't swing the bat. So, you know, but yeah, I mean, it's a shoulda, woulda, coulda at this point.
Mark Gooden with a very very funny tweet, as he is known to do sometimes. He just screen grabbed the Jenny Mets account suspended screenshot, and he said, "No one. I wonder what Genny Mets thinks of the Verlander trade." Oh my god! I'm sorry.
What the hell did he do to get suspended?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
What the hell happened?
I have no idea.
He hasn't tweeted from his personal either. Oh wait, no. I guess he is now.
No, I mean, listen, you know, Grant and I squashed the beef, but you know, my reasons for the beef still exist. So
he's a controversial one out there on Twitter. He definitely is.
You know, I said this the other day on Twitter. It got a little bit of traction just from I was like, my favorite sports accounts are the ones who just copy and paste somebody else's, like somebody with sources. They take that, they just copy and paste it without, it's just easier to retweet it. Just retweet the thing.
Right.
You know, like, you think if they're following Genny Mets, they're not also following Jeff Passan? They're following Jeff Passan. They're like, according to Jeff Passan. Like, yeah, obviously, dude. So
I don't know.
I'm not going to turn your show into a hate show like mine.
No, I don't. I mean, I go after you know, the players on my team. I have no opinion on anyone on Twitter whatsoever. I am so nice to everyone. I support everyone equally.
Well, I did notice that you changed your handle. Yeah. So does this mean you can talk now, or I was just curious on that. Does that signify that you are allowed to talk now?
I don't know. Yeah, I had to. I mean, I had an old account that got suspended. That's the reason. Like, the little thing that got me suspended, it was just completely out of context. It said, I said something that sounded bad, but like it wasn't bad. And then I had like another account and they're like saying that I evaded suspension or something. I still have been appealing to get it back. Still haven't heard back, and I've just pretty much accepted where I'm like, yeah, okay, it's done. So, yeah, I had to put Mets fan can't talk because I couldn't put anything related to Carson there but now I think it's pretty much been established there. But yeah, it's whatever. I don't get paid to tweet, so
James
if I got
Dowling-
paid to tweet, then yeah.
James Dowling in the
I'd be
comments
tweeting
just
all day.
saying, I think he may have shared something without giving credit, which is
Mm.
possible. That could be it. And somebody might have reported him for that, which
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's a little bit of
And
a
maybe
punk
there's a
move, but
possibility he was making money off of that. I don't
it's
know.
possible. I mean, he does have enough
Yeah.
followers where that is a thing that could
Yeah.
be, you know.
I don't know.
But anyway, we got what, 3 hours left, 2 hours left till the
6 o'clock.
Yeah. 2
till
hours
this
left.
deadline
Wow.
happens. So I don't look. What do you think? Do you think who else is moved? And people in the comments should probably chime in too. But so we've got Narvaez, Pham, Rayleigh.
Maybe Quintana. Maybe.
Maybe Quintana. Yeah, maybe.
I could see them keeping Quintana now as a cheap option for next year too.
Mhm.
Maybe. Yeah.
But I again, if a team blows them away, you know, if a team
Right.
with a ton of
The
prospects,
return is what matters. Yeah.
right? Like I don't think Quintana is going to get you something great, but if a team like the Orioles, who's on the outside looking in, needs pitching, he's not a top flight pitcher, but I do think he would help them. You know, and they say, look, we'll give you our, you know, 20th ranked prospect, but in their farm system, that's good. You know, like,
Right.
do you jump on that? I don't know. So, but
do I just stay on live until Drew Smith is traded? Do I just stay here,
You'll be
blow up my
forever.
computer, just stand here forever? I mean,
it's not going to happen.
I think, who's going to want him at this point?
No, Drew Smith is a DFA candidate more than anything else.
Yeah, I think Narvaez and Pham get moved. I think Rayleigh will have a market. But we'll see what happens with that. I would love to move Quintana. This is like, because like he, I don't think he's that great. And like, I think what you got from him so far, he's got 2 starts. People have been impressed from his 5 rehab starts or something. You got to get something from that. Like, I think that you do have to do something with that. Like Quintana throwing, 88, 89 mile an hour fastballs. That's not gonna sustain anywhere else. Like,
Right.
This is the best trade value you got from him right now. I hope that they just DFA Carrasco, but that's another thing. But,
well, I mean, I think it means we're looking at Carrasco till the end of the year.
Yeah, that's what I think so too.
Because,
probably. Yeah.
They can't.
You need veteran presence,
Well, I just don't think they have arms. Like, who else are they gonna? Literally,
Right.
who else are they gonna pitch? So
I don't care who they put in there. To be honest, I just want to see the young guys. That's literally it.
I mean, Quintana's a guy who's 34, pushing 35. He's another one of those guys.
That's another thing. Yeah.
And you probably do. We talked about the people that Matt Williams mentioned, right? In his dream, he actually retweeted it to me and Ibby, saying that like his realistic way to round out his rotation would be to add Yamamoto, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Lucas Giolito. But again, when you're looking at Giolito and Rodriguez, you're looking at guys who are 29 and 30 years old, that even if you had to give them a deal that took them to their 35, like Quintana's 35 now. You know what I mean? Again, you're getting more value upside for the guys who are on the right side of 30 or right at 30, because they're also not guys. Giolito and Rodriguez are not guys who are going to command, you're not talking about Garrett Cole. These are not 9-year contracts that you're giving out here.
Yeah, I had a hope, and I was not expecting it to happen. I had a hope going into this trade deadline that we get somebody who could pitch in the major leagues right now. Whether that was getting Hunter Brown for Justin Verlander, didn't happen. Whether that means, trading Max Scherzer and getting like maybe a control, like a Dane Dunning or something like that, like someone who could pitch in the major leagues. Who's the guy on the Dodgers that the Mets like? Is it Emmett Sheehan or whatever? Yeah. I think he's a nice arm, but like get somebody who pitched in AAA or they've had a few starts in the majors. Just get someone, right? Just get somebody there. Maybe they get somebody like that for Pham. Maybe they get, but like, I'm not saying make a win now move. Just get someone just to make it like just a little bit younger. Like, cause I don't think you're going to see much long-term with David Peterson and Tyler McGill. I mean, McGill, we saw him at his best. David Peterson, so like overall, like the Mets rotation, I would like to have some kind of safety net there where like they get somebody for one of these trades, but I don't think that is going to happen because it looks like it's a seller's market with pitching and not, so again, that was just a hope, but we
talked.
It's Billy Epler. I've gone back to hating him now.
Ibby and I talked, I think last week or the week before about the Mets doing, this season's equivalent of when they got Marcus Stroman would have been a nice little touch. And maybe not even somebody as good as Stroman, but just getting a pitcher like that. And one of the pitchers that Ibby mentioned that fits that bill is already gone. He mentioned Aaron Savale. And that's the kind of deal. And now it looks like he also mentioned, I think, Ibby, didn't you say Eduardo Rodriguez would be a potential get for the Mets? But now it looks like because it is such a seller's market, the Mets are not going to want to part with things to get a guy in here, especially a guy like Rodriguez, who's a free agent anyway. Right. But I agree with you, Carson. It would be nice to have brought in somebody who, could just round out the rotation this year. Just that, not just an arm, but
someone to show promise, like, a Robert Gazelman type of ticket. You know what I mean? Like someone who came in here, possible promising starter. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And that's like a controllable arm. That's what I think they should have traded Carrasco for in the offseason. Different story, but I guess they're coming around to it now. Jordan Montgomery, I mean, he's more of a buy. We got Gott.
We got Gott all right.
We got Gott.
We got Gott all right.
It's just like it's you got to use the New York City definition of it. Like we got Gott. We got Gott.
I always give guys the benefit of the doubt. I always give them I give them a little bit, but I hate that guy. Trevor Gott, I actually despise this guy. He like 4 different pitches, no tunnel, no nothing. They all just look flat. He's just whipping it down. Like it's literally just like it's got like some signature movement, but it's not gonna like make anybody chase or anything. Like I don't know where the hell Epler found this man, but yeah, he's got to go too. But he's got to go.
Oh wait, can we still talk shit on bad takes?
Sure, why not?
Oh boy.
Okay, this is from Danielle McCartan, who's on the Fan sometimes. She says, imagine lauding a prospect haul when you've got a manager dead set against playing the younger players and a front office that can't find a reason to bring up Ronnie Mauricio. Imagine typing a worse thing into Twitter.
Who is
Imagine coming up with a more doom and gloom proposition to look at that. Like, I understand the frustration of going from what you thought this year was going to be in March, unless you're Carson, who thought they were going to win 84 games. Fair. No, but like, I understand like the swing of like we were up here and now, but
yeah.
How could you like how is that your takeaway? I can
counterpoint this again. And this is me third time saying this. If Verlander was 35, like you're not going anywhere this year. It's just not going to happen. It's a small chance. I mean, still out of the wild card, fingers crossed. But at this point, you're not what's the point of giving him $43 million if he's just, it's like, with my football team with Devontae Adams on the Raiders, it's like just wasting it, right? You're wasting it. And it's like, what's the point of that? So I don't know. I understand that frustration with like the young players and not doing that, but like, come on. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to hold on to Verlander, like, and count on a 41-year-old being your ace. Like, it's just, I don't see the point of doing that whatsoever.
Well, I also think a lot of this was, as Ibby tweets out, the Brewers got Chafin.
Yeah.
Nice move for them. Good get. I think a lot of this, Carson, especially to go back to the top of our of this show, of this stream, I think the Mets trading Max was partially on Max's demeanor, Max's reaction. Obviously, Max not being good and trying to get out of some of that money. I think the Mets trading Verlander was due in large part to realizing what the market was. I think if the market was meh, I think Verlander would still be on the Mets. I do. Even though he's 40 years old, even though why would you pay him $43 million if you're not trying to contend next year, all that stuff. I think that if it wasn't a market where they could get arguably the two best prospects from a team for him, they wouldn't have done it. But I think when you're in this existence where everybody is just making trades like crazy and they're trying to get starting pitching and it's driving the cost up, go for it.
Yeah. Exactly. It's just, they told him that there's a possibility that we don't contend. And he said, okay, well, send me to the Astros. Fine. I mean, I'm not real mad. And I kind of find it funny that like the Astros just made it so clear. They're like, oh, we don't need Justin Verlander. We didn't even talk to him. And now look what you just did. You just traded back for him, traded 2 top 5 prospects in your farm. That's not amazing. But like, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's a win. I think it took a while to get to this win, I'd say, but like it's the best case scenario right now. And here's a little nugget of information from Tim Healy. Drew Gilbert was college teammates with Blade Tidwell. So automatically, amazing. Cool.
Ibby,
they're going to team up in Double-A Binghamton. So that's cool.
Ibby, awesome. Your new best friend has just chimed in.
Who?
Howie Rose.
Oh, Howie. What do you got,
Howie said about 5 minutes ago, once the determination was made that the run the Mets needed to contend was less than likely to come, there was no sense going halfway. Short-term pain followed by an aggressive offseason should make things better soon. They will still spend, and their system is now much deeper. I think that is a guy who gets it.
Yeah.
No,
he got it.
How he gets it. Yeah, he does. He understands.
No, he got it. He nailed it.
It's crazy because we were just when I was with him on Saturday, we were talking about the team and talking about where they were in the standings, and to the point that John has made multiple times on the show, talking about the teams that are in front of us and things like that. And, we spoke on the youth that was ahead of us. And I mentioned how, when there's youth, there also comes an experience. So I understand the fan that was still, who lives and dies with this team and sees a bunch of young teams that with inexperience, and you're a veteran laden team, like you want to keep going. I understand that. But at the same time, it was hard to, really get behind that, mainly because how can you when they haven't done anything to prove to you this entire season that they can do what you said that it's like, oh, but it's only 6.5 games. It's like, yeah, but they haven't made up ground like that the entire year. So he didn't want to give up on it on Saturday, but at the same time, based off of that tweet, he also understands that there is a thought process, that there is still money to spend, that this team has gotten younger and it's better for the long haul. He understands. So you basically you can have a thought process where one day you're like, they still have a shot. They do this, and then once you see the plan, you're like, I understand. I get what they're doing, and it makes sense. And they're getting younger, and this is sustainability. This is what we want. Some people can do that. Howie Rose has proven that he understands that. Many people on Twitter, many Mets fans can't fucking do that. It's incredible.
Yeah, I see it as a John, your mic's muted.
Sorry, I'm dumb.
Yeah.
I got people in my mentions on Twitter saying things like, "Oh, their GM all but confirmed that they won't spend on pitching next year, and they just spent $53 million to get rid of Verlander and $35 to get rid of Scherzer. You think they're spending? You're crazy. You're an idiot.
Why?
Because people are fucking dumb, Ibby.
I
People
know.
are so stupid.
I know.
And the two of you are better at being nice
normal
than I am.
I mean, I could get irrational, but I mean, that's just me.
And maybe they won't, right? Maybe they won't, but it's just there's not been any proof to
it's
the
a
contrary.
wake-up call they needed. They needed this wake-up call because
Yeah.
we've never seen a full we never saw a huge overhaul in this Cohen era. He inherited a lot of this team. Like, he inherited a lot of the core, so there's some free agents that he let go or whatever. So, we're seeing some of his guys come in here, and I'm excited to see what they do, because I think at this point, I think you're in a better position if you aim younger. And that's just how this game is. You need younger players. The skill gap, it's it rapidly goes up every year. So I think how I look at it is you still have your hitting core intact right now. You still have a potential ace in Senga. You still have a closer who is, I love Edwin Diaz to death. I've always have and will defend him to the end of time. And then you have some prospects as well, the top prospects who have developed fairly well recently. Then you also have a team that most likely won't make the playoffs. You'll get a lottery pick in the draft. You're set up pretty well if Stearns comes in here, right? So we'll see what happens. But as for the Andrew Chafin trade, I am curious to see what the return is, because that kind of sets the market for Raley. So, because lefties are very scarce. I didn't even think Chafin would get moved until I saw something earlier today. So, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. This is two competing teams between the Brewers and Diamondbacks. It's an interesting trade. It really is.
There is a question in here that I think is worth asking. Explosive Diarrhea says,
"Oh yeah, that's one of our loyal viewers right here.
If you are a star player, why would you come here in 2024? Why would Ohtani come here?" Using Ohtani as the example. And AB, I think if we're fair, right? Ohtani is the only person I think that question might apply to, because he is going to have so many suitors and he's going to have so much money that you are going to have to sell. He's also coming from a place that historically has not won. So I think that's a fair question for him. I think for everybody else that we're mentioning, whether it's Arias, whether it's Yamamoto, these are guys who have a lot of their career in front of them. They're also going to come here with a different kind of intent and a different kind of, I can't think of a positive word for baggage, because Ohtani certainly doesn't have any baggage from a negative standpoint, but he's coming with the sum of his major league career thus far, which is playing in ineptitude in Anaheim. So I think that's the only person that really applies to. But Ibby, why would you come here if you're the Mets if you're a player in 2024?
Money.
There you go. You got it.
Money.
Yeah.
But no, to the Ohtani point, and I've said this in my extreme curiosity when it comes to him, because it's something that we've never seen. We'll never see it again. Specifically from a contract perspective, where this is someone that does both things. He pitches and he hits. It's going to be so interesting to see the language of a contract like this, because, who's
never
to
seen
say
something like
that
it before.
You never seen something like this before.
Yeah.
And who's to say that, everyone throws money out there like it's no big deal. But there are still limits, in my opinion, when it comes to money in terms of like overall contract, that I feel the game of baseball is still trying to curtail a little bit. And what I mean is, everyone automatically says, oh, this guy's going to get $600 million. Well, for the longest time, we've been saying that someone was going to get $500 million, and Mike Trout didn't get that either. So it still comes down to the amount of money that this guy is going to get. Now, when it comes to Ohtani, when it comes to even the Mets, and we're obviously a Mets-centric show, so we will use them as the example here. And I've been using this as my main go-to. If Shohei Ohtani, which we all believe wants to play on the West Coast, and we assume he wants to be a Dodger. Let's go off of that, because that's what everyone is saying. Dodgers have set themselves up. They have their money allocated properly. He's going to be a Dodger since everyone believes he's leaving Anaheim. Okay. Say the Dodgers offered $525 million over whatever, 10 years. Say that's what the offer is. 525 over 10. I still say that the Mets, because Steve Cohen doesn't give a shit, and because he's clearing some money and will pay on top and pay luxury taxes and all this stuff. What happens in the case where the Dodgers offer 525 if the Mets said, I'm going to offer you 600 over 10 years? Now, I say that because if a player is so adamant about going somewhere else, but the money is that stark in terms of difference, we've seen the players union come in before and say things when it comes to money. Would that put them in a spot where they basically have to say to Shohei, look, you might want to be here, but we kind of need you to take this money? Is that possible? Am I thinking too much in that sense? But we're talking that,
I don't know.
When you're talking
I think
that type of money.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know, because like you've never seen a market like this. You never will,
It's
and that's
incredible. You
another
never
reason
will.
why I've said, like, and that's the main reason why I was like, with Ohtani, of like the possibility of him being traded. Like, you don't know what a trade package looks like that like acclimates his value. You just don't.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
you
trading
never
a
have
number
seen
one
something.
starter and a cleanup hitter at the same time. You'll
Yeah,
never
it's
get
like-
fair market value back.
Like, you're never going to get that back. Like, I guess the best way to like measure that is like the Soto deal. Like, that's the best.
That's the best one you can go off.
Like,
Of. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So I just feel like it's in such a ridiculous amount of value that I don't think it's possible to trade Shohei Ohtani. So like, even if the value on the market, it might be for most teams impossible to pay him if you want him. And like, I would say that money's not going to be an issue if Cohen does want him, if Cohen goes after him. If Billy Epler uses his connection that he has with Shohei, let's not forget he was the one who signed him.
Right.
So there is a possibility. There's connections there, but I mean, it's said right here by Keith in the chat. I mean, you're signing two players right here, and this is someone that, I mean, fits perfectly into this era of baseball that I've always talked about. A guy that hits the ball 100 miles an hour and throws the ball 100 miles an hour. So it's like, this is the guy to go after if you're going to do it. It all just kind of depends on Shohei Ohtani. And to be honest, if I'm Shohei Ohtani, I hate to give out this advice to him. I doubt he's watching right now, but
No, he's an avid watcher of our channel. So,
oh yeah, at 100%. If I'm Shohei Ohtani, I'm hiring Scott Boras, because you would have a ridiculous market. It would be the biggest saga. You would have so many teams fighting over you. I mean, the amount of leverage that you would have, it would be smart. It would be smart. And I would be so scared to see what a contract would look like. Scott Boras representing, I mean, just someone that we've never seen before.
Ever.
A player that we've never seen before. Like the comparison to Babe Ruth, right? Like the guy who pitches and hits both at an elite level. It's just like, I mean, it's going to be incredible to see. I'm scared, and I'm also excited because it's going to be a cool market. It really will be.
We finally got the identity of the person behind the Paul Revere handle. If you pull it up, it's been revealed.
Revere. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Paul Revere is Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani.
All right.
Yep,
You know,
the whole time.
I
There
will
you
say
go.
this real quick. I wanted to
thought
say, Paul Revere, you lied to me. I did not see you at the QBC. I did not see you at the luncheon, so I was very upset as I was looking around for a man in a giant red coat. I couldn't find you.
Newest,
Very upset.
the newly acquired Ryan Clifford for Justin Verlander has already changed his Instagram profile. He is decked out in Mets orange and blue.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I love it.
He has done it. Let me ask you guys this. Obviously the trade conversation has slowed down for a while here. I don't really want to spend too much time on talking about what we think they're going to get back for Tommy Pham, because I just don't care. I just want them to trade Tommy Pham, but so we can talk about it when and if it happens. So we're musing about Shohei Ohtani, right? And we're musing about the possibility. And I think when you have Steve Cohen as an owner, any player that becomes available is always an option, right? That's the difference. That's another one of the big differences between Cohen and the Wilpons. Whether it's a free agent, whether it's a trade situation like Lindor, you know that the Mets are going to be players for the best players. But Carson, what would, giving everything that's transpired since the Mets traded David Robertson last Thursday, what would your ideal Mets offseason start to look like, knowing that this is a teardown? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but like, do you think Ohtani fits into that plan? Do you think it's more of the spread money around, like what I said before that Matt Williams came out with, where it's like, we're going to pay 3 different pitchers. We're still going to go with the high young upside guy in Yamamoto. Like, where would your offseason materialize?
Well, I definitely would blow up a lot of philosophies that they have right now by signing a lot of guys, who could, be a complementary power piece to Shohei Ohtani if you were to bring him in. And that's something that it's definitely this lineup. It's not deep, right? So it's not going to be, it's a top heavy lineup. We know right after Alonso, there's nothing there. So, I mean, I'm looking at just youth, guys with experience and youth, still have a bunch of years ahead of them. But I mean, you might have to just like slam a bunch of money and overpay for a lot of guys to do that. So that's the main reason where I'm like, okay, is Shohei going to be here? I'm not expecting that to possibly happen. But I mean, in the off season, everyone gets healthy. There still are some contracts that I would love to move, right? I'd love to move Marte's deal, right? I would love to do that. I just don't see the type of player that he's, going into the backside of his 30s. There's 2 more years on this. I would try to move Marte, and money obviously is not a problem with Steve Cohen to do that. So there's still things that I would do, but I think I would have to see what some of the young guys give towards the end of the year. Like, I mean, if we get, at this point, when Ronnie Mauricio, if he is called up, like if all 4 of those prospects should be in the lineup every day. I mean, they should all be in the lineup every day. I want to see what we get from that. I want to see what we get some of the pitching. Mike Vassell, hopefully they call him up. I think it's more going to be an audition process for the rest of this year of who's going to stay, who's going to go. And that's where I'm like, I don't know where they go. And I'm excited because at the possibility of Stearns being here, and I think that he's built some really great things. So I'm hoping that it doesn't go sour. It doesn't go towards a direction where I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? But I don't know. I don't know what they would do yet. I really, and that's kind of what makes it intriguing, to be honest. I don't have any thought, because I mean, just straight up buying, there's tons of guys that I would have brought in here instead of other guys, but that moment is kind of gone. So with the thought of 2024 possibly not being a competitive with what they just said to Verlander, I don't know where they go. With Steve Cohen's money, with a big name and Stearns coming in here, we'll see what they do. But I don't have a plan. I need like some kind of foundation to see like what are they looking to do. That's before fair. I would be like, and as for Epler building the foundation, no, thank you. But as for Stearns building the foundation, I'm excited to see that because we've seen him build some really good things.
Yeah, I think your point about waiting and seeing is not hedging or being, evasive of the question, because I think that's the only thing right now we can do, right? Because let's say
of course,
Marte really turns it on now. I don't expect it, but let's say Marte shows you flashes of what he was last year. Let's say he wasn't healthy. He's a guy you can move. If he shows he's healthy and productive, you could move in the offseason. I don't think they're going to move Jeff McNeil in the next hour and a half. I think Jeff McNeil's a guy you could move in the offseason too. And I think giving Stearns this blank slate means a lot of different things. Stearns might come in and say, if he does, Stearns might come in and say, we have to get Ohtani. It's insane if we don't. The guy's too good. And I think that Cohen would be inclined to listen. He might come in and say, look, it's crazy. We can't, this is how you build it. We have to do it this way and blah, 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 blah. Let's not try to go all in this year. I think the better investment long-term is Juan Soto next year, something like that. Right. And he might come in and say any of those things and it's going to be on the table. So Ibby, my question, I think to you is, do you think whether it leads to a trade in the offseason or just somebody who's going to be on the roster for the next 2 years, do you think Starling Marte is hurt, or do you think Starling Marte is just washed?
I mean, it's such like I don't want to go back and forth on it, but I look at it and I go, this guy, in my opinion, last year was really the engine of the offense, because when he was on, a lot of things were really humming for this team. He was getting on base, he was stealing bases. He was a big integral part of the success last year. Has the double groin surgery, the core's all messed up, comes into this year, it's not there at all. Like, he looks lost. He's for a majority of the season, I felt he looked disengaged, like just didn't want to be there type of thing. The way he's played the outfield. Now, again, I don't know if this is just a guy who's been playing in a lot of pain. I'm not sure. But when I see it, I kind of want to say he probably still has something in the tank, because it was such a drop. And when we talk about these things on the show, when there's such a drop, you say to yourself, okay, this player was here. Now he's here. Yes, he's a little bit older, but why did we drop this far? Well, in between right here, we had double groin surgeries. Okay, maybe this is the reason as to why everything has fallen off a cliff, as opposed to just automatically saying it's the old age. He's been a runner his entire career. Maybe his legs are just giving out. He's got nothing left. Maybe that's the case too. But I look at it, I go, I think he still has something. Do I think you're going to get back what he was prior to the surgery? I would probably say you're probably going to get a lesser version of that, because his new 100% might really be 80%, and is 80% of what he was at 100 still top end? I don't know. But if he proves to be healthy, like that's what we should be rooting for. We obviously want the guy to be healthy, but in terms of like helping the team moving forward, I hope he can be healthy this, back half of the season to, be able to showcase something. So then you can say, hey, he's got 2 years left. We'll eat one of those years, give you the money, and then to offload him in that sense. I think that's possible. But him being the player he was prior to the surgery, I question if that is possible.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think that he's got some value probably, in the corner outfield spot.
It's hard to tell. It really is hard to tell with him, because throughout his entire career, he's always been strictly like this 3 to 4 win player. Like, he's always been solid throughout his entire career. Yep. Like, he never really had a down year. Whenever he had a down year, he was either hurt, and then he came back even better. So it's like, it's hard, but like, he's also like, he's going to be 35 next year. And this is a guy who relies on his lower half a lot. This is a guy, and if that's compromised, is it really worth it paying this guy $20 million for the next 2 years?
Right.
So it's like, it's so hard, but like, and another thing I talked about on the podcast last week, it's just been depressing. It's just been really depressing to watch Starling Marte to go from this like just great quality player, all-star caliber player last year, to just drop off like this, and just every single part of his game just completely disintegrates. And you hope it's just an outlier, but maybe his body is just, at some point he's like physically and mentally, he has not been here at all. Like, this year, he has not been here. Like, it has gotten so bad for him that he's vomiting now. Like, he has been vomiting. He has had migraines. He has been sick. Like, at some point, you're like, this could get really ugly at some point with him.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Go ahead.
I got something here. I don't know if you guys pay for The Athletic. I do. But I do have something that was posted in The Athletic. It was a interview that was done with Max Scherzer giving his thoughts on things, and basically his talks with Mets brass. And the headline, and I'll give you the crux of it real quick. The headline was basically saying team taking step back to build for 25 and 26. Now, this is the piece that I just read real quick that I thought was interesting. And it was, I talked to Billy. This is Scherzer, obviously. I talked to Billy.
You didn't talk to Billy? It wasn't you?
I didn't.
Oh,
no.
Shit.
I wish, but not me. And he goes, okay, are we reloading for 24? Billy Epler says, no, we're not. Basically, our vision now is for 25 and 26. 25 at the earliest, more like 26. We're going to be making trades around that. Follow-up. I was like, so the team is not going to be pursuing free agents this offseason or assemble a team that can compete for a World Series next year. His response, no, we're not going to be signing the upper echelon guys. We're going to be on the smaller deals within free agency. 24 is now looking to be more of a kind of transition year. Okay. So I want to throw it out there real quick. I mean, I'll keep reading the article if anything else pops up, but that's what I thought was interesting, and I wanted to throw it out there so everyone knows what's going on.
I have thoughts. First of all, that's a lot for Max to tell a reporter. If that's true,
just leak the whole thing. Like,
just leak the whole fucking conversation. If that's what happened. So I think that's honestly, I think if that's exactly what Billy said to him, I think that's shitty that Max would come out and say that to a reporter the first chance he got.
Yeah,
that's my biggest takeaway. I'm hoping, and I don't know this, obviously, because I don't know Billy Epler. I would hope, Carson, that Billy Epler is smarter than telling Max Scherzer his exact plan.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of like coach, like a football coach giving everybody.
Again, and we talked about this earlier, and he doesn't really have like the right to like have a say in it, because like he's pitched like shit. Like he's not been good, and it's like who are you to say that and like get this information?
Yeah.
Now, I hope that Billy Epler's smarter than that. I hope, but like, I don't know. I mean, we've seen some stuff with the Angels front office. There's been a few things that have leaked through with that when Billy Epler was there. So I don't know. Again, like there's a lot of things from Billy Epler that I've seen basically be copy and pasted here from what he did in LA. So I just,
well, this is what I was going to bring up.
I mean,
to play devil's advocate, you could bring up Paul Revere's most recent comment.
It's so funny.
And I think there's a possibility in that. Tell Max what he wanted to hear. I mean, hey, are you going to compete? If you're trying to move Max, you're not going to be like, yeah, we're trying to compete next year. He's going to be like, okay, well, then I'll stay.
What I got as I continue to read in this article, and I read this and I'm just like, who the fuck are you? Like that was the second I read it, I was like, who the fuck are you? So after Scherzer was informed by Epler exactly what is the plan moving forward, after he was told this, Scherzer then says to the GM, I got to hear this from Steve. Like, I read that and I'm just like, really? Like, motherfucker. Like, okay, so I'll continue. He goes, I got to hear this from Steve. This is a change in organizational direction. Okay. Cohen then repeated to Scherzer exactly what Epler had said to him, nearly verbatim, as it says here, nearly verbatim, the exact same thing. Because I'm sure whatever Cohen was saying to Epler, Epler wasn't going to, mince words or cut corners. He was going to say, this is what we're doing. And he repeated it. Max said, I got to hear it from someone else. And then he hears the exact same thing from Steve Cohen. Obviously, it also went on to talk about how they're willing to trade not only guys that were on expiring deals, but players that also had time left on deals prior to the end of the 24 season, which is where all those Pete rumors came and why we're hearing about Quintana as well. But as always, I'll continue reading and let you know if there's anything good that comes up.
That's like a lot. Like, I understand you're Max Scherzer, you're making a lot of money, you're a future Hall of Famer, but that is a lot. Like, that is from someone who has not pitched well, who has not been the investment that they expected him to be. Whether he has put up a good earned run average or not, he has not come up big when they I mean, that's a lot. That is like imagine, like, can you imagine DeGrom doing something like this? Like, I can't. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Max Scherzer, he has pissed me off to my wit's end at this point. What a fast story to come out. Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. Like, it's very detailed. The fact that he just leaked that out, like, what is it, 2 days after getting traded to the like,
a little bit more. If they had said we're going to hold on to all the 24 pieces, that would have been a different story. Scherzer said, but they were saying, no, we're going to be moving players that are under contract for 24 before the deadline. We walked through some players I had in mind who would be that. It turned out it was much more extensive than that. The players we ended up talking about who are free agents after 24, they were of the more substantial name. Any player who was a free agent after 24 at the right price could be moved right now at the deadline. This is a completely different vision from what everybody had in the clubhouse. All the players had a vision of we reload for 24. That was no longer the case.
Yeah, after all of that, I see you, Max. Have fun. Like, that's like, I don't even know what to say with that. Like, that's actually insane. That's nuts. I did not expect. You expect, like, the first reporter he talks to, and he basically just leaks the entire conversation. Like, I don't know. This is my thing with Max Scherzer. Like, yeah, okay, he's a fierce competitor, Hall of Famer, whatever. But, like, the way this guy runs his mouth sometimes, it's definitely it's concerning. It really is. And, like, we've seen where those people that run their mouths like that with the Mets, like Stroman, and they're out of here. Like, it's just, I am not a big sympathizer for Billy Epler. I've gone after him countless times. I'm not a big fan of Buck Showalter. But like, overall, that's bad. That's like really bad.
And
like, finally, just leaking that immediately.
And finally, the last portion of this is more so of the reaction from Steve Cohen through this meeting. And as I read this, I think you guys are going to appreciate it, you two, as well as everyone in the chat, knowing that Steve Cohen has his head on proper when I say this. When they were trying to compete, it was outside of my contract. I said, okay, that's the math, Scherzer said. That's basically what Steve said. I never thought in a million years we'd be in this situation, being at the deadline, and we're actually sellers. But the math is the math, and the math says this organization needs to retool. That was Steve who was saying that. Scherzer then says, I get it. I'm not here to say you're wrong. It is what it is. I understand from Steve's perspective. That's the direction he wants to take the team based on where everyone is at within their contracts, arbitration, and free agency. This was the new vision for the Mets that was outside of my contract. At that point, that's when it became binding. I said, I will accept a trade.
So I've been listening to everything. I turned off my camera and stepped away for a moment because my headphones stopped working. But we're locked back in now. But I switched from my headphones to my regular settings so I could hear everything that you guys were saying. I, like you, Carson, think that is, like, honestly, I got big time fuck Max Scherzer energy right now. Yeah. Whether or not it's the truth, whether or not Billy Epler, out of respect for who Max Scherzer is, and out of respect for the fact that he signed a no trade clause, if Billy Epler came to him and told him all of that in confidence. And Max ran and told the first person he asked, fuck Max Scherzer. If Billy Epler told him something that is not 100% the truth, but what he wanted to hear, playing devil's advocate, and Max Scherzer ran and told the first reporter, still fuck Max Scherzer, because you should have a little bit of confidence in this conversation. The other thing, when he talks about trading people that are under contract for 2024, I bring you back to the list that we discussed when we were talking about the Pete Alonso stuff. Justin Verlander signed for 24. Max option for 24. Rayleigh controllable through 24. Canha option for 24. Escobar option for 24. Marte, who I don't think they'd be able to trade, but they sure would want to, signed for 24. We're not talking about the core pieces of this team. Do you think the Mets are trading Francisco Lindor? No. Do you think the Mets are trading Francisco Alvarez? No. Brandon Nimmo? No. Senga? No. Diaz? No. Pete? No. McNeil? Probably not. So we're not talking about the core. Paul Revere saying, I've always said you can't trust anyone with two different color eyes, that evil mofo. You can't. That's why I would never get an Australian Shepherd. You don't know what they're fucking capable of.
No, that's just unprofessional. That really is.
But there are plenty of people who technically fit the description of what Scherzer is describing, right? That are signed through 2024, or at least on the payroll for 2024, that of course the Mets are going to want to trade. They're old and unproductive. And I also think you have some gall, to go back to what we said at the very beginning. You have some gall saying, I thought we were going to retool. The thought in the clubhouse, we were going to retool. You're part of the reason we're not good.
Okay. Just interjecting to this entire, I hate the Marlins right now. Oh my God.
What'd they do?
They just traded for Jake Berger.
Oh, the guy from Chicago?
Yeah. Oh, that is a monstrous bat right there. He's having a ridiculous season. No one's talking about him because he's in Chicago, and Chicago sucks. But
right, they stink. Yeah. I remember hearing about.
He's been like their best hitter.
Season. Yeah.
He loves to swing, but when he makes contact, boy, oh man, that's the type of guy that, if the Mets were bringing in win now pieces, like a possible secondary power bat, that's the guy that you get right there.
So
they needed it.
He's like a Vogelback type.
He's a Vogelbach type that, he's a big dude, but he swings. He always swing. He wants to, if you have guys that can protect him around him, that's a really good pickup by the Marlins right there. That's really good. Him and Jorge Soler, that's a good pair right there. Watch out for Miami, folks.
More news on the Cubs. You said this before, but it's official now. The Cubs have designated for assignment Trey Mancini.
Wow. Unreal.
Once again, I know people are going nuts on Twitter.
I have a joke that I would like to say, but I'm not going to, because I'm not going to get thrown off the YouTube platform. Salvador Perez would consider waiving his no trade clause for the right contender. At the moment, the Marlins and Padres have checked in on him, as well as the White Sox. So that is something to look at, I guess.
Once again, to everyone that is screaming on Twitter right now, if you're watching through Twitter or wherever it may be, people that are screaming about this article that I just basically read to us on this stream, those that have read it, everyone is obviously screaming now about, why would anybody sign here? Once again, it's very simple. These guys don't care about you or your thoughts. They just want money. It comes down to money. That is it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Boris client.
It's money. That's it.
It's a Boris client right there. That's how a Boris client. That's how a Boris client operates. You go by Boris's rules. You go by the best offer, the best, whatever. And that's pretty much it. I mean, we all know that $43 million a year brought Max Scherzer here. We already know that, right?
Of course
I mean, I expected him to be a lot more of a professional than he was. And it's just throughout this entire year has just proven that he has not been. And I mean, I've said it already where, the whole sticky stuff thing and the complaining about the pitch clock and the, the whole thing that he had with David Robertson, and now this. I mean, that's ridiculous. That you don't do. Like, I don't see somebody like Justin Verlander doing that. Like, I don't see somebody like Jacob deGrom doing that. Like, if something is told to you behind closed doors, that's probably how it's meant to be, or you just alliterate it to like the smallest degree, and then you move on. Like, that is awful. That's awful. Like what he just did. And the fact that that's the first person he talks to in Texas, that's insane.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's completely awful. I know that we're a Mets show, but can we talk about the team across town for a second?
Oh boy.
In what
did
sense?
they do?
Nothing. That's what I want to talk about. When people are talking about how the Mets have switched directions and the Mets don't know what they're doing and the Mets are all over the map, they spend, now they're unloading, a fire sale, not a fire sale. The Yankees have not made a single trade. They have not sold. They have not bought. They don't have a left fielder. They don't have a first baseman right now. I don't understand what the Yankees are doing.
And you're not alone on that, because,
or rather not doing.
You're not
Do
alone.
something.
Yeah, you're not alone on that, because a majority of my friends are Yankee fans, and some more adamant than others. It's funny watching how the Yankee fans are basically split in a sense. Some are more burn it to the ground. The other ones are no ad to try to win. That's always in every fan base. But the conversations that I have, because I don't need to rip the Yanks. I don't watch the Yanks. I don't care about them. So I can have an actual conversation with some of my Yankee fan friends. And I basically said, I look at your lineup and I'm bored to tears looking at that lineup. When you got Franchy Cordero in there, when you got Billy McKinney in there, when you got Anthony Rizzo not hitting a home run in 47 years, where you got this team without Aaron Judge in the lineup, it's ugly. And even when Judge is in the lineup, you basically go, Aaron Judge, nice. What the hell's the rest of this? And that's a problem.
Why even pitch to Judge when you see that lineup? Like,
exactly.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
Like,
so when I see this team just refusing, and this is where I think that New York big-chested bravado of the Yankees, because it's the Yankees, it's the brand, it's the name. You're not allowed to sell off pieces. So we're going to be light buyers if they end up doing anything. Light buyers to show that we're not throwing in the towel because we're the New York Yankees. We don't do that. I think that is a dated thought process, a dated way of thinking, but it doesn't shock me because of the name and the moniker of the team that's, New York's team and this whole thing. They're never going to outright sell and burn it down like some of the Yankees fans want them to do, because it looks bad on the Yankee brand. That's why they won't do it.
Sure, but my issue is this: when you think about the Yankees, you're 100% right in everything that you're saying and how you're articulating it, but the Yankees have shown under Hal Steinbrenner that they are not the same as they were under George Steinbrenner. So when George is like, we're not selling, we're not doing shit. If anything, we're going to buy. If we're bad, we're going to buy more. If we're good, we're going to buy everything. That was his mentality. And by and large, it worked. The Yankees now are no longer the Yankees that we all grew up watching and hating. They are a different breed. So I
can't say that's a problem, but
no, it's not a problem. Certainly, I don't care. I've got no love lost for them, but it's just they're not that anymore. They've developed this different kind of way of doing business, it seems, in every way except this one where they're like, oh, we're not going to sell. Do you know what I'm saying? To me, that's the crazy part of it, where they don't spend more money than everybody else anymore. They don't go and, eat contracts the way that they did anymore. They don't do any of that stuff, except they're like, oh, we couldn't possibly sell. We got to see if Josh Donaldson can figure it out. To me, that's what's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've definitely lost their edge of what they had. I mean, that's basically just what you're seeing, and they don't want to change. They don't want to change it. And it starts with just the front office. Cashman should have been gone. Like, he should have been gone. I mean, every single year they do the same thing. They lose to the Astros every single year.
That's the problem. He needs money to. I say this to my Yankee fan friends all the time. He needs money to spend and to help him do his job better. And he doesn't have that money anymore. They've adopted the thought process that the Mets had back in 2009, where it was like, we're going to get one piece here, and it's going to be the thing that helps us the most. And like, you need an outfielder, we're going to get Jason Bay, and that's going to be what puts us over the top. Or we needed a closer, it's like, we're going to get K-Rod, and it's going to be the thing that puts us over the top. Well, the Yankees now do the same thing, where it's like, oh, we need a pitcher, we're going to get Garrett Cole. And because we gave him so much money, we can't give anyone else money, so that's all you're going to get. And then years go by, and then we're still crying about the Stanton contract. And then, we're going to give you Rodon, and now he's hurt, and he finally comes back. But that means you're not going to spend on anything else. And they can't. Like, I always laugh when I see fans clamor and say, "Oh, the Yanks are going to trade for this guy, or they're going to trade and then extend Soto." And it's like, guys, they're not that team anymore. The
Dodgers are that team.
Right. You have to open your eyes and realize that. And speaking of the Dodgers, as I said in the chat before, Jeff Passan reporting. Jeff Passan reporting that Eduardo Rodriguez was dealt from Detroit to the Dodgers, but Rodriguez said, "No, thank you," invoked his no trade clause, and the deal is now dead.
Yes,
very interesting.
But Daniel Wexler quote tweeted that with a great point. Could be good news for the Mets. Quintana to the Dodgers makes a lot more sense now if they need a lefty starting pitcher.
What makes sense more also with Eduardo Rodriguez, he could get dealt to Baltimore, because Baltimore still has not made any trades yet.
That is
in
true.
Terms of their pitching. So
I did see. I don't know if anything came of it or if they're going to do anything, but I did mention in the chat what seems to be hours ago now. I did mention in the chat that the White Sox were taking offers on Dylan Cease, and then Jack Curry did put out a tweet a while back saying that the Orioles did put in an offer for Dylan Cease. So, they definitely have the farm system that could acquire Dylan Cease. The White Sox, I think, in my opinion, could really clean up if they choose to move him. But that's very interesting to see if the O's can pull that off. It'd be a huge coup for them because he's a 27-year-old ace, up and down year so far. But still, front end on that rotation for that team now would be great because he has some years left. But if that doesn't work out, it's another option for them to acquire someone like Rodriguez.
We have a tweet from Evan Grant about Scherzer saying Scherzer talked with DeGrom about the Rangers and said DeGrom's words made it easier to put trust in the Rangers' vision. Okay, Max,
Scherzer can suck my dick.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my God,
he could suck my dick.
Stop talking.
I hope that everybody that bought that Scherzer jersey.
My God.
Oh, so here's
talking.
Here's an interesting tweet. It's from Matt. I think it's Matt Zat. His handle is it's Matt Zat. And he says,
I think I know you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't think the average person is able to fully comprehend how much 1 billion is, let alone the estimated 16 billion Steve Cohen is worth. The 35 million he is set to pay Justin Verlander is the equivalent of about $130 for someone who makes $60,000 a year.
That's insane. That's insane. I mean, the guy bought a shark, for God's sakes. Let's not be real. I mean,
that is a great put it in perspective tweet.
That's
also
good.
That's why I think billionaires are unethical, but that's again for maybe a political show. But it is true. Like that is like, how much money how many times do we waste, $130 on something? It's not a lot of money to him at all. And he makes more of it all the time. It's not like he's worth 16 or 17 billion dollars and like that's it. He makes more all the time. He makes
Yeah.
hundreds of $1 million every few months. Like it's fine.
We got news for the Cardinals here. It looks like Brendan Donovan is set to undergo season-ending surgery Wednesday. The Cardinals,
Big utility player.
if the Cardinals want Jeff McNeil, pick up the phone. That's all you got to do is ask. I mean, right there if you need him, but I don't think they're going to be competing. But
no, they're selling.
Danny
pieces
Mendick's
off,
also
but-
available. I'll make him available in trade talks. I know I'm not Billy Epler, but I'll do the same thing.
A lot of people, the initial reaction, Ibby, to your article that you read from The Athletic on Twitter has been, like doom and gloom and the sky is falling. But there are a lot of people now that are saying, there's some funny things like Epler's out here lying like a liar.
Yeah.
To Max Scherzer. Jolly Olive tweeted, lying to get Max Scherzer to waive his no trade clause is greater than everything. And I really do think some of that is probably the case. I really do. I think he
Maybe.
told Scherzer. I think they're honest about their vision of not being able, they're not going to guarantee the compete, but I don't think, also a lot of people have said, hey, some people in the chat too, like Steve Cohen's pivot after Max's agent lied to him was to go and sign Max Scherzer. What do you think he's going to do now that Max Scherzer outed the entire organization's plans?
Yeah, that's another point. I mean,
Yeah.
I would laugh if it was like they were in like the head-to-head bidding war with the Dodgers for Shohei. It just would be hilarious. Like just basically lying to Max Scherzer, to be honest. I mean, I was lied to giving this dude $43 million thinking that he could actually come through for us, and he didn't. So shots fired. Go fuck yourself.
We've got 1 hour to go, 59 minutes until
We've really been sitting here for that long. Jeez.
Yeah, we're approaching
thumbs up for Payne for those of you watching.
Yes,
thumbs up.
please
Give us the thumbs up,
hit
please.
the thumbs up button. Ibby, I know we
Subscribe
talked
to our
about
channel too. Jeez.
I know we talked about this off air, but I think at this point I cannot see a world where you and I do another Mets show tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was the thing. That was
I can't
the thing.
fucking
I was
do
like,
it. I'll
okay.
stay on until the trade deadline's over, but I can't fucking do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was gonna say, like, and I just like it got cut in the middle of it, but it was basic. It was my fault because I thought it ended at 4 because it usually does end at 4, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna have us all go for 5 hours because obviously, sweating out Billy Epler's thought process, like that's a tough thing to do, and then also like the two of you have your show tomorrow on Wednesday, on Wednesday for tomorrow, which is Wednesday. And I'm like, I'm not trying to kill them, right? But like, we've already gone, deep into it here. I was surprised that the Verlander trade just went through that quick. I mean, it was in a pretty dead state last night, but it went quick.
Yeah,
thankfully.
There was that first report, right, when we first went live. Also, wait, before I get into that, Keith Blacknick's quote is hilarious. Cohen is going to buy the Rangers now. That would be hilarious. Obviously can't do that, but that's fucking funny as hell. Hit the thumbs up, guys. If you haven't hit the thumbs up on whatever channel you're watching, it doesn't really matter. Just like Carson's channel, like mine, like Subway to Shea. It doesn't, just like the channel, whatever you're
like
watching.
The channel, like the video, sub the channel, please. That'd be
great. All of those things, because this is the longest live stream I have ever been a part of.
Longest I've ever been a part of. So if you guys frequent Mets Weekly and you don't know us that well, just head on over to our channel, hit that sub. That'd be great. We would love it.
Subway to Shea as well. He left early.
Subway to Shea. He left. Sub his channel, sub all of us, because look, we're all similar in our thought processes, but also a little bit different. So if you ever want to just come in and chat with us, have some fun, we're on different nights of the week, so we can all continue to grow. As I always say, I love collaborating with all the different channels and meeting new people in that sense, talking Mets. So sub the channels, give the thumbs up.
All the links are in the description. I don't know if I'm missing anything, but we've got, all the individual stuff for all of us individually on Twitter, all the podcasts on Twitter. And then, some, obviously their Spotify, the links to listen to their stuff as well. All of it is in the description. I'm making sure that I didn't.
Thank you for that.
You know,
it's funny you said the Verlander thing happened so fast, but I think it was Ibby that brought it up right at the beginning of the show, saying, hey, you know, looked like there was a deal gaining traction last night, but then there was, you know, hard to agree on the players and all that stuff. And probably after, you know, sleeping on it, for lack of a better expression, it seemed like the Astros maybe looked into some other potential things, didn't see what they wanted. Maybe other guys were going to cost them more, or other guys they didn't have the familiarity with.
It's possible that
that
Erod had him on the no trade clause as well. It's possible.
Also true. He has 10 teams, so
yeah.
On the Astro thing, on how, you know, it went dead for a little bit and then they slept on it, based off of the things that were said before, and I can't remember who tweeted it, but just saying how they were very reluctant to give up Clifford. That might have been the deal breaker. That
I can see why. That guy's good. I like him.
So, you know, just the idea of like, well, we want Gilbert for sure, and they're like, all right, fine, we'll part with Gilbert. Maybe they had the thought process that, you know, many think that Gilbert's the one, but they were very high on Clifford. But then they're like, we want Clifford too, and they're like, oof.
It seems like they agreed on the money pretty quickly, though.
Yeah,
like it seemed like that was the situation. So, I mean,
hey, if we're gonna give you $54 million to pay it down, you got to pay up.
I think it works.
Giving you a lot.
Yeah. For a 40-year-old not having the best season, even though he's been better. I mean, again, it's the best that you're gonna do. I mean, and the lesson learned is don't sign aging veterans if you don't want to. If you don't want the Mets to rebuild, don't sign guys that are not going to be here long term. Like, that's the thing. We've crossed 4 hours. Jeez.
Wow. Also, I know. Like, I mean, when it's on paper and you read it, it's a little daunting for some fans where they, if the things that Billy Epler said is true, and they're like, oh, you know, transition year, looking at 25 maybe. Look, I'm also like, I'm different than everyone else in this sense, where when you give me a full breakdown and an attack and I see what's ahead, and if you basically said to me that, you know, they fill out the rotation next year with ideas of what Carson has said before, where it's like they fill it out with some twos, maybe threes and fours.
Yeah.
Like, if they go that route, and maybe the big sign next year, say they land Yamamoto, like that's the big sign, and then they fill out the rest here and there. It's like, okay, Yamamoto's how old? 25, 26?
He will be 25 soon.
25. Okay,
5 years younger than Senga. So
say
like,
so say that was their big sign next year. Okay, and then I don't think he's signing an extension anytime soon. I've always felt this way. We talked about this when we first started the show. You know, I think Juan Soto is going to be a free agent, and I do think Juan Soto. I felt this way for a long time. I do think Juan Soto is gonna be a New York Met. I've always felt that. I think it's going to happen, and I think that when you free up money the way that they are, and they're going young, you use 24 as a year to find out what works and what doesn't. What pieces here that I can call up, that I can fit in, and I can say, okay, these are the pieces that I have. This is what works going forward. Now I know I can allocate money to go after someone like a Juan Soto, to then continue to build up. And then that's where my push starts in 25 and 26, where it's like, here's my window with a 27, 28-year-old Juan Soto, you know, at that point, and pushing with spending the money more. And you'll have cheaper options within your lineup because you built up your farm at the end of 23 and 24. Like, this is where my mind goes. This is where I wish a lot of baseball fans' minds go, but they don't, because they're not. I mean, I don't want to say they're not invested, because they're invested, but it's a different type of investment when it comes to really diving deep and understanding what a team might be doing. So when I read this stuff, I have no issue, but I also understand the older fan, or the not as in tune fan who just loves the team and wants them to win ball games. I understand where they're coming from, but for me, I feel that I'm very on board with this plan, because it's something that I've been asking for like the better part of a decade. So
I mean, I'm good with the youth coming in. I mean, I really am. And not to mention, I feel that there's a little bit the safety net again with the core, like the core still intact of like the guys, who are going to be here long term. They're in their prime. And, if it takes to skip a year. It's a year that they need after the years and years of Wilponness of we're going to sign Andrew Brown and he's going to be our left fielder. Like, enough, right?
Yeah.
They need a year like this. They do need a year like this. And listen, I want to win. I want to win a World Series right now. But, this is something that you got to do. And it's something that I think needed to be expected when you bring in these older guys who, when they don't perform, this is what happens. You got to blame. You can't really blame the Mets front office for doing this right now, even though, I blame them for tons of things, but you can't blame the Mets front office. You got to blame the team that hasn't performed, that they spent almost $400 million on that hasn't performed. And that's it. I mean, that's how you got to look at it. I mean, this is the point that they were driven to. They said that they're not going to buy if they're still in the same position. What have they gained? A game and a half compared to out of the wild card since that press conference with Steve Cohen. What is it?
Right.
A month ago or whatever.
Right.
Like not much has changed. You still have a bunch of teams ahead of you. The Braves are still running away with the division. I mean, he's doing exactly what he explained that he was going to do. And that's, I don't like being lied to. That's my main thing. And I wasn't lied to here. So I'm happy. I am definitely happy. A lot happier than I usually am with the Mets front office. And that's it.
Yeah. I mean, all that is, it's all just a very fair way to look at it. I don't know. I'm having a little bit of trouble with the way some people are reacting because you just said, like, I don't like being lied to when I wasn't lied to. And people are coming out and saying that they were lied to when Billy Epler said, this isn't a fire sale. And again, I know we can talk about semantics, but to me, a fire sale is trading Pete Alonso. A fire sale is trading Francisco Lindor.
That's why I have him in red. That's why I have him in red on the right. Yeah.
A fire sale is also giving away things just to get rid of them. Like when it's an everything has to go sale, it's a liquidation. Like you're just getting rid of things and you'll say, I'll give you $20. All right, give me it. Here, take it. It's like, that's not what this is.
Yeah.
That's not what it is. That's what a fire sale, giving away everything for minimal returns, next to nothing. That is
what the A's
sale.
Just did the last few years. Like,
yes, that is a fire sale. Just giving away Sean Murphy, just giving away Matt Olson. Like I can't get over
my dad's a huge A's fan, and I go after him all the time. You just had to give them to the Braves. You had to do it.
Of all the
teams, just had to.
But the thing I can't get over the most is Christian Patchy was like the guy in that deal for Olson to go to Oakland,
Stupid.
And then they got rid of him.
Ridiculous.
Like less than a year later.
Oh, they don't care. Oakland
just
doesn't care. That's a disaster.
Philly. Like
that's a disaster.
God.
Oakland's a disaster. Yeah.
Just a joke.
From inside and out. Yeah. I can go on and on for that. Jeez.
Yeah, didn't they trade him to
Dad's a big
Philadelphia?
A's fan, so he's in misery.
Yeah.
Yep.
He went to Philly for like nothing. Like a bag of balls.
Yeah. I mean, because he's kind of just not that good. So it's like he's not that good of a player. And it's like that was kind of what you saw, but they just trade guys to trade guys. That's literally it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Brent Rooker traded in the next hour. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Really wouldn't. But I don't know. They don't have any like they're all just locked in that Vegas trip, like that move to Vegas, and hopefully it gets better from there. But that's not going to be for a while. So they're going to be doing this for a while, and I'm surprised the MLB hasn't stepped in, but they don't give a shit.
Yeah, Steve Cohen spending all the money is a problem. The A's fucking forcing their way out of Oakland, a great baseball city, for basically nothing. That's
that
fun.
Fan base is awesome. That A's fan base, they are awesome.
Yeah. I've been to a lot of games up, not a lot. I've probably 3 or 4 games up there, but It's always fun. It's always fun. The stadium is dog shit. The fan base is unbelievable.
The fan base is electric. When they're winning,
good,
I mean,
they're awesome.
Whew. I mean,
Chatting on TV,
I wish they didn't have like the bullpen on the side when this happened, but the Grant Balfour entrance when he was the closer there, like what was it, back in 2013 or whatever, stadium epic. It was just awesome. I mean, Oakland fans are they show out. I mean, I'm also a Raiders fan. Like those Raider fans are intense. Like they're devoted. You know, I get that from my dad, but I'm a Mets fan here. But yeah, it makes no sense. But yeah, it's awful what they're doing in Oakland. That you can do a whole other 5-hour stream on. Like it's a disaster. Is disgusting what they do. And Luis Angel Acuna is making his Mets system debut tonight, leading off for the AA Binghamton Rumble Ponies. So
people in the comments asking, no news, what's going on? And no, I'm looking at Twitter right now. I haven't seen any anything really going right now. I think this is going to be one of those cases where we're going to hit the deadline and we're going to find out like 15 minutes later some things happened.
Oh yeah, there's some flurries of moves that come out. Yeah.
That are technically, like agreed upon, but they come in late.
I'm starting to think that this market for Tommy Pham is a lot bigger than they're saying it is. Because like if he hasn't gotten moved yet,
well, he's the only bat. There's no other bat that's really available.
There was a possibility of Jock Peterson being available, but I guess not.
I don't know what the return's going to end up being, but I think it's going to be better than we think it might be.
Might be. Yeah. I do hope that maybe this does get them, one of those upper level arms like I was talking about, but like, we'll see what happens. I don't
like real quick. Like where does Tommy Pham fit? What teams could use a Tommy Pham right now?
The Yankees.
Yeah.
Yankees could, but I'm going to say like, give me Spencer Jones or fuck off, but that's not going to happen. Texas, I think Texas could use a bat. Cleveland.
I thought Texas would go for Canha, but
Shea's in the comments saying the Blue Jays. Paul Revere saying the Twins. Yes, Twins could use a bat as well, since nobody wants to win the AL.
The Phillies could also use somebody like that. But,
and I to the people that have a problem with, like, I always see Mets fans like, oh, you can't trade with the Phils. I'm like, if they want Tommy Pham, they're going to give me something decent. Fucking have him.
He's gone after this year.
Yeah, I don't care.
And he's like, that's the thing. Like, he has 3 more years left of his career. Like, it's not like he's going to come back and burn us. Like, listen, I love Tommy Pham. I think he's awesome. But like, it's what they got to do. Like, and I was a little sour on him when he came in. Like, like I was like, oh, this is what you did. This was like basically your Correa pivot. Like, right. But he's been great. I mean, like, he's learned how to pull the ball, and look at that.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's one thing when we were talking about the I agree with you, by the way. Like, Tommy Pham it's not like the Nationals not wanting to trade Juan Soto to us. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about Tommy Pham. We're talking about Tommy Pham on the back nine. And I like Tommy Pham too. I like his attitude. I like that he slapped Jock Peterson. Like, I like that. Like, bring the fucking pain, Tommy
And I love
Pham.
Jock too. So that's kind of.
Yeah, no, I have no beef with Jock Peterson. I just like that he did it. Like, I just like that he did it. But it's not really that big of a deal. You mentioned the pull. He learned how to pull the ball. I think when we were talking about the Yankees, I think that's a big organizational failure from the Yankees. Like, they feel that they don't have to go get left-handed hitters, because they have righties that can hit it out with authority to right field. Not everybody is Aaron Judge, guys. I understand Judge can do that. I understand that Prime Stanton, which he's not anymore, could do that. Even David Wright had a lot of pop to right field, right center field. Most players don't do that. Get a lefty that can pull the fucking ball if you have a short porch.
It's hard to go with the pitch. Like I've said all the time, it's hard to go with the pitch, use the field when, a typical pitcher is throwing 95, 96, 97. Like that's your typical pitcher now. Like, you got to be quick. Like the bat speed it continues to rapidly go up. With the it's hard to say because they have a balance. Like the Yankees have a decent balance. I'd say that their problem isn't much of just like not pulling the ball. I think it's just lifting the ball.
Mhm.
Like they have a lot of guys. They hit a lot of ground balls. The Yankees, a lot. Like I've seen a lot. Like I don't follow the Yankees that much, but there's a good collection of memes with the Yankees as like, oh, scheduled double play. For the Yankee, like they hit a lot of ground balls, and they have the power hitters, they have Judge, they have Stanton, but like I don't know, but interesting.
What you got?
White Sox are getting Luis Patino from the Rays for cash. That's interesting. He was in the Snell.
Yeah,
trade.
Whenever the Rays give up an arm, it's always a question.
Well, the White Sox are not going to make him any better if he's ruined.
Yeah,
That's tough.
that's always.
Yeah, the White Sox are like the anti-Rays in that regard, or like the
Yeah.
Astros. For years the
That won't
Cardinals were
change.
really good at doing it. Like the White Sox are dog shit at it. I was giving the Mets a lot of flack for their organizational pitching philosophy. The White Sox make the Mets look like the Rays by comparison.
They do. Oh, they do. But no, the White Sox, I mean, none of that is going to change until Reinsdorf basically fucks off. Like he's the problem. But, a lot of these, that's kind of with a lot of these owners. I mean, to be honest, I don't.
Explosive Diarrhea said Andy Martino reported on SNY the Mets are done for the deadline. I'm blocked by Andy Martino because he's a shallow little bitch. So I don't know if that's true.
We're not blocked on our show account. So that's where you can see.
Well, we're about to be because I just called him a shallow little bitch.
But no, I have a hard time with that because if they don't trade Tommy Pham, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't
if
think
you
he
want to
said-
talk about
did he say that?
Rayleigh because of the year.
You might be getting fooled by that one parody account that says Marino NYC. It might be happening. I'm not gonna lie, because that I don't think that account's been taken down yet.
Yeah, or like any 45-year-old.
But he had one thing of like,
yeah, any 42-year-old man that looks like an 11-year-old boy also could pass for Andy Martino is possible. So
because there's nothing on his actual Twitter. There's nothing on the Twitter yet.
Keith Blacknick saying, okay, no Martino at QBC now. If I keep this up, nobody associated with the Mets is going to be allowed at QBC.
You do not want Martino at the QBC because there'd be riots as everyone's just trying to take the guy out. You don't want that there.
That's true.
Yeah,
he would have to come with, he would
I've
have
watched
to bring
a lot of
security
SNY.
detail.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of SNY, and sometimes his camera cuts out Martino, and there's
he
like
always looks disheveled.
There's a little sprinkle of silence, and you're like, oh, that's nice.
He always looks like he never combs his hair. Like he always looks like he's just a big ball of shit. But that's just me.
Mm.
I tweeted out, some of you guys have seen it already. I tweeted out what I was just saying that, the Mets core is Alonso, Lindor, Nimmo, Senga, Alvarez, Diaz, and to a lesser extent, McNeil and Beatty. They didn't trade them. Trading your core, trading players for very little, trading young players, etc. That's a fire sale. As some of you need to learn the difference, Mets Twitter. And
that's when John gets into fights because that's the way he worded it.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they need to learn the difference because they're dumb. And your boy, Toby Coughlin, who I like, he goes, Alonso, Nimmo, McNeil will most likely be traded in the offseason or next year's deadline. Sorry, man.
Hold on.
Come on.
Is it because I mention him sometimes? Is that why he's been deemed my boy? Because you've been saying that a lot. You've been saying that a lot lately.
You, him, and Howie Rose are boys. I just don't understand.
Well, your boy, Todd Frazier, where's he at? He's still out on the show. Where the hell's he at? Where's your boy?
Listen, I don't know what happened to Todd Frazier.
Yeah,
okay. Todd Frazier is my boy. I can call him right now, but he ain't gonna answer. I'll tell you that. He's probably too busy doing the Yankees broadcast or whatever the hell. I love Todd Frazier, man. Todd Frazier is one of the nicest guys I ever met.
Yeah,
You can't see it.
Speaking
but
of Todd Frazier, for
along
those
my
of you in the chat, speaking of Todd Frazier, did you know he's from Toms River, New Jersey?
I did not know that.
We're running out of content here, folks. We're 4 hours in.
Speaking of Todd Frazier, you can't see it, but I have my Joe Petruccio watercolor over there of Gary Carter jumping into Jesse Orozco's arms, and then behind me I have my autographed Keith Hernandez jersey. But on top of this black cabinet right here, alongside of my Pedro Martinez figurine and my autographed baseball by Keith, Ron, and Gary, I have a Todd Frazier autographed hat right up there in a case. So
nice.
Well,
you know,
to lead off of the to bounce off of the Todd Frazier talk, according to Mike Puma, Tommy Pham poked his head into the manager's office and left the clubhouse in street clothes. No word yet that he's been traded, but signs point that way. So once again, if Martino did say that, he's wrong again.
Yo, how funny would it be if that tweet was like, according to Mike Puma, Tommy Pham walks into the manager's office in street clothes and slaps the shit out of Oh man.
I'm just picturing that now. Oh my God.
Tim Britton just said, Francisco Lindor said the conversation with Billy Epler was similar to Max Scherzer's, that the Mets are repositioning for the future. Lindor said he's on board with that vision and optimistic about that future. Give him the frickin' C already. Just give it to him. Like, I mean,
I'm not exaggerating.
I love Francisco
Lindor.
I love Lindor.
Lindor's the best. He really is.
I love him.
He is.
Everyone who hates him can go fucking kick rocks.
Listen.
So
are his slumps frustrating?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
But
I'm not gonna run from that.
Because somebody who's as talented as Lindor, you would think wouldn't go into slumps that long. Somebody who's as athletic, and he's got a quick bat. He's fast on his feet. Literally, he's like you would think that he'd be able to bust out of slumps quicker. But for anybody who looks at Lindor, and they did it a lot that first year where he had that down year with us. Yeah. Anybody who looks at Lindor and says, I thought we were getting a superstar and doesn't realize that we got one in every single way is a goddamn fool.
Let me
yeah, I think I think Mets fans to a certain extent had every right in the first year with him, because there was a point where like he talked about getting booed a lot. There was a lot with, the whole thumbs down thing. And I was a little disappointed. But like ever since then, I think that he's really like adapted the whole New York.
Understands where
thing.
He is.
Like he understands where he's at. Like from when he was underperforming this year, we've seen a lot from him where he's like, I have to be better. I have to be this. There's no excuse for that. There's even like there was one like no excuses. He said like a week ago, like he's, at this, like, I think that he's really, as he's gotten to know New York a lot better, like he's definitely turned into a leader. And I'm impressed. I really am. Cause in the first year, it was kind of looking a little ugly. It was looking ugly, but he's here for the next 8 years, 9, like he's going to be here for a long time. And, if he's here for the long run, and he just said it, he said he's here for the long run. So that's awesome.
I thought this was an interesting point that was brought up from a friend of mine who was a Yankee fan. Might have been this season, might have been last season, but it was in the midst of one of Lindor's slumps. And he brought up a point I thought was interesting, because I was a fan of this player as well. Now, I was a lot more of a fan of this guy prior to him becoming a Yankee, because once they become Yankees, they just die to me. But I was a fan, but this person got to watch him up close for a handful of years. And he said, do you think, and I'll ask you guys this too, I think I might ask you this before on our show, John, but Carson, maybe it's the first time you're hearing this. Do you think it's a fair comparison because of the streakiness, but then knowing what the numbers are at the end of the season, coupled with a strong glove and an understanding of how to speak to the media, is Francisco Lindor, granted different positions, is Francisco Lindor being comped to Mark Teixeira a fair one?
I mean, I think it's decent. Yeah, it's a decent comparison. Yeah.
I think, obviously Teixeira had more power. more of a power player.
I think it was more so the streakiness, the glove, always being a deterrent sometimes from said streakiness, stuff like that.
Well, I think the reason why I'm bringing up the power is that I think there are a lot of similarities for sure. But I think the fact that Teixeira had more pop, but the fact that, and he was a great fielder, but a great fielder at first base is not the same as a great fielder at shortstop.
Correct.
So I think that kind of offsets each other, right? Because, Teixeira's got the better bat in terms of the long ball, but, Lindor's no slouch there, but he's not going to hit 40 home runs every year like Teixeira was capable of doing. But the value you get from a Gold Glove first baseman pales in comparison to the value you get from a Gold Glove shortstop.
Right.
But I think that's a pretty fair. I do. I think that's a pretty fair comparison in terms of being in New York and Joe K may bring up a good point. Teixeira also had many injuries. Whereas, Lindor plays.
Lindor's been an Iron Man so far here.
Let me ask you guys this. This is a conversation I often get into. Dominican, who is a great follower of our show, he said a couple things. I hate settling for mediocrity. Lindor is not a superstar. Superstars are Ohtani, Trout, Judge. Lindor is not in the same conversation. Now, I would admit that Lindor is not as good as those guys. That's fair. But I don't know. Is that the bar for superstar? Is it? I know it's a semantics conversation, but can I not call Lindor a superstar?
I think you can call Lindor a superstar player, but you can't call him a superstar hitter. And I think a lot of people, they see, okay, well, he doesn't have the 300 batting average, so he's not a superstar. As a player, like I talked about this, like right when they acquired him, like 2 years ago, he was always an MVP caliber player. He was never an MVP caliber hitter. And I think that's a lot of, there's a difference. So like when it all evens out, the contract that he just got, it's near his value, but that's him as a player, not a hitter. And I think that's, and offense is a big part of the game. I mean, I love the offensive part of the game too. So, I think that's something that a lot of people, when he does get into these slumps, it's like, oh, well, what are we doing here? We got Nick Ahmed, what's going on here? Like that's, I think it goes in and out. And that's just kind of how the cost that you get with a 10-year, $341 million. Benjamin Dover, Ben Dover. Yeah, I don't think that guy is credible. Rangers got Austin Hedges from the Pirates, so that probably takes them out for Narvaez if Narvaez were to get moved.
Pat Ragazzo checking in saying that the Twins were on Tommy Pham over the weekend. It could still possibly be a landing spot. That was him 15 seconds ago.
I'll take Larnach. I'll take him. I will take him.
I would honestly, I would take Larnach for Tommy Pham.
I would do that.
Absolutely.
I think the upside there, and I know we mentioned him at the top, and I had forgotten his name. Thank you. And now I'm realizing that he's at the very bottom of the headline on the side, but I didn't read all of it. But Larnach is a good get. It's like getting a younger potential upside version of Tommy Pham. You know what I mean? Like right now, is he as good as Pham? No. Could he be as good as Pham in his career? Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're getting a younger version.
Yeah, we're talking about some really serious power upside on this guy.
He's 26,
this would,
right?
Yeah, he's 20. He's 26. He hasn't tapped into it fully yet, but like this guy's like we're seeing we're seeing 90 percentiles here, like with average exit velocity. This guy's a big dead pull hitter. This is my type of guy right here. This is 6'4", 223. Like this is a big frame, one of those power corner outfielders. I would do it. I would 100% do it. He still has years of control, and then you're giving up somebody who's going to be a rental. Like he's going to be a free agent in 2028. Go for it. Freaking go for it. You need outfielders. We know you need outfielders. If he taps into that potential as a former first-round pick, he's got that pedigree. Maybe it makes it easier to make a decision on Marte. Maybe, there's a few outfield options. Like, who knows? He's 26.
Yeah. Stevie Mack asking, is he legit defensively? Asking about
solid.
Okay.
Solid.
Would you say
corner.
he's as solid as Pham, or would you say he's a better outfielder than Pham? I think Pham is streaky. Like Pham is sometimes, like I think he's below average, but sometimes he makes a great play and then he'll drop a pop up. You know what I mean? Like
I'd say that range wise, he's pretty much Pham, and then like overall everything else, like he's a little bit better than Pham, but that's probably just because he's just younger legs.
Yeah,
but
sure.
like it's also just coming from the fact that he's 6'4" and he's not going to be playing center field for you and making ridiculous Kenny Lofton catches. So it's like, you know, it's all just like he probably could, like, if he ever does tap into it, you know, you could probably see this guy as a first baseman in the future. Like I wouldn't, like, because of the frame, but like overall, I'd say he's solid. Like he's not like a detriment, I'd say, defensively. Like,
do you think what Paul Rivera is asking is what I was going to ask too? Could he start now for the Mets? And by now, I don't know if he means this. I'm asking you now, with everyone they've traded off, can they put him in left field or right field today? And just see what happens. Okay.
I think that he would definitely give a good competition to Abraham Almonte or, you know, like all those guys that you probably would be calling up. Like, Could he play tonight? Probably, but he's not going to be like, oh, this is our guy. We're putting in out in the outfield. This is our guy. You just got to wait and see like what he does in your organization. If you catch lightning in a bottle, you catch lightning in a bottle. But again, at the cost of a guy who's 35 years old and going to be a rental, I mean, go ahead, do it. What do you got to lose? You know?
Okay, I got a question for you guys. This is an opinion only question because it means nothing. The Mets official Twitter just tweeted out, as they did yesterday, and then couple days before that, thank you, Justin Verlander, with a picture of Justin Verlander, you know, over Citi Field. Like they did it for Max, they did it for David Robertson. You know, again, this is not Jacob deGrom. Now, I understand that in the case of Max and Justin, they're all-time greats. And in the case of David Robertson, he's been a great closer of this era. So, you know, you're talking about really, really good, you know, players and then better than that. Does it bother you, though, that there's this, like, I mean, they're obviously not going to get a video tribute, but, like,
don't put
it's
it past
a social
them.
Media thing. But, like, is it weird? Like, thank you, Justin Verlander. Like, he was here for, like, 11 minutes.
It's a little weird. I get why they do them. It's just all about getting engagement and likes and retweets and all this and just traction. But it is a little odd because, again, like I would understand Max more, as much as we all fucking hate him now. I understand Max more because he was here for a season and a half at least, so we've seen a lot more.
And Max was also, you know, he was a co-ace of a team that won 101 games. I know it didn't end well, but like he had something to do with it. Like, what are we? Even though Verlander was better this year, what are we thanking him for? For fucking having what injury did he have?
Well, maybe we're thanking him for the returns in terms of the players that we got, and maybe those two players are going to be two stalwart bats that help us win something down the road. I don't know. Maybe that's worth thanking him for.
I will say this too, Carson, before I get your response. If you want to go on Twitter and look, in this photo, Justin Verlander looks old as shit.
You're okay.
Wait,
hold
on.
on.
On the Mets Twitter?
On the Mets Twitter, thank you, JV, posted 3 minutes ago or thereabouts. It's probably their most recent post. I think it's like the filter that they have on the photo. He looks old. He looks like they fucking aged him with that aging software. He looks
done. He looks finished.
He looks he looks so bad. He looks so fucking bad. If I were him, if I were Kate Upton, I'd be so mad about that photo.
Oh my god. Too funny.
He looks old as shit.
Pete Alonso has said that he has not spoken to the front office about possibility of being traded.
Yeah, because he's not going to get traded.
And then Michael Marino puts out a thing saying how he thinks that if they were serious about Alonso, he feels that the market would be better in terms of returns in the off season. That's what he is saying. But again, I still question if that is a move.
I think
that we're going to get. You know what? Here's an idea.
Yeah.
As we're waiting for more news to drop, and I think look, we've said our piece on Pete already, but as a fun exercise, if you will, assuming that the only thing that they would trade Pete for is a major league player. I'm not saying sell him for 3 prospects. You have no idea what the hell they're going to be. If the offseason came around and it was basically like a changing of places between 2 stars, and they're saying we're more likely to sign this guy, and maybe you're more likely to sign Alonso instead, type of deal. What players, off the top of your head, I know it's tough because it's off the top of the head, but what player, in your opinion, fits that mold as to what the Mets would even want in return if they did give up a Pete Alonso? Or do you think it's more so they would have to just take prospects? I'm thinking more so major league ready, but I'm trying to think what player even fits that mold. Because it's not easy to paint, because he is a power, one of the true power hitters of the game.
If it was 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's what Shea just asked. It was at 1-for-1.
Yeah, if it is 1-for-1, I mean, I'm asking because like the asking price is going to be high. So, because obviously the Mets, I know that that they want to they want to keep Alonso. It seems like they want to keep him. He wants to be here. So like the asking price is going to be high, but I would go after, I'd say, frontline starting pitcher. Like give me a 1 or a 2, like something like that, like in return. Like
what about
Corbin Burns?
What
about
the
Brewers want him?
What about Tyler Glasnow from Tampa?
Tyler Glasnow, absolutely. Wouldn't mind doing that.
Pete's from Tampa. They
True.
don't think they can sign Tyler Glasnow because of what pitchers make, but relative to the market, first basemen don't make that much. They were also whether how much in they were or not, but they were in on Freddie Freeman. You know what I mean? So you could see something like that. That would be the one.
That is a possibility. I mean,
I wouldn't do it. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I don't really have much of a thought as to trading Pete because it's like,
because you don't want to.
It's hard because like you could. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could do a bridge year like they're planning to do with Pete Alonso still here. Like
Absolutely.
he's gonna be 29 next year. Like I understand like the sustainability of his power, and he's the type of hitter that it's like, oh, there's a possibility that he will regress at one point. But like, I don't know. I feel like someone who has proven to given us quality season after, like this guy has never had a bad year here yet, right? So I don't think at any point in the near future, I think that what I think they're going to do in the offseason, I think that they're going to have extension talks with Pete Alonso. They definitely will. I don't know how far they're going to go. I don't know how deep in a stage it's going to go, but if they don't agree to an extension before the season starts, they're going to play it out. He's going to be a pending free agent, obviously. And if the Mets stink next year, if they are completely out of contention, they're going to try and move him. Like that's what I think that they're going to do.
But here's the thing. If that's the case, right? If you're talking, and we're talking about maximizing returns here, if that's the case, off-season rolls around coming up, you talk with him, you sit down and say, hey, we want to talk extension. If those talks fail, I think he would then get dealt this off-season if that's the case, because you want to maximize the return. You're going to get more for someone for a full year as opposed to a half year. And if there's one thing I'm learning more and more is the thought process of major league teams when it comes to first baseman. Now I know Pete's an exception because of his power, but still, I just watched, the Guardians trade Aaron Savale for Kyle Manzardo. For those who don't know, Kyle Manzardo in Tampa is one of the most touted first basemen in terms of prospects in the league. So when I see that, it tells me that a smart team like the Rays is taking one of the most touted first basemen and saying, I can find another first baseman. Like, I look at it in that sense. Now, I don't think it's easy to just say, I can find another Pete Alonso. That's not what I'm saying here. That's why I think it's an interesting proposition when it's him that we're talking about, because, again, Manzardo can be touted all we want, great hitter, great OBP guy, but you don't know what he's going to be at the major league level. So it's easy to give him away and say, I can find something else. I have Yandy Diaz already. I'm fine in that sense. So that's why I think this is so interesting when it comes to the first base position and things of that nature, and the money that's going to go to the first base position, as it's not as high amongst baseball, outside of
it is interesting, and like,
hey,
that's a point.
Did you guys see what Shea just posted in the chat per John Morosi? Mets active in negotiations on multiple players. Pham, Ottavino, Rayleigh, all could be moved in the next 20 minutes.
Ottavino could be moved. Okay.
I'm hoping that they put Ottavino in a cannon and shoot him into the ocean.
Yeah.
That's just,
I mean, I have him on the right there, but like we heard his name like once or twice in like a Rosenthal article like a week ago or something. Like we haven't heard much on him. Yeah. So
this conversation for Pete, like another thing that I would do if push came to shove. Now, I'm not saying this would happen. Obviously, I'm not a GM, but like I would look at a team where maybe you're trying to help alleviate something that they've already done. The person that I'm thinking of is Fernando Tatis Jr. Right? I understand he's like an absolute stud when he's healthy. But, they gave him a 14-year, $340 million contract. Now he doesn't really, I mean, he's a good right fielder, but, they replaced him positionally. Pete would theoretically be a cheaper option for them over a shorter period of time. If I was going to, I would be pushing for a player like that. And I don't think you could get him, it'd be a boon if you could, but you know what I'm saying? Like that would be the kind of thing like, hey, look, you've got long-term money committed to Machado, long-term money committed to Bogarts. He's the highest paid player of all the players that I just mentioned, the longest term contract. Sure, he's the youngest, but that would be the kind of thing I would try to do. Little bit of embarrassment there with the steroid stuff. I don't give a shit about that. That's never bothered me. To me, that would be the kind of like but that's how highly like Tatis is better than Pete because he's a better athlete. But that would be that's how highly I think of Pete. Like I would want a huge return. Give me Tatis. Yeah. I'll take all Tatis's money. I'll take that whole contract. Because I know you're going to have to sign Pete to a big deal, but that's what I want. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because, like, we see with the Mets where, like, we've never seen them really, like, negotiate into deep conversations of actually, like, extending their own players. And it looks like we've got Pham to Arizona in the chat. I don't know if that's...
I'm refreshing Twitter as
actually
we speak.
True. But
Pham has been traded.
Pham has been traded. Pham to the Diamondbacks.
All I see is Pham has been traded from one source. I
don't
see it. I just see Pham was traded.
Oh my God. Rosenthal does that all the time. He's like, oh, Pham has been traded to, this player has been traded to, and then sources like, what? Finish it. Like
a lot of times they
the
do
Mets
it.
Have traded. Okay, so Andy Martino basically said the Mets have traded Pham to the Diamondbacks. No word on the return. I have no. Passan just said it. Passan said it. Okay.
Give me something.
I'm not getting the update, and I should be. There we go. The Arizona Diamondbacks are acquiring Tommy Pham from the New York Mets. Great. What? Thank you.
I think we got maybe Corbin Carroll coming back.
I don't know if that's enough.
I don't think that's enough, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we need outfield help. So
throw in Christian Walker too. Why not you? Give me more.
Oof. Okay. Arizona.
I can't even think of who it would be. I mean, I don't know their system at all, but I mean, what could we be getting back for Pham?
I think it's a pitcher. Some kind of pitcher. I don't know who it's going to be, but I think a pitcher. Give us Jake McCarthy. Christian Walker, your Pete Alonso replacement. You know, what do you?
Yeah, I mean, you can get a Christian Walker, and then you can flip Alonso for Fernando Tatis Jr. Like I said,
he's been
Drew Jones. I don't see that happening, but
he's been terrible. Maybe they'll just give up on Brandon Pfaadt. That's a dream, but that's not going to happen. But he's been bad this year. I'm not sure what they would give up.
Some Jake ILO in the comments. Drew Jones, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. But
I will literally, if they got Drew Jones, which they didn't, I will get on a flight tomorrow morning to New York and kiss Billy Epler on the mouth.
It's Jeremy Rodriguez, whoever that is.
I will never say anything again.
Jeremy Rodriguez.
Whoever that is. I don't know who that is.
And it's also Jeremy
Rodriguez.
That's one of those names. Like that guy could have been a ball player in the 90s, in the early 2000s. He could be a ball player now. He could be a great ball player. He could be a terrible ball player.
Here come the Orioles for pitching. They are close to acquiring Jack Flaherty.
Captain Jack.
On the Cardinals.
All right.
I don't know how that really helps your rotation. That dude's arm is gone.
This will help Mets Twitter from not fucking melting down. Jeremy Rodriguez,
17 years old,
and he's a shortstop.
He's a 17-year-old
shortstop. Oh, great.
He's a 17-year-old shortstop.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Epler.
But you know what, though? Honestly, like
Epler.
I mean, 17 years old is weird.
40 raw power. All right.
40 raw power is not great.
That's not
ideal.
And he's 6'170".
You can fill out. You can fill out a little. You can hit the gym.
Whatever.
You know, a little protein.
You know.
Listen, I weigh almost 170 pounds and I'm 5'6".
Oh boy. That's all right. Great. I guess the market's not. It wasn't as. Wow. Cool.
I guess the market wasn't that good.
But he gets on base, so that's great.
Where's the Jonah Hill meme from Moneyball?
Getting on base is great, but Moneyball was 20 years ago, folks. All right.
I just asked like I told you, those dynasty people that I talked to, I just sent them a message. You know, what is the intel on Jeremy Rodriguez? So once I get a response, I'll let you guys know what they think of said player.
Well, Bob Nightingale is calling him a fringe shortstop prospect, so that can't be good.
Who the fuck are you, Bob? You're a fringe reporter. What is that supposed to mean? Come on.
Shea saying apparently number 18 on the top 50 international prospects last year.
Okay.
Rodriguez has tons of projectability and a good, strong body, has a chance to be an offensive-minded shortstop with power potential. I'm not sure where Shea is getting that from, but it looks like he's quoting it, copying it from somewhere. Yeah. Rodriguez's bat is more advanced than his glove. He continues to make progress on both sides of the ball. Has potential to stay at shortstop because of his arm, soft hands, and footwork. Rodriguez hits from the left side and has shown ability to drive the ball to all fields with authority. More power is expected as his body matures, and he adds strength. That's all from Shea. Shea, if you want to let us know where you got that from, it seems like you're getting it from a report.
All right.
What you're doing.
Fire Epler. This is awful. What is this?
What?
All right. Let's see. Tommy Pham to Arizona.
Paul Rivera, he'll be here in 2056. All right, not bad.
I was looking for somebody in 2056, honestly. That's good because you know, if the earth hasn't melted by then, the Mets gotta see how he projects to play on Mars after we colonize it, if his frame is good enough to play on Mars.
His shortstop.
Ken Rosenthal, Dodgers talking to the Red Sox about James Paxton, still outside chance for Rodriguez, who would need to reverse his decision on the no trade, both considered long shots.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, hey, fam to the D-backs. We'll miss you, Tommy.
Oh, we still got 5 minutes for Rayleigh. Come on. Come on.
Jeez.
Get rid of him.
Shea sent me on Twitter the MLB.com article that he pulled that stuff from here in the chat that says D-backs land a pair of Dominican prospects is the headline. So that's where he got all that information from.
All right.
I mean, it's less about what he actually projects to be and more about the fact that he's, is 17 years old.
Yeah. I mean,
Daniel Wexler added a tweet with an excerpt from the same article, and it said Arizona signed Rodriguez for $1.25 million this past January. So he seems like he has legit upside, right? I mean,
all right. Well, I'm scrunching in the graphic here. This is
Daniel Wexler, 20 seconds ago, Jeremy Rodriguez was ranked as the number 31 prospect in the Diamondback system in June by Fangraphs.
Okay.
Can't even crack the top 30. What a bump. All right. Oof. All right. Well, less than 5 minutes to go.
Is the plan that we will, not that we haven't been on long enough, but that we will stay on till shortly past the deadline to just see.
Yeah, I think we'll go
things
like an
come in?
extra 5 mintes past the deadline, like 6:05,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And then
I should mention to you guys, nobody cares about this, but I at 7:30 I have to go back on and do my Jets podcast. So
oof.
this has been a day. Hopefully sometime I'll be able to eat today.
So the one response that I got from a person that I trust, Jeremy Rodriguez, young lefty bat, just turned 17, decent frame with room for growth, good plate skills. So there you go. See you in 6 years.
All right. Yeah. Well,
If he's even here, might be packaged and brought something else. Again,
I just told somebody to fuck off on Twitter.
of course you did.
It had been too long.
we
Up the
traded our
Yanks.
best hitter this year, Tommy Pham, for this.
The Yanks have gotten into the mix with 3 minutes to go.
What'd they
The
get?
New York Yankees are acquiring right-handed reliever something Middleton from the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah. All
K-
right.
Is
Go off, Cashman.
I like how, like, before you said it, you had to lean in closer. I was like, oh, this is going to be a guy no one's ever heard of.
I don't know who he is.
Oh
Middleton?
man,
I don't know.
Passon just trolling Yankee fans. Like, Passon does like the real moves, and he's doing this. Keenan Middleton? The fuck? Who? I don't know who that is, but great. Good for the Yankees.
Go off, King.
Yeah. Did you say King? There you go. Got the crown for him right there. There you go.
There you go. All right.
Good.
Jeez. Epler, one final push. Come on.
Let's get Ottavino and Narvaez off the team. That's what I'd like to see. I like, because honestly, like, I like Rayleigh, and I think Rayleigh has a spot on this team if they want to. And, Quintana, I agree with you, like, get something for him. But if he's your 5 starter next year, I'm not going to, like, be up in arms about it. I think, Ottavino is going to be off the team, and Narvaez is going to get moved in the offseason probably. So, get rid of them now. I have no beef with that. The other 2 guys, yeah, you could get stuff for them, but if they're going to stay, I'm not going to be mad, especially Rayleigh, because he's got really good stuff. So,
Yeah, Raleigh's been solid for us. I mean, that's been, I'm not saying nuke the entire veteran. Like you need like 1 or 2, but like this team needs to get younger. And that's that's Raleigh's 35, I love Rayleigh though. Raleigh's like, liked him for a while. I'm glad the Mets did make a trade for him because Yeah.
Daniel Vogelback is trending on Twitter.
Oh man. Dear Lord. Oh yeah, he's still here. God damn it.
Jolly Olive with a great quote tweet of the Jeff Passan Yankees acquiring Middleton. Does this still count as doing nothing? He said. I think technically, yes. I think it counts as nothing.
I'm a lot happier after than last year's trade deadline. I can tell you that.
It's funny because when you said before, it's like, oh, we got 3 minutes left. Make the push, Billy. I just remember me and John on last year when this was going on, and we're waiting, and all of a sudden we finally got towards that part where it was like 2 minutes left, and we're like, all right, we got Michael Givens. All right, we got Michael Givens. Sweet. We'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, it's just it was the last minute flurry moves, those come in, but nothing too crazy, I don't think.
All right, we have hit the deadline. It is 6:00.
We have.
On the East
Dylan
Coast.
Cease is staying in Chicago. He will not be traded. Dylan Cease is staying put.
Nightingale said that plenty of trades will start trickling in over the next 30 minutes. Dear Lord.
Oh my God.
I don't know if I have 30 minutes, but
Subway to Shea, Aunt Rivera checking in from work. Did the Mets trade Vogelback, Rayleigh for Soto yet? Asking for a friend. Hopefully.
We're working on
got
it.
a few minutes to find out. Joe K saying the Yankees' big pickup this deadline was Sean Casey. Cardinals are receiving infielder Cesar Prieto and left-hander Drew Rom from the Orioles in a trade for Jack Flaherty, which is done.
Here's one for you.
Return.
That's Met related, and I know Carson,
I like Jack Flaherty a lot.
I know, Carson, you had your thoughts on the return that they got for Robertson in terms of the players. Other relievers that were dealt, where does that return rank then? I'm curious in terms of what I have to look at all of them, but I'm off the top of my head, where did the Mets get the strongest return then in comparison to the other relievers that were dealt?
I don't think so, especially with the financial flexibility that you have. Even though you could have just paid the rest of Robertson's contract, even though he's going to be a free agent, he's going to be gone. But you could have got something a little bit more, a little bit higher in the farm system. But it's I don't know. I think they jumped the gun a little too early on Robertson, but I think that they redeemed themselves ever since then. So it's you get a few lottery tickets, you get a few guys that could be in the.
Oh, we got one. We got one. Mets related. Dominic Leone, no longer on the team.
Oh,
Did they kill him?
Yeah, he's done. Dominic Leone is an angel. He's an angel.
Oh, no. Not Dominic Leone.
Okay, I have a question. Is it Dominic Leone or Dominic Leone?
I thought it was Leone. I don't know. Now you got me thinking. I don't know.
Well, the good part is we never have to think about it again because he is out here, but, not in L.A. in the shitty version, the Orange County version.
Dominic Leone to the Angels.
I wonder who we got.
Oh, man, that one broke my heart more than Tommy Pham. Ugh, that sucks. Not Dominic Leone, our second best. Was it?
You're going to be throwing in the sixth inning. You keep talking, Carson. You're going to be out there for the sixth, throwing meatballs up there.
I'll come back. I'll come back and play for the league minimum.
I'll take the league minimum to throw some. I don't
see the Angels as a really good pitch scouting because Leone, decent stuff, but command issues. There's something there.
Oh,
with
Keith
him.
with the
So
update. Looks like we're getting back the old friends, Sweat and Rosin for Leone.
Okay.
Which I'll take, honestly.
Yeah, I wasn't being oh, well. Oh, got to get rid of Dominic Leone. You know, huge trade value. So don't even need to put that on the graphic. Not even gonna worry.
Wait till you find out that we
boy.
just got Ohtani for Dominic Leone.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Chris
be
Ferraro.
stressing and sweating trying to fit
Chris-
that all in.
Chris Ferraro asking the hard-hitting questions. Will we get a thank you, Leone post from Mets?
I hope so.
I really hope they do.
A giant
Oh, my
Leon.
God.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dominic Leone, for all you've done.
Oh man.
do have a-
I do feel for the guy because we had to overwork the shit out of him with our arms going 3 innings consistently for a good part of the season. So our most expensive part of the team. Yeah.
There is there's a tweet from a account called @RealMetsFanClub that dropped an hour ago, and they said, if any of you younger Mets fans want to know what it was like when the Mets traded Tom Seaver in 1977, you're getting a very slight taste of it with today's Justin Verlander trade.
Yeah.
Cy Young pitcher for a quote
that's
solid
it, man.
return. As per Met apologists, it took almost a decade to recover. I think they need to take both the names Real Mets and Fan out of their handle, because that is fucking insane.
He nailed it 100%. That's it, right? That's it. Yup. Yeah,
just like when they traded Seaver.
Because at the time, Tom Seaver was also making $43 million. He was also almost 41 years old. Yeah. 100%. You got it, man. Jeez. Oh my God.
I came in on the back end of that. I don't even want you to repeat it. So because I heard enough.
I don't want to say it again.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay, so losing DeGrom wasn't equivalent to Tom Seaver, but losing Justin Verlander, who's 40 years old and has been here for like John just said earlier, for 11 minutes.
Correct.
All right, that's it. Got it.
And of course, he also changed the tone of the franchise because we won that Miracle World Series with Verlander, just like we did, with Tom Seaver at the head of our rotation in '69. The parallels are insane. The parallels.
All right, so where's my Frank Cashin then? Like, where is that David Stearns? Is that what it's going to be? Like,
yeah, I think that's what's going to happen.
All right, Leone got traded. Yeah, we're all heartbroken. Six people traded off the 26-man roster. Should have been 14.
Almost.
Yep. According to Anthony DiComo, those are the 2 final deadline deals: Tommy Pham and Dominic Leone. So I think we can put this thing to bed.
All right. So
unless you want to await the return for Dominic Leone in the hopes that it's Mike Trout.
I mean, I am so intrigued. This has got to be a lot.
Could be a big
it's probably
deal.
Cash, right? It's got to be cash.
It's
There's no way. Like
Jeremiah and Jackson.
Who?
Exactly.
Okay. Great.
Is he one of the Jackson 5?
Let's find out. Angels prospects.
Oh boy.
Is he in the top 30? Let's find
What
out.
a haul. Got to be like 48 years old or something.
Well, according to MLB, again, this isn't an updated one just yet, but on theirs whenever this was posted, he was ranked 9th in their system.
Do the Angels have the
shocker,
worst farm system known to man?
Shocker, he is a shortstop.
All right.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey, you know what? You can do worse than trading for the most athletic position on the field over and over again.
Wow.
At the lower minors.
Wow.
How old is he? 12?
No, it's his expected time in the bigs is next year.
Okay. Oh, I was wondering if they traded for somebody from the Tom's River.
Oh, so does that mean we're trading Lindor? Okay. Got it.
Possibly.
All right. Got it.
He's got a 50 grade for power.
Bednar and Keller remain with the Pirates. Looks like Ladara's gone confirmed. I mean, with the amount of shortstops they got in this farm system right now, he might be on his way out. 1 foot at the door.
Keith Blacknick saying this is like when the Mets stocked up on second baseman. Only better.
Yeah, more athletes.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
Wait, what is this?
I think
Hold on. The New York Mets are acquiring pitchers Phil Bickford and Adam Kolarek from the Dodgers, according to a source familiar with the deal. For who?
Ooh.
Could that be
Those
for
are two
Rayleigh?
upside arms.
Could
that
that be Rayleigh? Could be Quintana? I don't know.
I logged off of
say
Twitter.
anything. What are you doing? You don't do that.
I thought we were done.
No, we're never done.
I
This
listened
doesn't
to
end.
Robert, Jesus Christ, they're gonna kill us. Okay, Robert Murray said it. Okay, huh?
He's got followers. He's a
Go
guy.
off,
64,000.
Epler. Just go off. Go
Phil
off, man.
Bickford.
Phil Bickford was just DFA'd by the Dodgers. Solid
Okay.
last year, had a tough year this year. Adam Korlak, he is a funky side armor. I know him. He was on the A's. I knew him for a little bit.
The Marlins got Josh
Decent
Bell
upside.
from Cleveland.
wow, the Marlins going
The
for
Marlins
it.
get Josh
Okay.
Bell for
Hey, they got their
Segura
power for protection.
and
Oh,
Khalil
they gave up
Watson.
Khalil Watson?
They just drafted him 2 years ago. No,
Whoa. Kim Ang is not fooling around. Wow. Look at the Marlins. Wow.
Also, I know he's a real pain in the ass, but that Robert Murray report that you just mentioned with Bickford and Kolarek was retweeted by John Heyman. So,
okay.
Yeah, and Marino too.
I
okay.
didn't see the Marino one, but yeah, so there's
Wow.
that. So there's definitely like that's happening. I can't imagine that they would have given up Rayleigh for those two guys though.
No.
Maybe Quintana, maybe they did Quintana in a salary dump. That I could see.
Could that just be Narvaez? Like, I
Joel
don't know.
Sherman.
Do they need
Bill
a
Sherman. The Mets are not trading Adam Ottavino or Brooks Raley. Ottavino has a player option for next year. The Mets have a team option on Raley, so it's neither of those.
Okay. I mean, look, I don't love the fact that Ottavino, can be here, but the fact that relief pitching is so fickle. He was good last year, not as good this year. Maybe he'll be good. You know what I mean? Like it's a coin flip. Take the option and run with it, whatever. Obviously, like we talked about
That's
Rayleigh.
two relievers right there. That's two arms. So whatever
Yeah. I think the Mets are probably, maybe they'll be in on what's his name, the guy who got traded the other day that throws 105 miles an hour. Hicks.
Jordan Hicks.
Jordan
Oh,
Hicks.
I hope so. Whew.
That's a guy I would try to get to set up. Imagine him setting up for Diaz.
I'm already imagining it. That's amazing.
Yeah. So I could see them being in on him. Yeah, I can't imagine, like I said, it's not Rayleigh. But I can't imagine they gave up much of anything to get, a guy who was DFA'd. Man, if they somehow traded Quintana, relievers for cash. Okay. That's what everybody's saying. Relievers for cash. Okay.
Are you sure the Mets have enough financial flexibility to do that?
I don't know. I was told by a lot of people that they don't. So they're not going to try next year either. So.
And my Raiders are restarting talks with Josh Jacobs. Thank you. All right. Let's see. So if it is cash, that's not awful. I mean, wow. Not bad.
How old
Josh
is
Bell got traded for Khalil Watson. I did not expect that to happen.
That could be
Khalil Watson
conflicting
was like
now.
a huge.
That could be conflicting because Rosenthal said something different. Rosenthal said it was for. No, see, this is why it's
Garrett
weird.
Cooper.
Passon said one. Passon said that one with Khalil Watson, but Rosenthal said Cooper.
Raiders, yikes. Yeah, I root for a quartet of misery.
Looks like with this Choleric and Bickford deal, Choleric is 34, Bickford much younger, 28. So they're kind of covering their ground with that. Yeah.
Not bad.
No, that's pretty solid.
There's some guys who can pitch in the. There's some arms that can pitch in the majors right now. So, but not a starter.
Right.
But all right.
Okay, I think that's probably it.
I think
Is
that's
that it?
I think I got to get moving.
I think we can call it.
But 5 hours and 8 minutes. Good job, boys. Thank you for everyone staying with us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw up because I've just been talking for too long. So
we're gonna do this again tomorrow, Saponaro. I'm gonna force you to do it.
5-hour stream tomorrow as we recap everything we already talked about.
We're gonna do it again.
I think we can give Mets Twitter a break until next week. I think we can do our show next week. I think that's okay.
Yeah. For those of you who tuned in towards the end, I mean, thank you. I don't know how you stayed here for 5 hours, but you're a real one for that. Thank you
some
to
people did.
Subway to Shea.
I think Keith Blacknick was here for most of it. I think
Shea was here.
Shea, Chris Ferraro. I think there were a lot of people here for the whole thing.
Wow.
Love you guys. Appreciate you.
And even if you're on in the background, thank you. A lot of people came through here. Thank you to Subway to Shea for joining us for the earlier part. All of the links are going to be in the description for everybody that is featured here. Probably as in terms of just Mets weekly stuff, we're probably going to do a recap of the trade deadline, more of an in-depth type of thing with that video of that maybe coming out towards the end of the week. That's a possibility. But yeah, other than that, I'm a lot happier than I was last year at the trade deadline.
I love it.
So
I have some late news real quick. From Joel Sherman from a couple minutes ago, the shortstop Jackson that they got from the Angels.
Mm-hmm.
He was a second-round pick of the Angels by Billy Epler when he was the GM. So somebody that he probably liked then and saw an opportunity to get him. That makes sense.
Couldn't get Joe Adell, though. Couldn't get Joe Adell, but that's okay.
Well,
that's okay.
Yeah, I think that pretty much wraps it up. Thank you to John Saponaro and Matt Ibanez for joining. Subway to Shea as well. He was here earlier. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I don't really have anything else. I think we just ended here. I don't think there's a big finish.
Nope.
Let's go Mets, I guess.
Let's go Mets.
Yeah.
Oh, I know how to end it. Somebody asked a long time ago, and I think they're gone. They said, "Are you guys going to watch the game tonight?" Fuck yes, I am.
Of course.
I'm going to watch. I'm always going to watch the game because that's what we do.
Yeah.
And secondly, I would like to watch the game because I want to hear the comments from Gary, from Keith, from Ron. I want to hear them comment on all this too. So that's a part of it, right? So I think tonight's a great time to watch.
I want to see who replaces the guys here.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Probably won't be Mauricio, but
Nope. That guy doesn't exist. He's
not yet.
All right.
And I mean, I also want to see Francisco Alvarez. I mean, who doesn't? I mean, come on. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. All right. We'll see you guys.
See you guys.
Later.
Jeez.